Day 1 was a day of firsts at the National Stadium in Karachi. It also saw 14 wickets fall over 3 enthralling sessions of Test match cricket. Test debutants Imran Butt and Noman Ali both had early cause for celebration. Butt with a sensational catch to remove Aiden Markram and Noman with 2 quick wickets.
Beautifully held, nice catch.
Dean Elgar was the only batsman to pass 50, the opener displaying typical resilience with a battling 58.
50 up for Elgar.
Eventually, the Proteas were dismissed for 220, with Yasir Shah and Shaheen Afridi cleaning up the tail. Advantage Pakistan, one would have thought, but Kagiso Rabada had other ideas.
Oh, bowled him, cleaned him up. That one stayed just a little bit low, I think.
And then, as dusk fell, the dagger blow of Keshav Maharaj claimed the skipper. A sensational day. What will today bring?
Hello and welcome once again from National Stadium, Karachi. We're here on day 2 of this test match with Pakistan taking on South Africa. Yeah, it's a beautiful sunny day here and lots to look forward to. Pakistan dominating in the first half yesterday, but then a bit under pressure with that 33 for 4. So we can look forward to a great contest today. Alongside with me, I've got Ramiz Raja and Daryl Kannan. Rambo, I mean, it should have been Pakistan's day, the way it started yesterday. But 33 for 4, you've got to say that South Africa is the team that would be taking the momentum yesterday.
Unfortunately, they didn't take that bowling high or fielding high in batting. And so that's been an issue, because when you're hurt, when you're dented, when you've lost series abroad, it can have a toll on your psyche, on your mindset, you know, the dressing room environment, that kind of stuff. And I just didn't live up to the expectations. They had a great start with the ball, how they fielded, there was energy, there was passion, they wanted to prove a point. But the way they batted, you know, there's no rhythm, no connectivity, there's nothing there. They were waiting for accidents to happen, unfortunately, and 4 perished as a result.
I mean, they started positively. Their fielding, it's not normally that we say that you can associate good fielding with Pakistan, but some of the catches and the slips, that catch by Imran Butt and the run-outs, I mean, they were on it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you know, irrespective whether you're doing well as a team or not, one thing that you can improve is your fielding. And all you need is an attitude. All you need is a bit of passion and fire and fitness and athleticism. And we saw that right throughout the sessions from Pakistan, which is kind of a rarity, I've got to admit. But you see a couple of runouts, then you see a great catch being taken in the slip. So they were the highs for Pakistan. You know, more than the bowling performance, I think it was the fielding performance that won the hearts of many fans.
Yeah, I mean, Daryl, South Africa would be taking confidence from the way things ended for them at the end of the day. But it could have been much better considering the kind of dismissals we saw. So the shot selection was rather questionable at the beginning.
It is. It was a typical first innings with the bat for any touring side to the subcontinent. It was noticeable for me that once it started to turn, a bit of anxiety set in. But they'll look back on it and say, for sure, look, they wanted 2 good balls, let's be honest, but they could have batted on. But they bounced back beautifully. I thought their pace bowling was probably a bit too hot to handle for Pakistan.
But in terms of their batting, I mean, you know, Quinton de Kock, we saw, you know, he was trying to hit over. Was it a case of showing extra intent and trying to clear the field, trying to go the aggressive way? Was that it?
Well, he tends to play like that. He's a free sort of playing batsman. He looks to take on the bowlers as a quick scorer. So it's part of his whole makeup. And perhaps in time he'll understand, let's hope, that that wasn't necessary. It wasn't the right sort of ball, the right sort of occasion. And he comes back to that mindset. We want to get on top of the spinners. We want to show Pakistan that we're not going to be too phased by it. And then we saw the runner. I thought this was, again, an unnecessary, a soft dismissal. There's always a lot of pressure on Temba when he comes out. And you look back on it and say that no run is worth a run out. But you've got to give credit to it. You mentioned it, Pakistan they were brilliant in the field yesterday. But South Africa will look back on it, I think just a bit more resolve, determination, a bit more thought going into it, more calm, look to play longer innings. And I anticipate seeing them go about their future innings in the series. like that.
Yeah, looking at today, Rambo, what should Pakistan's strategy be?
Dig in, make sure they play the first session purposefully. It's not going to be simple because they were undone by seriously good pace bowling from South Africa, who kept things simple in Test cricket. In all forms of cricket at times, in fact, most times, it works if you keep things simple. And so the idea was to bowl a straight line, hit the stumps, get a short leg in, get a square leg in as well, make them look for that bouncer in between. And Pakistan got panicked by the situation. They didn't have a response. And today I'm just hoping that they'll be a little bit more proactive, because they were absolutely dead at the crease yesterday, and nothing fired for them actually with the bat.
South Africa was definitely proactive yesterday. What can we expect from them today?
Well, if they follow up on the way they bowled yesterday, they'll have success this morning. It was one of the best sessions I've seen from a South African pace attack, where they were controlled, the aggression was good, they were very specific in terms of their lines and lengths, and then just mixing in the odd short ball.
Yeah, I mean, the short ball, it always works with all that invariable bounce that we've seen from yesterday as well. We'll take a short breather, and when we are back, we'll be looking at the pitch report and much more analysis, so don't go anywhere. Yeah, an exciting day lies ahead. Lots to look forward to. We're moments away from the action, and I've been joined by Waz and Baz. Waz, what did you think of Pakistan's day yesterday?
What do I think of Pakistan's day yesterday? Obviously, let me be obvious, not the best day for Pakistan. I thought they did well, getting South African out just over 200. And unluckily, I left a little earlier last night because my stint was finished. So I left about 20 minutes before they finished the game. They were 2 down when I left. So by the time I reached home, my drive is about 6 minutes, and they were 4 down. So not a great day for Pakistan, Zainab.
Yeah.
They really have to play out of their skin to come back into this test match.
I mean, Baz, we can't expect कि कोई किसी किस्म का batting collapse नहीं afford कर सकता पाकिस्तान.
नहीं अफोर्ड ये कर सकते हैं कि जब साउथ अफ्रीका की बैटिंग होए तो वसीम भाई घर चले जाएं सारे आउट हो जाए. Look, the positive here is that Pakistan bat till number 11, so Yasir Shah will bat number 10, Numan Ali can bat, he'll bat number 11. So if you look at it that way, Pakistan still have a chance to get close to South Africa's total.
If Numan Ali can bat, I can still bat. Basit, come on.
If he's batting number 11, he's decent.
Okay. No, अगर हम पाकिस्तान टीम अगर नुमान अली पे है कि वो स्कोर करके बचाएगा, so obviously हम गलत सोच रहे हैं. बैट्समैनों ने स्कोर करना है. अभी भी चांस है. आपका रिजवान है, 1-2 और फ़हीम है. उसके बाद अब लोग सारे कहेंगे यासिर ने 100 किया हुआ है. ठीक है, किया हुआ उसने 100. ये पिच डिफरेंट है. मैं कल से कह रहा हूँ कि फास्ट बॉलर का, तेज़ फास्ट बॉलर का बाउंसर इस पिच पे खेलना मुश्किल है. और वो पता लगा हमें कल.
Exactly. You know, you're talking about that bouncer by Kagiso Rabada. We saw some invariable bounce by him. But I mean, you spoke about it in the commentary box as well, Vaz, that no matter what the conditions are, pace is pace.
Yeah, and one thing, pace is pace. Pace matters, absolutely. And another thing, the think tank of Pakistan cricket right now. If I was Pakistan cricket team's think tank, I would have thought about, okay, we came back from a disaster tour from New Zealand. The boys are not very confident. So let's give a good test pitch. What is good test pitch? Good test pitch is batting deck for first 2 days. 3rd day, 4th day, probably take a turn and then reverse swing. But they made a pitch. It was turning from first half an hour, uneven bounce. It was impossible to bat on. So it's not fair on the
As if he's got rhythm and never do we see him out of rhythm. Yes, we've seen him go for runs, but it's not because he's out of rhythm. And the way that he bowls, short of length, quick smashing the pitch, with that hard ball, the variable bounce जो है वो ज़्यादा exaggerate होता है. अब शायद थोड़ा सा soft हुए ball तो इतना ज़्यादा accentuate ना हो. But because of those fast bowlers hitting the deck, I think that came into play.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we spoke about the invariable bounce as well. We had 14 wickets yesterday. Let's see how the pitch is faring today. It's over to Mike Hazeman.
Right, my thoughts looking at the track first up on day 2, it looks more like a day 3, maybe 3.5 track. One of the concerns yesterday was variable bounce. Rabada is a tall man, we know that. He's quick, he's 6'4", it's a high release. So they have Norkia to do that also, and also Ngidi. So these two variable bounce deliveries have picked up wickets. One kept a little bit low, the other one bounced, hit the glove and picked up another wicket. So this is going to be tough for the batsmen as well, because that's going to happen also today on day 2. Something else we need to look at is the work that the spinners are going to do. Now, I've got some deliveries that Yasir Shah was bowling, and one of these balls was actually out of the rough area, and it turned at the batsman 40 centimetres. There was another delivery which actually came from a virgin area where there was no rough, and that turned 47 centimetres. So this is what I'm talking about when I mention a virgin area where there's no rough at all, but it's still turning off these sort of areas. South Africa's, well, they have finger spinners, not going to turn quite as much. One other thing that's going to come into play today is the reverse swing. Rabada's a king at that. After 50th over yesterday, we saw a couple of examples of reverse swing as well. So this is going to be a really tough day for the batsman. The track is an interesting one. It looks worn. It's not as bad as some of the tracks I've seen in Asia, but I think it's going to be tough because of those three attributes they're going to have to combat.
Yeah, Hazy is saying it's going to be a tough day for batters, Waz, with all the reverse swing out there and the cracks sort of opening up.
Yeah, it's a dry pitch. It's a tough ask for Pakistan. Obviously, they need partnerships here. And as a Pakistani, I want them to perform well, but they really have to play out of their skin. And for this, and secondly, I haven't seen Pakistan team. Have they arrived?
They have arrived. They're going to gather here for the picture.
Okay.
But I'm sure we can see. Baz, quickly, thoughts, you know, what does Pakistan need to do?
Well, Pakistan needs to get close to the target of 220, pure and simple. And for that matter, we look at averages, we look at stats. Stats are for Prats, but Fawad Alam is a great stat in Karachi.
Yeah, definitely. 70. We need a bit of partnerships. Pakistan needs a few partnerships from them, but we're going to be taking a short break. When we do come back, we'll be taking you down for all the live action. Lots to look forward to, so please don't go anywhere and stay tuned.
Day 1 was a day of firsts at the National Stadium in Karachi. It also saw 14 wickets fall over 3 enthralling sessions of Test match cricket. Test debutants Imran Butt and Noman Ali both had early cause for celebration. Butt with a sensational catch to remove Aiden Markram and Noman with 2 quick wickets.
Gone, beautifully held, nice catch.
Dean Elgar was the only batsman to pass 50, the opener displaying typical resilience with a battling 58.
50 up for Elgar.
Eventually, the Proteas were dismissed for 220, with Yasir Shah and Shaheen Afridi cleaning up the tail. Advantage Pakistan, one would have thought, but Kagiso Rabada had other ideas.
Oh, bowled him, cleaned him up. That one stayed just a little bit low, I think.
And then, as dusk fell, the dagger blow as Keshav Maharaj claimed the skipper. A sensational day. What will today bring?
It surely was a sensational day from wickets' point of view. 14 wickets fell on day 1 of this first Test match. Action will begin very soon from National Stadium, Karachi, Pakistan, taking on South Africa in a home series after a gap of 13 years. The team photograph, all the established stars usually take the chairs, the senior pros in powerful positions. Right, we've got to show you this. I've got Daryl Cullinan here with me. But 14 wickets, and this was a brilliant catch. On debut, this was really special from Imran, but diving full length and picking the ball inches off the surface. Then a run out, Pakistan field it sharply. Good presence of mind on the bounce to the keeper. Yasir Shah looked brilliant. And he got the ball to spin and got the desired result as well. Then the debutant picking up his first wicket, that of Proteas skipper.
And Elgar was next to follow. That's not really a scoring area of his, just chasing a wide one. Again, a good sharp catch. And then Bavuma, like Van der Dussen, looking hard, goes for the second. And the Pakistan fielding all day was brilliant, and this was another good example of it. So a mixture of some good balls and a bit of a few soft dismissals. Shah had varied his pace, and this occasion was a bit flatter to Maharaj. Lindy was there for a while, but it was one pull too many. Perfectly to the man at deep square leg, and again Yasir Shah just hurrying one through, and it was left to Afridi to finish things off. No doubt about that. And that ended an indifferent performance with the bat for South Africa, one they'll look back on and say, well, we could have got more. But it was all Rabada. He started things off for South Africa. The pace good, bounce a bit invariable, and this was a beauty. It just went to hand. The field placings between bowler and captain was good, and that just bounced on him. And the big wicket, Maharaj very smartly introduced more than just that one over at the end of day's play, and he got the big one of Babar Azam. The night watchman, Nortje, had set him up. Everything suggested a short ball, but
Zoomer on? You already got a zoomer. You're wearing a zoomer. Welcome to glorious National Stadium, Karachi. The weather is gorgeous. The team, South Africa, they're in a huddle, talking about tactics, talking about energy once again in the first session. It's going to be critical because they have Pakistan on the back foot, 4 wickets down in no time. They bowled splendidly well. The game plan was simple: keep the ball straight, try to hit the stumps, not look for any heroics, just keep it simple. And in cricket, they say keeping things simple does work in the end. So wonderful effort by South Africa in strange conditions compared to what they're offered in South Africa. Right then, what about the 22 yards?
Right, my thoughts looking at the track first up on day 2, it looks more like a day 3, maybe 3.5 track. One of the concerns yesterday was variable bounce. Rabada is a tall man, we know that. He's quick, he's 6'4", it's a high release. South Africa have Norkia to do that also, and also Ngidi. So these two variable bounce deliveries which picked up wickets. One kept a little bit low, the other one bounced, hit the glove, and picked up another wicket. So this is going to be tough for the batsmen as well, because that's going to happen also today on day 2. Something else we need to look at is the work that the spinners are going to do. Now, I've got some deliveries that was Yasir Shah was bowling, and one of these balls was actually out of the rough area, and it turned at the batsman 40 centimetres. There was another delivery which actually came from a virgin area where there was no rough, and that turned 47 centimetres. So this is what I'm talking about when I mention a virgin area where there's no rough at all, but it's still turning off these sort of areas. South Africa's, well, they have finger spinners, not going to turn quite as much. One other thing that's going to come into play today is the reverse swing. Rabada's a king at that. After 50th over yesterday, we saw a couple of examples of reverse swing as well. So this is going to be a really tough day for the batsmen. The track is an interesting one. It looks worn. It's not as bad as some of the tracks I've seen in Asia, but I think it's going to be tough because of those 3 attributes they're going to have to combat.
Yeah, there's certainly a lot of wear and tear. Day 1 pitch offered a lot to the spinners. There's variable bounce, 14 wickets fell as just mentioned. So it's now up to Pakistan to make it happen in the first session. Let's see whether they have a plan, because Daryl, last night they didn't seem to have a plan. It was the proverbial rabbit in the headlights, because they were waiting for things to happen, not proactive at all. And so we've got to at least have a plan in place, like rotation of strikes, something basic.
I don't think they were really allowed to be. It was a good bowling performance by South Africa. One of the best I've seen in recent times. Just for the focus, they were spot on in terms of the lines and lengths. But yes, you just can't sit back and wait. But I think the biggest plan, biggest discussion for Pakistan here is going to be good old-fashioned guts. They're going to have to tough it out here, get that ball holder, wear the quicker bowlers down. But they can't just be a sitting target. Will they take on the short ball? Rabada, we know, is going to dish it up. His field is in front of the bat, someone positioned square on the offside, someone on the leg side in a catching position. So everything suggests again what brought South Africa success yesterday is going to be that mixture of hitting the stumps and the odd short ball. There's a man back at deep square. Very good day for Quinton de Kock yesterday. So can they sustain, can they find that pressure that they were so good with yesterday?
It's a very Fawad Alam specific field that they've got, because there's a deep point for that uppercut. There's a square leg fielder in position as well, and they've got the fielders in on the offside, on the leg side for the knuckle ball, for the ball that hits the gloves. But there you see that deep fielder at point for that uppercut. Specific plans for the left-handers.
You see so much more of it today with the employment of an analyst in each team. They're very specific, going back to players' history, where he's got out, in terms of assisting the captain and the bowlers with regard to field placings, where his strengths, where his weaknesses.
Yesterday he played a cut shot, and I think that could be the reason why we've got a fielder straightaway position at deep point. There was that shot that earned him a 4. It was off knock here. Not happy with the side, but last thing a batsman needs at the start of the day is for someone really to spoil his eye line. Oh, hardly any bounce, so this pitch is going to play a few tricks here. And you're better off being on the front foot rather than back and across and staying in the crease. Subcontinent pitches tells you to be on the front foot, irrespective whether you're playing a great Rabada pacey bowler or not. Going to be a tough gig for the keeper as well. Your slip fielders need to adjust all the time.
Yes, this is a nightmare for keepers. That's the old broken finger, catching it on the half volley. But what a day yesterday. It just went contrary to everything that history has told us about this ground. Even this morning, just looking at potentially what is a fourth inning score that you either want to defend or chase down. And it's shown that the side batting last has enough time. Anything's possible, but it's a betting man to suggest that it's going to go that long.
Another one that hardly reaches to the keeper. 33 for the loss of 4.
For Pakistan, they'll look to get a partnership going. That's going to be key.
I guess for me, the turning point in South Africa's batting was how they tail batted, actually. Last 3 wickets produced 41 runs. And in a score of 220, that's a lot in the context of the challenge. Looking at the pitch, and I think Pakistan need to eke out maximum from their tail as well.
Do they bat deep?
Fahim can bat. Rizwan has been in great form. Yasir Shah has got 100 in Australia, by the way. Hassan Ali recently got 100 in the final of the Qaid-e-Azam Trophy, so they can bat, provided there's this environment to fight in the dressing room. Because what happens when you're on the losing streak, you lose the plot at times, and it hits the tail enders most, because a good team will have its tail enders fighting tooth and nail to regain territory and to just make a statement.
I could be wrong, but I don't think this is an 80 all-out type of wicket. And invariably, you always see a partnership and a little mini one along the way.
They weren't really looking for a single initially. Now they pick up an extra run. Rare misfield from a South African fielder. It's Maharaj, they'll messed it up.
It was a single the moment it left the bat. He's left-handed. It's gone to his right-hand side. But what's clear after day one, let's not forget that, is every run here is going to be important.
He's temperamentally a very strong batsman, Azhar Ali. Once he gets settled, I think the initial hiccup is when he doesn't get his balance right at the crease. And when he's not in form, he shuffles across, shuffles a lot. But the balance of late is improved. He looks to play more now in the V initially. And he can take South Africa on because he's a solid player, temperamentally very solid.
You mentioned there that he has the tendency to play across it. We saw in the previous picture there that short mid-wicket is positioned just for that. Bavuma behind square. He's fairly deep, but he took a catch there yesterday. It popped up with the glove. That's more for that invariable bounce, perhaps a little pickup. Now, there was an appeal, and South Africa have decided to review it.
To director, we have a player review for LBW. The on-field decision is not out. It's a fair delivery. Let's start with front-on spin again, please. It's nice and slow. Nice and slow. Keep rolling. Keep rolling. Roll back, please. Now roll forward. Ball is close to the bat and pad as well. Can I have ultra to confirm, please? Yes, keep rolling, keep rolling, keep rolling. Yes, satisfied. Pad first. Can I have a ball tracking when ready, please?
It's not ready just yet. So what's up?
Okay, waiting for the ball tracking, guys. On-field decision not out. Pitch outside off. Impact outside. So go back to on-field umpire. Alim, stay with your original decision. You're on screen, please signal.
A little wake-up call for the umpire. But I thought it was a little unnecessary from South Africa because it didn't look a straightforward case. It had to really smash the stumps. I think the exuberance, the morning, got the better of the South Africans.
I'd love to know whose final decision that was. Look, the captain asked for the review. He's behind the stumps, probably got the best view of everybody, but that's clearly outside of stump.
South African pace bowling is gifted in a way. Rabada can bowl the fuller length, whereas Nokia can hit the shorter length. And both can extract a lot out of the surface by bowling different lengths. And so Pakistani batsmen will have to be good with their front foot play, with their back foot play. And the idea is to watch the ball on a variable pitch. That is a must. The moment you shy away from the ball, you're done. Is good there. Flicks the ball nicely for a run. 35-36 for the loss of 4.
The South African captain, Quinton de Kock, a lot will be expected of him. If Pakistan dig in here, how his relationship and understanding goes with his bowlers, they're going to have to work well together. Is it a question at times that you may need to try and manufacture a wicket, or are you just going to get it in the right areas and get the wicket to do the rest for you? So that's something to watch out for, is how that relationship goes.
That's good from Pakistan. They've got to do this regularly. Just basic rotation of strike will do a lot of good to their confidence.
Were you part of the team talk last night? Doing what you asked for this morning? But I think as a test player, you'd expect that from guys, wouldn't you? I mean, that's dropped in the hole there immediately. Good understanding, set off.
But they've got to be very precise with their calling as well, because there's a good spread of fielders all over, on the leg side, on the off side. They've closed in the gap, so you got to be absolutely precise and correct when you call. Otherwise, there could be a confusion.
That's why it's important, you know, that's your game plan. The non-striker's got to play a role. Now, traditionally, you rely on who's on strike to make the call, but if it's touch and go and you both have that awareness, you might rely on him to just send you back on occasions. Don't just turn and expect a second. Have a look. It's a good outfielder. Someone chasing the ball on the run coming in. It's got a great opportunity to just pick it up cleanly.
That's nicely played. Played it down away from the deep square leg fielder. It's a slow pitch, so if you're willing to look at the ball and be on the back foot and look for that smash, you can pull it off.
Well, the way he sets up and the way he ends up when the ball's delivered, he's pretty open, so it allows him to, he's in a good position right there to play square the wicket. And if he sees it, I would suggest keep playing it.
No! Earlier talked about Rabada and Nokia bowling different lengths, and so testing Pakistan with a front foot play and back foot play. There, Nokia a little shorter in style because he's got more pace than Rabada. Rabada on the other hand more full. But both have been effective. You've got pace, you've got to flaunt it. Simple. Nokia shorter in length, doing a fair bit of damage.
We spoke about them yesterday, but South Africa, it's always a good idea as well just to build up the pressure. Start well. Yeah, by your second, third over, you can perhaps look to try something different. Not that you necessarily need to do on this pitch, but it's still got to be controlled. They can't get too carried away here.
Oh, narrow escape. Because he's almost undone by a fuller length and then flicking the ball up in the air. 40 for 4. He's a gutsy cricketer, Fawad Alam. Was early on 9. Need a partnership. He's aesthetically not a great watch for Fawad Alam, but credit to him, because, you know, he's not really bothered about the niceties of batting. He's got his own style, and he banks on it, and it has kind of worked. Not at the international level, but at domestic level, he's got an average of over 50.
I love these sorts of batsmen. He's just a typical battler. He finds areas to score. He loves being at the crease. What he's been good with this morning, his footwork's been precise. The way that he sets up and moves, you often wonder, does he really know where his off stump is? But he's been doing it for a while, so in his own mind, he'd have a pretty good idea where it is. But he's typically the sort of batsman Pakistan need right now. It's a hugely impressive average. There's a guy that's obviously found a way to play, and it works for him, and he's brought it to this level, which everyone would suggest. And that's at Karachi, so he's very familiar with his ground.
Nicely played and placed. Good bit of timing on that one from Azhar Ali. Gets the 4.
And this is what South Africa wouldn't have been hoping for. Some leaked runs. Wasn't the case last night. They were right on it. And it's a no ball as well, so we'll have to come back for that one again. But it's day one, and we were pretty excited. But you know, it's a fresh day. It's a new day. It's a fresh start for everybody.
Such a good ball to bowl to Azhar Ali. Still looking to establish his balance, and at times he falls across to a straighter line. Nice bit of timing on that occasion. A straight drive is always a special shot to see and play. Rabada is athletic, is young, is quick across the turf, saves a 4.
Every fast bowler doesn't like that, having to chase the ball when you're down to the boundary when you're in the middle of a spell. It's been a purposeful intention by South Africa to look to attack him. Ramiz Raja has spoken about he tends to fall over a bit, but he does get that left foot quite far across. But that would have been a good confidence booster when you get in it past mid-on. And no doubt he's aware of it in terms of his own game, but when he gets it down past mid-on, that'll give him a lot of confidence.
No!
I think it's worth another look, just to look at that shot down the ground. All players are aware of where potentially they might struggle. Pretty open, and then just gets that left foot maybe a fraction too far over, but if he works really hard at staying up, that's the result.
Oh, got to be careful, because when you're camping on the back foot, you just cannot afford that ball to hit the pad. Must have bat as your first line of defense on a low bouncy track. And probably saved by an inside edge.
I think that's going to be a ball they're going to go to quite often, because the way that he gets across, that right foot is quite a way off getting across. But he does cover the stumps with the back leg, so the inside edge could well find the pad.
50 is raised by Pakistan in the 22nd over of the innings. 50 for 4. Slowly gaining momentum and gaining a bit of confidence. Azhar Ali on 16, and you know that he's a numbers player. He'll get you a big 100. His best in Test cricket is a 300.
Where was that?
I think that was against the Windies in a day and night Test match. Pink ball, 2016 in Dubai. There's a loud thinking happening right now whether Azhar Ali should open for Pakistan, because he's in the first few overs anyway at number 3, so his natural position has been as an opener. And to get Babar Azam at number 3, your best batsman has got to bat at number 3. He scored a 100 as an opener, Azhar Ali. And in Pakistani conditions, I think he could be an ideal. These pitches do not demand a lot out of openers. In fact, opening is the best slot really to bat here on these pitches. Doesn't like playing against South Africa though. His record isn't red hot. West Indies with an average of almost 60. Got a double turn against Australia at Melbourne. It was pretty recent as well. 2016, yeah, 2016 was a glorious year for him.
Commentator's curse on its way.
Almost. How did that not hit the pad first? It was beautifully bowled, well-structured delivery, because that ball came back and almost hit the pad. Rabada inches away from getting a great scalp.
Rabada just showing his exceptional skill here. It's tailed in fairly late. I do feel that if he just persists in that area, it could bring success.
That's the ball, actually. That is the ball where you've got the fielders on the leg side.
Should he be in that short leg? Easy to talk after the event, but...
No, I think you're right, because it's a slowish pitch. So the ball is not going to balloon up miles when it hits the gloves. Yeah, from low to high bounce, and adjustment is going to be the key as we move forward into this test match. Would have been an easy lop at short leg. Conditions are tough for batting, or at least South Africans are making it extremely tough. 52 for 4.
I think that's going to be your life as a batsman today. You're going to have to be prepared to take it on the glove. You're going to play and miss. One or two, you're going to stay low. No doubt you're going to need a bit of luck. But if you can just stay calm and focused and believe that if you're trying to do the right things, who knows, you could get through. But it's certainly not going to be an easy day for batting.
I'd rather have him wearing an arm guard as well for Adala. Partnership of 25. Pakistan off to a fighting start here.
Feeling more relaxed. I think there is a bit of an easier feeling in the air. Still early days, let's not forget that, but they've managed to rotate that strike. You called for it, Rummies.
Yeah.
Picked up a boundary or two. Perhaps South Africa will just need to tighten up a little bit, revisit their thoughts that they were so good with last night. Macy Maharaj, I'm sure the captain, after another over or two, might think of bringing him in. Ball still fairly new, he could get it to skid on. Got Babar Azam out last night with one which went on. Azam perhaps just guilty of getting the pad in the way, but it was a very good introduction. Well, there are options, good options for South African. Giddy, I'm sure he's fired up. He'd love to have a little run yet. Maybe he will be the first bowling change. We'll have to wait and see.
Pakistan's workload has become doubly hard because paces have bowled brilliantly. I thought they'd probably get a bit of a leeway against the new ball, because South Africans may take a little bit of time to adjust to Pakistani conditions, but they've adjusted so well, and so Maharaj then becomes a force to reckon with as well, because the ball is going to take spin and its straighter line is going to cause a ripple or two. But where South Africans have struck gold is how well they bowl with the new ball and how their paces have adjusted to the conditions.
And let's not forget George Lindy. He's a guy, he's a bit taller than Maharaj, but a little bit of a different bowler. We saw Yasir Shah get some bounce. You can expect that from Lindy being a bit taller. But you'd probably think Maharaj, he's not really a big turner of the ball, but he's very miserly, very accurate. So if it does get to that situation, he's the sort of guy that could tie and end up, and then it allows De Kock the opportunity to rotate the quicks from the other end. And then he's got Lindy perhaps for a bit more variation. That's the second good bounce he's got this morning, but I always tell a good batsman, a guy that's quite comfortable against the short ball, he just rocked, got the head out the way when Rabada gave him one, dropped the hands beautifully. This occasion he's watched it. Big day for him.
Nicely played. He was tested once again with that curved delivery that came back. Hence that field that shot mid-on. So the plans are set. What they're trying to do is to create a bit of confusion in that head, but placing the fielders in a particular way, because they're asking him, they're forcing him to think about those close-in fielders. Why have they got a short mid-wicket in for me? Why a square leg in position for me, which is close at 45 degrees? Why a straight mid-on there? It forces you to think indifferently. 54 for 4.
Rabada again. So a very interesting half hour to start day 2. It has been fascinating to watch. A couple of deliveries keeping low, one just bouncing a little bit more than what the batsman anticipated. I think Pakistan have done a very good job. They would have been thinking about, I presume, the first half hour and then the next half hour, and just trying to combat this South African bowling attack in difficult conditions. Track is on the slow side. Farid Alam with his interesting technique is going to try and be forceful wherever he can. Wazim Akram, good morning.
Good morning, Mikey. Good morning, everyone. Tough day for Pakistan. Partnership is building up between these two. Fawad and Azhar Ali. 27 of 49. 54 for Pakistan. Huge session this. And these two are the most experienced, in-form players.
It's nicely controlled, 2 men back, but beautifully played, rolling the wrists down to Linda. I guess the big aim for the Pakistan players to get through this spell of Rabada after his performance last night.
He bowled beautifully last night, Rabada, although they had to bowl about 18 to 16 overs, so they were fresh, they were running in, sprinting in. 2 for 15, he's into his 10th over. He's got slip and a gully against spread out field side.
Big gullies for the one that bounces a bit more. Beautifully bowled, a little bit of shape too from Rabada that time. It's a beautiful day again, lots of sunshine, temperature I guess about 21, 22 degrees. Just perfect for cricket.
It's a bizarre kind of wicket. First day of a test match. The ball wasn't bouncing more than a knee height. Another good delivery, good running between these two. They got to rotate the strike, and that's what exactly they're doing. Coming back to the pitch, first day of a pitch, you usually expect either a bit of swing, bit of carry, but nothing that sort. It wasn't a batting pitch either. So when your team comes from a tour like Pakistan team came from New Zealand, they got hammered there in test matches. I would have thought, okay, test match against South Africa, good side. Let's make a wicket, make a pitch. There should be first 2 days good batting deck, third day turn a bit, fourth day reverse swing as well. But nothing that sort. 56 for 4.
The pitch certainly wasn't looking like a day one pitch yesterday. It was looking more like a day two, I'd suggest, maybe late in day two. This morning, looking at it, had been cleaned up, obviously. But it was still about day three, maybe day 3.5. That was my assessment this morning. You see the scarring there, there's quite a bit. You don't normally see that on day two.
No, you don't. And that too in the first session. And that shows the way they prepared the pitch. They hardly, put any water on it last 2 days before the test match. And they just used light roller to prepare it, hence the dryness, and it's breaking up.
And Pakistan also used the light roller before they batted, not the heavy roller. That's another indication. Ngidi now gets a run, taking over from Norkia. I was having a close look at actually the South Africans before the start of play yesterday, and what I'm about to say was backed up by Mark Boucher at the toss. Ngidi didn't look like to me that he was going to be playing, and I mentioned that because I saw him basically standing around and doing pretty much nothing. He was just doing a couple of looseners and no much more than that. There was no bowling of intent warming up from him. And then suddenly that injury to Shamsi, which forced the change of thinking where they were going to play 3 spinners. And I understand the official team sheet for the South Africans had Shamsi's name scrubbed out, and I've heard this second hand, so that's not first hand. Shamsi's name scrubbed out, and I might have actually official. I hope it backs up what I'm going to say. Oh, it does. So Shamsi's name is drawn out with a pen, so I've got the official team sheet now, and Lungi Ngidi's name is written in pen, not typed in.
So the plan was to go with 3 spinners.
He was going to play. Shamsi was going to play. Oh, that's nicely bowled. That's the official sheet. There it is. Lungi Ngidi and pen. In there for a while.
And it's also a tough pitch to bat on. This particular delivery, the previous one, is uneven bounce. Especially against the quick bowlers, even there's a little bit of uncertainty in your mind as a batsman. Look at this. He was lucky there. Nicely played in the end, Azhar Ali, with soft hands. But that's the uneven bounce I was talking about. It's not easy for a batsman to go out and get easy runs. They have to really work hard.
There's a bit of a chat there between the skipper and Ngidi. Now, the point I was making about Ngidi, you'd like, as a young bowler, young fast bowler, Wasim, as you would know, you would love to be beautifully prepared and know exactly what your job is in a test match the night before, a couple of nights before. So he expected not to play, then suddenly he was told with literally no more than probably 7 minutes before the toss that he was going to be playing.
It can be tough as a player. You got to prepare yourself mentally. Physically you prepared yourself before, but mentally you have to prepare before, night before the test match, before you go to bed, think, visualize. It's frustrating for South Africans now. They took 4 wickets last night, Pakistan. They were 27 for 4. And now 58 for 4. Partnership is building up, important and sign for Pakistan. 31 of 58 between these two. Azhar Ali is on 20. Fawad is looking solid on 14.
If they can get through the first hour this morning, these two batsmen for Pakistan will be a big difference, big mindset difference, change room difference as well. It's nicely played. End of that over, 26 gone now, 58 for 4.
Got a pretty scorecard. Pakistan 58 for 4. Imran Butt made his debut yard last night. Gort Peterson bowled Rabada 20 on 9. Abid Ali by Rabada. Then Babar Azam with the big wicket for South Africa.
Rise of catch it again.
I think I saw a bit of a reverse swing happening. Let's have a look at this delivery. The previous one he bowled Rabada from around the wicket to Fawad Alam. Yeah, shine is inside and it came inside. So yes, reverse swing is in place.
Eagle eyes. Wasim Akram, well spotted. I guess you might have seen a few of those in your time though.
On this pitch, on this square, as a bowler, you just have to wait it out for about 20 minutes, 25 minutes.
So let's just keep an eye on that, because Rabada is outstanding at reverse swinging the ball. He's coming towards the end of a spell, obviously.
I think on a pitch like this, Mikey, as a young fast bowler, even it's either Rabada or Ngidi or Nokia, on this particular track, if you nick it, it might not carry towards slip cordon and wicket keeper. So the idea should be to bring the ball back into the right hander. Every time, if it misses, either will hit the stumps or in front of the stumps on his pads.
Two men catching on the leg side. Nicely bowled, well played in the end. I guess, Wasim, if we just have a quick look at your stats, your test stats of this venue, you know this one like the back of your hand. Look at that, 41 wickets at 20. Strike rate of 47.7, that's extraordinary.
I don't even remember that. Long time ago. But like me and Waqar, Shoaib Akhtar, the great Imran Khan, all of, even bowlers who came after us, they were used to bowling on these kind of pitches. That okay, only one slip one slip, maybe one gully, and just bring the ball back in every time to the right-hander or to the left-hander. So that was the plan on these pitches. And especially against the mighty West Indies in the mid-80s, early 90s, they were a tough team to beat. So what I think our plan used to be to prepare the pitch, but make sure the middle of the pitch is not rolled as much as either side of the pitch, because that was their length, the West Indian bowlers then.
Interesting. Very interesting indeed. Temba Bavuma has been terrorised a bit in that spot. If he's a little bit taller when he was batting, he still would have been there, and a little bit taller fielding, he might have been there as well in the game. 61 for 4 now. Let's have a look and see how far away that one was from Temba Bavuma. Oh, just inches. Mind you, went pretty quickly.
Yeah, it really did. That's for sure. He was unlucky there. He tried.
So we're getting close to 45 minutes of play this morning. That one just evading Temba Bavuma. It went smartly. Wasn't really in the game for that, I don't think.
I think now is the time that one end there should be a spinner, and all these 3 fast bowlers, all the 3 quicks, pick one end and bowl 3-4 over burst, and that's how they will able to generate pace all the time. They'll be loose as well, so spinner time from one end definitely.
Let's have a look at that very interesting stance. Sliding down the leg side from Ngidi. Yeah, those stories that you're telling, Wazim, about playing against the West Indies and the various reverse swing that you had to organise. I mean, that reverse swing was such a weapon for you guys, and it did you guys so proud over the years.
Yeah, I mean, we enjoyed it. You know, on pitches like this, when the new ball, you bowl the new ball, and after, as a bowler, if you bowl a first ball of your test match of your spell, and you see the ball reaching the keeper in 2 bounces, instead of saying, oh, what's happening, you think, okay, I bowl 5-6 overs, give away 10 runs. If I get a wicket, okay. If I don't get a wicket, fine. But wait for the reverse swing. Wait after lunch. Wait after tea, maybe half an hour before tea. The swing in the air. Another good single. We're getting a strike for Wahid and Azhar Ali. Building up this partnership. Important for Pakistan. That to get back into this test match.
Yeah, I think also the thing to remember now, and it's the players are, as they learn, as they grow as fast bowlers, they are learning the art, and it's taken a while for that to happen around the other parts of the world. The South Africans, their bowling coach, Charles Langeveld, is a superb exponent of it. Dalstein was. And Ngidi now, you'll see he's covering the ball with his hand as he runs in, so that's another clue. Oh, it's nicely bowled.
When me and Waqar started hiding the ball, because we realized the batsman at the other end, especially at the batsman who were facing us, is looking at a ball, the shine. So if the shine is inside, I mean towards leg slip of a right-hander, it means it's going to come into him. And if it's outside towards the first slip, it'll go away. And the idea was to hide the shine till the last second, instead of showing the sign up front, and he'll prepare himself. Okay, it's an outswing, I go on a front foot. It's an in-swing, or it's an in-swing, go on a front foot. It's an outswing, I leave it.
There you go. Holding the ball again. Sliding down the leg side that time. Yeah, the batsmen look for all sorts of clues, and these days now with the video analysis. Kookaburra Telegraph talks around the globe. This is Nokia doing the same thing this morning.
Wonder who started this trend. Wonder who started this trend.
Yes, I wonder.
Yeah. So the idea is that batsmen will see the shine just before the release, and sometimes it's too late if you have a quick arm action. It's not that easy. You have to change your action, especially with the old ball. Down leg side, but there's a fielder there, only single.
the very first exponent? Let our viewers know who the very first exponent of reverse swing was in your mind, was he?
In my mind, when I came into Pakistan team, that's when Mudassir Nazar and Imran Khan, they taught me what reverse swing was. Before that, I had no idea. I was just running in and bowling outside off stump. You know what you do as a 17-year-old. But then I came into Pakistan team, I realized, obviously under the leadership of Imran Khan and Mudassir Nazar, who was a cricketing genius, he was the one who took, both of them took me and Waqar eventually under their wing and explained what reverse swing is, how to manage the ball, how to look after the ball. It's just not the bowler, it's the whole team, Mikey, has to look after the ball.
64 for 4. Now just look at the most wickets for Pakistan. Was a Matt Graham right at the top, 104 test matches, and he's still walking 8 Ks a day. 414 wickets, an average of 23.62. That's unbelievable stuff. Waqar Yunus as well, strike rate of 43.5. Wow, what a Waqar, bowling coach now for Pakistan. Imran Khan, of course, the great Imran Khan, Danish Kanaria, Abu Qadir, he can bowl. And Nasir Shah's in that list also, Saklai, Mushtaq and Ajmal. The 2 W's right at the top. What a pairing that was. 787 between you guys, Wasim and Waqar. Rabada continues. Now he'll also be doing the same thing. He's the better exponent of reverse swing.
Experienced. On pitch like this, as a bowler, you have to be, patience got to be there. You can't just bowl one in swing, one out swing, one in swing, one out swing. If you do that, you will lose your length. So the idea should be out swing, out swing, out swing, and then the 5th ball maybe, or the 6th ball. If not the 6th ball, go back to the next over, first ball of the next over, bring the ball back in to the right-hander or to the left-hander. So if you bowl a couple of out swings, couple of in swings, the batsman will know, okay, this is happening. And you, in process, you lose your line where you're pitching every time. Sometimes bowlers do get frustrated.
I wonder what that chat was. It was quite a lengthy chat actually between the last 2 overs. Quinton de Kock just instructing Ngidi just to sharpen up a little bit, maybe get the line a little bit more accurate.
He was mentioning there, the skipper, to his bowlers, that Fawad Alam is shuffling across and everything is going leg side, so try to stay outside off stump to him. There.
Yeah, just like that. Well, another stat that I've just been handed by Mazza. In 6 years, between 1989 and 1995, Pakistan bowlers took 33 5-wicket hauls in tests. All of them shared between Wasim and Waqar. Gee, that must have been great for you guys and horrible for the batsmen.
Yeah, we did enjoy it ourselves. It was a healthy competition between me and Waqar. It wasn't that jealousy factor, it was the healthy kind of competition. If Waqar's got 5 wickets in this test match or one day, I would like to get the second innings 5 wickets or the next one day. So that was the mindset between both of us, and we used to help each other out on the field. If he's at mid-on, I used to ask him in swing, out swing, bouncer, and we used to actually, you know, guide each other what to do, because sometimes if when you're bowling, running in, you forget things. So that's where I think an experienced bowler, if standing at mid-on and mid-off, in the beginning it was my captain Imran Khan, it was Javed Miadad, my captain, my first captain. Because when I was young, I didn't know the batsman, I didn't know big names, only knew the big names. So all these senior players, they knew the weaknesses and the strengths. They're going to come back for 2 here. Not going to settle for 1, not risking it.
It must have been exciting times, that's for sure. That was Imran as a skipper, was he?
Very straightforward, simple, and obviously a hard-working guy. He was one of the leaders as a skipper. He always believed that he, as a captain himself, will work hard. The team will follow, and he did work hard. He told, you know, once he said to me, I'll come back to this after this delivery, after the over. It's an interesting chat with the skipper. Oh, Yorker, nicely played. 65 for 4.
The 29 overs gone, 65 for 4. Ngidi again, sliding leg side. Wazam, let's just continue that chat also about
I
Imran
remember
Khan.
once in Birmingham, I think 87 tour test match, and I was about 19 years old, and I was, in England, in English weather. Once, if you get stiff early on, your body, my whole body, I couldn't walk the next morning. And then I went up to skipper and skip, look, I can't even move. He said, stretch. And I said, how should I improve and increase my pace? He said, if the test match is, say, draw test match, last an hour to go, instead of going inside, you should bowl a spell. If you're tired, bowl a spell for about 5 overs, run in. I said, the reason? The reason was your bowling muscles will get stronger. So if your bowling muscles get stronger, your pace will increase. This is a simple math. The more you bowl, the better you will become. There is no shortcuts to it.
You were also enormously flexible. You spent a lot of time stretching and flexing as best as you possibly could.
In the beginning, maybe I was any other young kid, 17, 18-year-old. But I think with Imran, with Mudassar, with Miadad, and then Lancashire also helped me a lot. I remember when I went to Lancashire first year, 88, I was lost for a month because I had to do everything myself. And I wasn't used to it. Her mom was here, but clothing was washed, and food was ready. Over there, I had to look for food that was the most worrying part for me, where to find food from. But that helped me a lot. The Lancashire team, the boys, the whole culture itself. I joined them in 89. 88 was the first year. In 89, I became the #1 all-rounder in the world at the time. So that was a huge deal. So that's why I tell these youngsters, if you get a chance to play in England, go play in England.
Coming up to an hour now, these two batsmen for Pakistan. Azhar Ali and Fawad Alam.
Yeah, they've done well, both of them. Credit to them. They're fighting it out there for their team.
Oh, not too far away, but safe enough. He thought he was in the game, Ngidi.
I think that was the plan. That's why the fielder was there at leg gully. Middle leg around the wicket. Fawad shuffles across, and it was up in the air for a second. Yes, it was. Let's see how far from the fielder. It was a little far, but that was the plan when skipper was talking to them, I think.
Yeah, when you've got one of the best catchers in your side in that sort of fielding position, Markram, you know that there's some sort of plan on. Solid.
Beautiful day here at National Stadium, and of course enjoying the Tapal tea, our national tea, the brew, and they're chatting. There's nothing up there in the sky, buddy.
Oh, it's not going to be long before we see some drone shots. Yeah, they're looking for the drone, maybe.
Where is Maikopa?
Last ball now, the 30th over. Down the leg side, that Radar's just playing a few tricks for Ngidi. Unfortunately for him, he's not particularly happy right now. 30 gone. 68 for 4 it is. That's the clock that the umpires presumably are working with. What they do before a test match, by the way, is they get the watches synced up to a clock, and generally it's the one on the ground, so everyone knows exactly what the story is. So we've got 1 over to go before drinks, and 1 over to go before these two Pakistan batsmen can get together and just say quite well done, providing they get through this one from Norkia this time. Well, it's a leading edge.
So why Ngidi is not... Why his line is not there? He's struggling with his line, and Ngidi. The reason is when it's reverse swings, if you're aiming at off stump, it means your ball's gonna finish at middle leg. So the idea is if you're aiming at off, and if it's swinging, aim the first slip and then it will finish off. And if you're aiming at off, it's bound to go middle leg. That's what's happening with Ngidi, I think. No spinner as yet.
Yeah, that's because there's a bit of reverse swing around the place. The last 5 overs, there's the degree of reverse swing, 1.3. So the new ball going at 0.7 degrees only. So that's why the seamers are still in, and that's quite considerable.
This reverse swing on this pitch is very difficult to score runs unless you're offline down leg side. But credit to Azhar Ali and Fawad Alam. They're fighting it out there. Partnership is worth 41 now between these two.
Just want to show our viewers quick single. Just one delivery that Rabada bowled, just to give you an idea about this reverse swing we're talking about. Have a look at the dark side of the ball. That's the best way, I think, to if it swings the way of the dark side of the ball. So the dark side of the ball is left, and it's going to go into the batsman. There you go. There's that reverse. So that's quite considerable.
Good sign for fast bowler. The reverse swinging, uneven pitch, opposition 4 for 69. Change of field. Only one slip. Point in front of the umpire, extra cover, no mid off. The third man is slightly finer, like a backward point.
Short ball. Nothing wrong with that. Back to that delivery from Rabada. Now this is down the line. Just have a look at how late it also comes in, that reverse swing. I mean, that's quite excessive, really.
And especially with the angle. He's bowling around the wicket, wide of the crease, and with the angle, the ball's going to come in. But it's swung in the air. So with reverse swing, what happens, bowlers, if you know how to bowl a reverse swing, you get control, and when you get control, it means your rhythm is better as a bowler. You know it's going to come in, this is going to go out.
Oh, wrap on the gloves. That's the other thing they've got to combat here. Unkir has got some serious pace, and that one just lifted a little bit. But these two Pakistan batsmen have done a really good job in the first hour of day 2. Drinks it is, 69 for 4.
In calm waters for Pakistan. Fawad Alam and Azhar Ali. Partnership up to 42. And first hour, no loss of wickets. So Pakistan trailed by 151, but importantly, partnership brewing. And first look at spin. Maharaj for the first time today. Couple of overs yesterday, got that big scalp, Babar Azam, but I think he'll have to settle in for a long ball today because the fast bowlers, well, they tried hard, but wasn't a lot in the pitch today. Daryl Cullen, who was all last night, saying that he's sticking to his story of the side that loses the toss ends up winning the test match. That is going to plan.
If the side that has won the toss decides to bat. But history is another story. There's always something which comes along which can change that. But it's still early days. It's a tough one to call, but all credit here to Pakistan this morning. They've dug in. They've shown resolve, Baz. And that's what they needed. South Africa have stuck to it. Just a bit disappointed that they haven't really built pressure, particularly from both ends. But he has an opportunity. Maharaj is pretty useful at just tying an end up. Right out of the foot marks early on. Big role to play, I agree with you. We don't know yet will Pakistan bat for a long period. That's still to be seen. But either way, he's got a big job to play. I like the idea of him bowling one end and the quicks running in hard from the other end. They can be rotated in short spells. I'm sure we'll see quite a bit of that today. The left hand is looking to sweep Maharaj.
With the right-hander on strike, we've seen the ball not only spin out of the rough but off the actual surface, so there is help. This was yesterday though. And the new ball talked even for the spinner. Azhar straight away down the track using his feet, so proactive. But last night, that big wicket, the ball which trailed back and didn't spin.
Yeah, Babar Azam there, I think just a bit guilty of planting that front foot. Blocks him off. Now he's got to try and get that bat around the pad, which he can't do. Also that new ball, which tends to slide on a bit. But as I mentioned, it's early days. There's a lot of cricket still to be played yet. I think the side that really wants it more than the other one. I think come the end of the day will be the side on top. Don't know so much if it's really about a technical part of it or... Yes, it's going to be tough. From a batting point of view, you're going to take 1 or 2 on the gloves. 1 or 2 are going to beat the bat. And if you can just stay in your bubble and just keep working hard, you need a little bit of luck. You can play long innings here with invariable bounce. You need a bit of luck. And he will play a big role. The way he works with his bowlers, the changes. But on top of it all, they've just got to keep South Africa. They've just got to keep the pressure on Pakistan. Just don't allow them easy runs. Keep chipping away. It's a new day. It brings a different approach, different mindset. That's the beauty of Test cricket.
$71 for 4. A decent start for Maharaj. We have to make sure that he blocks up one end. He's done well so far in his 33 matches.
Leading South African spinners, Paul Adams up there. I think he was the fastest to 100 wickets. At top of the pile, Hugh Tayfield, the late Hugh Tayfield. Once bowled a spell, and I stand under correction, 19 maidens on the trot. And they could very well have been 8 ball overs. And the last century. Now this needs to be double checked. Mazhar may have a look for us. He's right next to us here. Was considered the best spell for that century in Test cricket. This needs to be verified, let's be honest.
I don't think his computer goes back that far.
But I'm quite sure Paul Adams was the fastest for a spinner in Test cricket to 100 wickets. Ended up at 134. The ever steady Paul Harris, and then one of the unsung heroes in terms of spin bowling in South African cricket, Nicky Boyer, won a Test match. I think it was in Bangalore for South Africa against India. Got a 5 and a 90-odd with the bat. Confusion, confusion. Well chased there by the man at forward mid-wicket, short mid-wicket. That's the type of field in South Africa need to follow the very good example Pakistan set yesterday. They've been good in the field, no issues. But that constant hard work, often a way to break us. The batting partnership is a good piece of fielding.
Look, Darryl, you got it wrong. Hugh Tayfield, 17 maiden overs, 8 ball overs. That, I'm told, makes 22. 22 6 ball overs.
Who was he playing against? England. In South Africa?
So I guess England were playing very positively against him.
Look, he, by all accounts, was a very fine spinner. I just think it was a different game in those days. Can you imagine the guys today playing Test cricket like that? They're far more skillful all around the wicket. The shots they play, even in Test cricket, reverse sweeps. That was unseen in even the 80s and the 90s. You'd have been crucified if you got out like that. But today, they're so good at it and they pull it off with ease. Now, just a moment's hesitation here. We've got Quinton de Kock. He seems to be communicating to Nokia, who's at the back of his run-up. Perhaps someone mentioned it yesterday, the side screen.
It's been good from Pakistan. Slight bit of reverse, but solid from Azhar Ali. You just feel, Darryl, that as the balls got softer, that very variable bounce or not happening as quickly as it was before. And today we've seen it's been slightly easier to bat with this semi-old ball, which isn't doing as much. Short ball dealt with, riding the bounce, gets a single. 72 for 4.
Now, I'm sure one of the discussions would have been about running in hard and looking to hit this deck. We saw last night South Africa were up at 139. Now, that's the average speed for all the quicks. Slightly down today. That's a well-taken single. But the idea being that you can kind of, I've heard coaches and quick bowlers talk about it, where pressure's on to get the ball in the right areas and you just tend to get it up there, Baz. Whereas often the approach would be run in, hit that deck hard, make it do something. May not be the case, but I just felt they've held back a little bit today. I'd like to have seen that the average speeds up a little bit. Short, sharp spells. I'm sure that will now become the pattern of play as the day goes on and Pakistan is still batting.
Well, that's the way he does it. He knows how to make runs. A lot of people argue he's quite ungainly, don't like him, the way that he plays, his style of play, but he's very, very effective. I tell you what, he's very effective against spin. He's on the floor, but the execution of the shot is perfect.
Well, there's no comments for style in the score book, is there? It's runs that matter.
You can talk. He was stylish enough.
Well, not always good enough though. I mean, I'd rather get more runs and play like him. I think any batsman would. I think you get to a time in your career where that all goes out the window. Every run in Test cricket and every opportunity, you know, it's a huge challenge wherever you are, and you just become grateful for your runs. So if the cover drive goes through mid-wicket, well, I've got a run there. It's about time, and the longer you can stay in. Very seldom do you get to a point where, okay, I'm comfortable now. This will be a bit of a challenge, this for Maharaj, Baz, because we've got the left arm, the left-hander who's looking to sweep. That's his go-to shot. We've seen Azhar Ali, who's used his feet immediately. So is he looking to get to the pitch of the ball? So finding that length, settling into a good length is going to be hugely important here today. Like that. That's well bowled. 74 for 4.
All the wickets fell yesterday. Partnership is now 47. It's the 4 bowlers used so far.
This could be his last over. Oh, what about giving it your all? Turn up the pace. Now he's got the luxury of perhaps giving Bada another run, Giddy a run from this end. Let's not forget he's got Linda, the left arm spinner. So that's always useful as a captain if you've got those options. We haven't spoken about spin from both ends. It could produce something for South Africa. There's the bowling coach. Oh, he was a legend, Charles Lonneveld. What a character.
But yesterday, when South Africa went out to bowl, they knew that it was only 18 overs, and those guys also knew it was only 18 overs. The intensity obviously will have gone up a notch, because fast bowlers, they like a rest. They know they're okay, 4 overs, I'm done for the day. And once you come out the next day, very seldom do you, well, if you can, but very seldom does that same intensity carry on. Is that a fair point?
Very fair point. Very fair point, Baz. That's a well played cut. That's where he's good. Just the whole setup tells you that he's going to cut well, he's going to pull well. And that is the 50 partnership and the first of the match.
Yeah, square of the wicket, all left-handers. Well, every player sort of likes it short and wide. And we've seen this a couple of times through his innings where he's been able to hit it past point. Third man now just being shifted slightly squarer.
Yeah, I'll go back to the point I made earlier. I think South Africa's chance against him right now is to get it full. Get it full on that off stump. That right foot of his, he leaves it a long way. Still on the leg side. He's got a lot of work to do to cover that foolish ball on off stump, and not only is the outside edge but the inside edge is exposed, even right through that gate. They've maybe just bowled a fraction too short to him and too straight. But I think the point you make was a very good one. I think South Africa on the back of a poor batting performance probably went out there and said, right, we've really got to bowl well, and that word intensity is the right word. maybe just down on it this morning. But look, they haven't bowled badly by any stretch of the imagination. Perhaps we were expecting wickets to tumble this morning. So, yeah, you've got to give credit to Pakistan. They've batted with a lot of determination. That's what they needed this morning. It's interesting because he has that big back and across, brings the right foot over, and then once more. Now, I can't work this out. Baz, is this on the full, or are you allowed to, on the bounce, if it crosses the rope? I mean, I would stop play. That cover's in the way. You've got to get that out. I mean, it's $500. That's a lot of rands, I can tell you.
But it's good for Fawad Alam because it's quite square. He's quite strong at that cut
Absolutely,
shot. So
yes.
he has an opportunity. If you can nail one cut shot, or maybe just slice it a little. Doesn't want to nail it, just get it behind square.
Oh, that was a great angle. I mean, that just summed it up. That is just right down his street. We need to know, is it surely, it's such a small target. If it hits it anyhow, shoot, the guy deserves.
Well, it says just hit the board, so we're presuming that hit the board anyhow. Maybe if the fielder throws it towards it, maybe not, but the batsman has to hit the board.
That circle where the $500 is, so it's hit, hit and win, as you say. Service ties, you've got to hit the whole board, so it's on. I think it's definitely on. Remember the days when you had to hit a car? It's been a lot easier. 35th gone, 78 for 4.
First 50 partnership of the match, and Fawad Alam and Azhar Ali doing it well. Pakistan definitely needed a partnership, but today they've been pretty solid.
For South Africa as well, I think one of the key words would have been patience this morning. Let's not forget that. I think they have been. I always remember Sean Pollock saying that coming to the subcontinent, you've got to be patient as a bowler. That's his shot. That is his go-to shot. He's capitalized on something a bit short and wide. And the way he sets up, and I'll say it again, it just opens it up beautifully for him. That square cut.
This is what he does so well against spin, especially. He's able to maneuver the ball into the gaps, and especially because he uses the depth of the crease. Left arm or off spinner is always looking to hit square. That's the length. That's the length. You want to make him come forward. It beats the outside edge because it's aimed at the rough. So you're always guessing if the ball's going to spin sharply or not, but the length is key. And good players of spin pick up length so quickly, so Maharaj has to be spot on with the length. This one was perfect because he's coming forward and he's not quite there, but just as he drops slightly shorter than that, Fawad Alam will be on the back foot. Gets outside the line with the sweep shot.
Fawad Alam is not going to allow Maharaj to settle down. If it's full enough, he's going to sweep it. We've seen him go back and look to play square, so there's an opportunity here. Mora just needs to be consistent, keep working away at those good lines and lanes. Just go back to that point Sean Pollock made. He said, you come here, you've got to be prepared to bowl longer overs, be patient. The wickets will probably come more towards the end. You've got to build it up. I'm sure South Africa will have those thoughts in mind because they're good ones.
Yeah, full pitch and turn into the leg side, and that'll race away. Yes, it does. Zarali making sure he picked the gap, and what a nice comfortable boundary. 88 for 4. Looks like spin from both ends. First look at Linda. Tall left armour. Four wickets. It's the second match. So this should be an interesting passage of play. He's going to bowl to Fawad Alam and Azhar Ali, pretty accomplished in the way that they play spin. So a challenge straight away.
George Linder, his second test match. He has one behind him, that was in Ranchi in India. Big moment for him, as it would be, I guess, for anybody playing your second test match, or every test match is a big moment. Now, a taller man, let's look for not only the turn, but some bounce.
Well, you need to find his length straight away, because right now Pakistan are probably looking to just make the spinners and in between get a boundary. This is probably their comfort zone now with two spinners on.
Yes, an interesting move, spin from both ends. Surprising 2 point, because he does have the luxury of three quick bowlers, but deciding, yeah, why not give Linda a run. He bowled 31 wickets in that first test match. Bowled 31 overs in that first test match against India. 4 for 130 odd, so he's shown that he can put in a good spell and pick up some wickets. Been a consistent performer at first class level now for a few years, so he's deserved his inclusion here.
Huge appeal. They think pad first. Inquiry. I'm asking. No, maybe not. Yes.
TV umpire to director, we have a player review for LBW. The on-field decision is not out. It's a fair delivery. Let's start with front on spin again, please. It's nice and slow. Roll back now, roll forward, please. The ball is close to the bat and pad as well. Can I confirm with the outrights, please? Yes, keep rolling, keep rolling, keep rolling. Roll back now, roll back. Now roll forward. Roll forward. Roll back one more frame. One frame roll back. Now roll forward. I can see the ball next to the bat and pad at the same time. So it's not conclusive that it's hitting the bat or pad, which one the first. So I'm going with the on-field umpire. So go back to on-field umpire, Asan. You stay with your original decision. Hit bat first. Stay with your original decision.
Another review lost. It's bat first. And very close, but South Africans still think that it was bat first, but no conclusive evidence of that. I thought it was just bat.
Well, surely these reviews, they can't be a guessing game. They're there when it's obviously out, you review it, and you get the decision in your favour. But his first reaction was it pad first? So he's right there. Okay, he's unsighted. The bowler would have the second best view, or the best view. And you didn't see Linda pretty confident about it. A touch and go. In the end, the benefit of the doubt going to the batsman, and rightly so.
You're happy with the review system that de Kock has as captain?
No, I've seen him get few right. Yeah, but the point is, I mean, his first reaction was, well, what is that? You've got to be sure about it. You've got to use it for what it was intended to, not try to get a wicket out of it. Encouraging start this from Linda. He's found his line and length immediately. I like him. I think he's a solid performer. As I mentioned earlier, he's been a consistent performer in first-class cricket, and that's what you want to see. And he's no youngster. He's plied his trade in first-class cricket for a good few years. So I think he comes into this test match fairly confident, mature head on his shoulders. And it does offer something different, being taller. But action in that over, 89 for 4.
So 37 overs gone, 90 for 4 it is. Really good work from Azhar Ali and Fawad Alam. 29 and 35 respectively, 90 minutes more importantly on day 2. With not too many alarms, pardon the pun. Maharaj. I think that last review was not great from Quinton de Kock, I'm afraid, and South Africa used to have a really good system which Quinton de Kock was involved in, but the catalyst of the whole DRS was the captain Faf du Plessis, who shouldn't have been fielding it mid-off in these sort of situations at the moment, so he's not really involved in discussions. So we've seen certainly one poor one earlier today, even though the third umpire had to have a close look at it. I think he couldn't give it out, was the bottom line.
Mini fight back by Fawad and Azhar Ali. Partnership is worth now 64 between these two. 91 for 4 now. So this will give him some confidence to the batters who are sitting inside the dressing room. Rizwan, Fahim, Ashraf. Looking good, both of them. Bit positive, trying to rotate the strike every time. That's how you create pressure on the opposition if you're a batting side.
I think for our viewers, if you just have a look at this view that we're going to see now, that one. If you look down at the pitch as Maharaj delivers the ball and you see the scarring. Now, let's not forget we're only 90 minutes into day 2. The scarring on the surface, it certainly looks a lot older than that.
I think for some odd reason, the way Fawad and Azhar Ali batted today, looking a little easier now the pitch. Maybe the partnership is happening. So the first session, like you were mentioning, Mike, a little while ago, was crucial. And they passed that test, Fawad and Azhar Ali, so far. Plenty to go still.
And passed it without too many scares. Hardly any scares, really, if you think about it. So confident work from these two. And the more time you spend in the middle, you know, it's like Wazim, the more time you spend in the middle, the more comfortable you feel against anyone. .91 for 4. .64 is the partnership, patient partnership, but solid. So the initial goal at the start of play today would have been no doubt the lunch interval. And if they get to lunch without losing another wicket, that'll be a superb performance after what happened last night. Linda again.
Oh! The best delivery, well kept by the skipper behind the stumps. I haven't seen this pitch, if a left-arm spinner bowling, turning from the middle. If anything, it's turning from an off stump and then going away from the right-hander.
And we have to understand as well that you've got a couple of left-arm orthodox spinners, finger spinners, who are not going to be able to rip the ball excessively. Normally, it's the wrist spinners like Yasir Shah who can do that out of some of the rougher areas. That's turned a bit. So if you do happen to see a finger spinner do that, then you do know that this track is going to offer quite a bit of incentive as we go through the next couple of days.
It stopped as well. Short leg and slip for Azhar Ali. He's really fighting it out there in a 30 of 98 with Fawad. Short and wide straight to the fielder. Unfortunate for Azhar Ali. 91 for 4.
That's a ball to finish the over. 39 overs gone, 91 for 4. Plenty of blue sky. I'm sure the viewers watching this telecast, this broadcast, having a wonderful time. Pakistan viewers will be elated with what's happening at the moment. Not so much the South Africans. South Africans have been with us last night when those wickets were tumbling. They would have been enjoying watching that. But this has been some hard graft. The seamers couldn't make a breakthrough, and now the spinners have got a job to do before the lunch break.
It's one of those wickets where as a batsman you never set. You got to work hard every time you face a ball. There's no easy pickings. Oh, didn't carry. It was a quicker delivery. Did it carry?
Well, I'm not sure it did. Dean Elgar is the man at first slip, chasing that delivery as well, but it went sharply to him at first slip. The reaction from Maharaj looked interesting. He looks very disappointed. Did it carry? Have a look and see if it found it to the hands. Oh, hit him on the boot. Hit him on the boot. He was up, didn't get down. That's why the reaction was there.
It was a difficult one though. It was really low and quick. It was a quicker delivery from Maharaj. Another good delivery. This is the right line outside off stump. Hit the rough against the left-hander. We got two fielders, two fielders, short leg and slip for this particular line and length.
It was a sharp catch, but gee, he was in no position really. Up too high. He's a hard-working slip fielder too, Dean Elgar. He's not one of those guys who's a natural slip fielder.
It's difficult to field in slip cordon, especially on pitches like this where everything is low, especially against the fast bowlers, because the slip fielder you try to stand just a couple of yards up, and suddenly the quick bowler comes and nicks it and you don't even know it passes you.
Next to see the reaction from Dean Elgar in the first slip position, how disappointed he is. Anyway, that's what happens in this game of cricket. Let's look at the deliveries, the areas that he's been bowling. Again in that area as well, so that's good control from Maharaj. 93 for 4. It was an over where Maharaj thought that he might have picked up one. Would have been a big wicket just before the lunch break too. Linder it is.
Yesterday, Pakistan made a couple of mistakes as far as the fielding concerned, especially against the set batsmen. You see there, South Africans, mid-on is up, mid-off is up, opposition is 93 for 4. Low slog sweep against the spin. The balls probably will race away to the boundary. Boundary for Azhar Ali. So coming back to my point, that Pakistan yesterday, when any batsman came in, there was one fielder was back, either mid-on or mid-off, for some odd reason.
It's a really good solid shot. Smothered it beautifully. Again, this outfield is so quick.
It was a positive shot, a little bit of risk in there because I think Azhar Ali realized the full delivery, hence he went towards square leg.
Markram has moved to a silly pointer, and a very silly point, if I must say so. Have a look at that. He's an extremely good catcher, Markram. Took a couple of blinders when he first came into the South African side at a short leg position. At that stage I was wondering how he's going to feel about 10 or 12 years under a helmet in the field. Keeping a little bit low.
He's got to be careful, play that shot. Azhar Ali is well set, he's really looking good, in control. But as a batsman, you assess the wicket, you realize, okay, this is the shot I'm going to play, and these are the shots I'm going to try not to play, obviously, avoid. And the previous ball was to avoid that shot.
That is beautifully bowled. get a fielder on the batsman's eye line, and suddenly some strange things can happen. 98 for 4. Shaheen Afridi was the last man dismissed, bowled by Nortje last night as a night watchman. Since then, the stand is now worth 71, so it's been solid, except for the one chance in this last over for Maharaj. A quick edge, a fast edge to De Nelger at first slip. This will be a nice angle. You'll see that he was up. And that's how low it went, and actually beat his hands and hit him on the boot.
Good bowling by Maharaj. With the angle, the ball is drifting in, and then it's turning away from the right-hander. Mini fight back by the Pakistanis in this test match. Azharali is on 35. Fawad is looking good on 37. They're looking in control, so that's a good sign.
I will just add that had De Nelger taken that catch, it would have been an extremely good catch, but it's got to go down as a chance. And he will know that as well. Nice work from Maharaj. I don't think any deliveries from the spinners are going to be bouncing over the stump, Wasim.
I doubt that.
Linda tidies up, does well, just the single. Again, terrific accuracy from Maharaj. 99 for 4. Just about 10 minutes to go now before lunch on day 2. The battle resumes with Maharaj, correction, Linda, and also Markram at that silly point position. Three figures on the board now for Pakistan.
Bit of relief for Pakistanis in the dressing room. The coach 100 up for 4 wickets down. Partnership is growing up, worth 73. Fawad Alam is looking solid. They were 27-4, remember, yesterday.
Yeah, and it's been a really good performance so far today. But bear in mind that South Africa got to the 220 mark. So a bit of context. They bat nice and deep to Pakistan as well. I've seen a couple of deliveries misbehave, particularly from Rabada, one very early in the day, kept just about rolled actually very early in the day. Another one just bounced and wrapped on the glove. Since then it's just been a little bit of action with that chance to De Nelger, sharp chance. It's been all about solidifying things for Pakistan from these two guys. That's beautifully bowled. So a single off the last to round off the over. 2 runs from that. 101 for 4. I suggest there'll be 2 overs before the break. A couple of spinners in operation. They are pretty tight spinners, both left arm orthodox, so it doesn't take them long to whiz through an over. I'm disappointed with that Maharaj. He was just starting to build up a nice little routine.
He's not looking very happy, is he? I don't blame him. The fielder at mid-on was there for a reason. The reason was to save a single. Good running between the wicket between Fawad and Azhar Ali. I must say, they're looking good, both of them. They really fought hard today. Almost 2 hours, they're still in. So that shows the determination.
Oh, it's a ricochet into the helmet. Don't expect that as a batsman on the non-striker's end. Faf du Plessis. I heard Faf du Plessis in the background just saying, just go through the concussion protocol, please, William Dar. Character Faf du Plessis.
Well, Maharaj, good pace as well, between 84 to 90 kilometers an hour. And he's bowling just at the right areas, against the right-hander, against the left-hander. Beautiful action, very simple action. No ball.
Lovely flight. He's really found himself some nice rhythm.
He's getting this turn because his pivot is with his shoulder, and obviously with his action the ball drifts in and then it turns away from the right-hander. That's why he's so difficult to face. Slowest of the lot, just over 80 kilometers an hour. And that's the way, subtle variation he has been trying, Maharaj. He's only conceded 19 runs. He's into his 9th over.
It's something that a lot of spinners, the best spinners, concentrate a lot on, the speed through the air. And he, in particular, is very precise about that. Spends a great deal of time studying other bowlers as well. A little bit quicker that time. To finish the over, 44 gone, 104 for 4. So we've got 1 over to go as we quickly have a look at the South African bowlers today. 2 for 20, 2 for 8 it was last night for Rabada. Tried hard again this morning, got some reverse going as well. Nortje charged in 1 for 40, had more pace today than he had yesterday and bowled nicely. And Ngidi struggled a bit with his rhythm, but he was okay. Maharaj and Linda have been good. Maharaj has been the pick of the spinners. But Linda certainly has pulled his weight, that's for sure.
Yeah, he's doing his job, Linda. Yes, the idea attack from the one end and contain from the other end. Slip and silly mid-off.
I think that would have been, you and I on air, I think that would have been the call at one stage, to get the spinners at one end and rotate the quicks for short spells. But then suddenly a bit of reverse swing came into the game, which enforced a longer spell.
But again, that's where I think the young captain, inexperienced captain, that's where I think they made a tactical mistake there. Okay, doesn't matter if it's reversing. One end fast bowlers, tell them I'm going to give you 3 to 4 overs tops, run in. I want 140k from you every ball, 3 overs, and then rotate them. And spinner from the other end, you got 2 good spinners, bowl them from one end, and fast bowlers. Now spinners from either end, both batsmen are set and they're enjoying. They're not in trouble. They were more in trouble against the fast bowlers than the spinners. 77 this partnership is worked between these two.
Yeah, and Rabada's the king of that reverse, but his spell was a little bit longer today, I think, than what was initially anticipated.
So important, especially for a captain who's a batsman, to understand the bowler psyche. Sometimes you give bowler an extra over in his spell, he might not be able to bowl for the whole day. So you have to be very careful with your fast bowlers.
He bowled a 6-over spell this morning, was he? Conceding he runs and got that reverse going, which probably gave him an extra over, maybe even 2, who knows, but I think the original plan was a short burst after last night. But he's young and he's fit, he's strong, and he hasn't played for a while, so he'll be raring to go, I'm sure, after the lunch break. 104 for 4 it is now. We'll have to wait and see whether it is going to be lunch or not. Looks like it is going to be called lunch. Lunch is always called when the umpire at the other end gets to the stumps. If he doesn't get there in time, then that's when they call lunch, and that's what happened now. So there it is. What a really good performance by Pakistan. They can be extremely pleased with that. Losing 4 last night in no time. Certainly some variable bounce around the place. One ball also that didn't spin, which got rid of Babar Azam. But this morning, really good work from Azhar Ali and also Fawad Alam. As I said earlier, no real alarms. And session summary, 27 overs, 71 runs. Just a little chance was put down, but the run rate is okay at this stage. It was all about not losing any wickets as far as Pakistan are concerned, and that is exactly what they've done. Africa winning the toss and were delighted to bat first, but they were 108 for 2. They lost their last 8 wickets for not too many. Ending up with 220 runs it was, with Ilga the only man getting past the 50 mark. Yasir Shah picking up 3. He was the chief wicket taker. Noman was the more impressive bowler, I think, with his 2 for 38 off 17. And Pakistan 104 for 4. And a couple of guys doing a sterling job right now as they trail by 116 runs. Okay, lunch it is here on day 2 in Karachi. We'll be back in about 35 minutes' time.
On today in the morning session through Azhar Ali and Fawad Alam. And the best part was that Pakistan have not lost any wicket in the first session of play on day 2. That's South Africa's effort, and they were very disciplined, but would have loved to get a breakthrough for day 2. That's where the match stands then. South Africa winning the toss, electing to bat, making 220. Still, of course, Pakistan trail by more than 100 runs. They're 104 for 4 at lunch on day 2. We'll take a very
That's cricket so far alongside me. Buzz Khan. Buzz, what are your thoughts?
The partnership of 77 and Fawad Alam. Well, he's played cricket for so long. Wonderful first-class cricketer, brilliant first-class cricketer, and he knows how to make runs. And National Stadium, Karachi, one of his favourite grounds. His first Test match on his favourite home ground. Azhar Ali, well, he's been there, done that. Experienced cricketer. And with spinners on, that's probably their comfort zone. And the stats suggest, and also the day's play suggests, that the pitch is quieted down slightly.
We saw a ball, I think it was the first or second over, that was bowled by Rabada earlier today, that rolled. Soon after that we saw one that flew and wrapped the batsman on the glove. So we thought at that stage, well, hang on, here we go, this is going to be quite interesting. But since then we haven't seen anything really misbehave. There's still, of course, a lot of cricket left in the day's play. And the finger spin of the two South Africans will not get the sort of spin that Yasir Shah was getting out of the foot marks. So just a couple of things to think about, but we will see reverse. 45 overs old now, this ball. It's about the stage you'll see the South Africans starting to work quite a lot on this ball again to make sure it gets into that pristine reverse swing state. Nokia limbering up. Maharaj bang on that target again.
Yeah, length has to be key. And with the way that Fawad Alam plays the spinners, is either right forward or right back. So that's about the perfect length that Maharaj has to consistently bowl. You have to be patient as well, but one thing that Fawad Alam will do, if he's slightly short off that length, he'll be able to maneuver the ball to get off strike.
Got some foot marks to bowl into. Maharaj, it looks more like a day 3.5 pitch right now, maybe even later with his foot marks that he's got. There they are, follow throughs from yesterday and also today from the big size 13s. That's where the batsman is. So it is that foot mark that's closest to us is the one that he's trying to hit, and he's doing it quite consistently. There we go. Kept a little bit low, so that's what's going to happen. That kept low because it hit just the edge of that foot mark on the downside, so it kept low. If it hits a rougher area in the middle or on the upside of that foot mark, it's going to maybe bounce a little bit more.
It's been a good start. He's not allowed Fawad to get off strike. He's not allowed him to turn the ball to leg either. He needs to be consistent enough over after over to build that pressure.
It is a very good start for Maharaj. 104 for 4. So the spin twins are going to continue. They bowled in tandem a lot before the lunch break. I guess around about 45 minutes they were working together. Quick single. Both out of the blocks very quickly indeed. They don't need to take any risks, but that was fine.
Yeah, important not to be stuck at one end against a particular bowler. Azhar Ali knows that. Fawad Alam will also make sure that he gets a run. In Pakistan, you can also watch it on YouTube live streaming.
Beautiful ball by George Linder. Yeah, that youtube.com/Pakistan Cricket Official is getting a lot of work, that live stream. So please check in there and watch the game. I know that we're watching a batsman who's very different, and that to me is great. You know, it's an unorthodox technique. Many people have commented about it. I just have one question about it. I'd like to know how he actually got to do that. What happened to get this sort of stance going, because at the end his position's all pretty good, as everyone has mentioned. But the mindset to actually do that, I have no problem with it, and I'm one that really encourages cricketers who are a little bit different in their technique, particularly bowlers as well. George Linder is also a little bit different in his action. It's not the standard action. That batting technique is something that certainly works for Fawad Alam. Got any clues, Baz? Do you know how it started?
Well, when he started, he wasn't as open as he is now. I think last 3 years or 4 years that he's developed this particular stance. I don't know why he's done it, but it works. It's something to do with his head being still. 105 for 4.
Back to that conversation about the stance. I think you said the magic phrase there. It works for him. It works, and that's the bottom line. Not suggesting the guys go to the nets or with their coach and try and develop all sorts of strange techniques, because we don't want to see that. You want to stay, I guess, fairly basic with your technique. But if you've got something, a little kink in your technique that's a little different, then that's fine. There have been many bowlers over the years. Look at Malinga, Magenta Mendes. Who else can we name there? Bowlers who have been a little bit different. Actually watch Shaheen Afridi. He's just a little bit different with his delivery and his release. Just the last minute, there's some excessive wrist work. That's well controlled, certainly off the stumps, but good connection for a couple.
A couple of runs for Azhar Ali. He doesn't normally use that sweep shot a lot, but that occasion he knows the opportunity to get off strike or get runs. You need a couple of shots where you can get off strike against spin.
Think about a couple of South African bowlers who are a little bit different. Paul Adams, for one, who was unique with his action. Mike Proctor.
Sohail Tanveer.
Yes, absolutely. I suppose you can go back to someone like a Jeff Thompson. He was different.
Colin Croft in that list or not?
Yeah, Crofty's there, certainly. That was something that worked for him. to Bray Shamsi. Who we thought was going to play in this test. 109 for 4, 48 overs gone. So the chat from the Pakistan change room would have been really simple. You guys have just done an outstanding job in the first couple of hours. However, your job is still to be done. You've banked those runs. You now got to just make sure you go big. You're both in, and that's the important thing about Test cricket, and in particular when you're playing in these sort of conditions, is it's difficult to start.
And also when the ball has got softer, it's slightly easier to bat against. The faster men with that proud new seam or the harder ball got a lot more out of the pitch in terms of variable bounce, the ball keeping low or jumping up. As the ball gets softer, you're looking for reverse really. Otherwise, especially today, we've not seen as much of those misbehavior from the pitch as we did yesterday in that short 18-over session.
Rabada now. He's the one that got the variable bounce last night and also again this morning. 6'4", delivers some more high action.
Yeah, it's back of a length where he hits the pitch hard. Yesterday with that new ball, especially with that short session where he was really steaming in. A couple of wickets that he got, one sort of skidded through and one hit the glove, went to short leg or short sort of a gully. But today obviously it was an older ball, maybe effect on the pitch with the roller. It just seems as if it's quietened down the pitch. It's not had that variation in bounce.
Probably made him a little bit taller than he was. He's probably not 6'4", but he's not far shy of that. He's probably around about 6'2.5", somewhere around there. And Geedy's about 6'4". But it's interesting to watch the work the fielders, South African fielders, are doing on the ball. Ball before reversed a little bit. Now, the situation, of course, these days is you can't use saliva. So you'll see they've got a bit of a pretty set routine. It gets to Dean Elgar. He's the main shiner. There he is, number 64. Oh, he wants to get a bit of a shave, I think, for that ball.
Normally it goes to the player who doesn't sweat as much. But nowadays, because there's no saliva, I think that also needs to be looked at.
You'll find that when it goes to Faf du Plessis at first slip, here after Quinton Cock takes the ball, Faf will do nothing with it really. He'll just catch it and throw it on, and it won't be polished until it gets to Elgar. Just a little bit of tailing away, and that example from Rabada.
Lots of concentration on that ball because they need it to go off the straight. At the moment, nothing really happening in terms of the spinners or the faster men getting something out of the pitch.
And not a great deal of reverse either at this stage. Nothing really to talk about. Perhaps there. When you do see these replays of the ball reversing, it'll be the shiny ball or the dark side of the ball that you've got to look at, and if the ball is moving towards that side. So as the ball travels down towards the batsman, if the dark side of the ball or the shiny side of the ball, the darker one's the easiest to select. If that's on the batsman side, it means it's an in-swinger, and that one's gone away. So there's a couple of good examples there actually from Rabada for a bit of reverse. One in, one away. 110 for 4. 110 for 4. Both in the 40s. Also, you can follow this game on Twitter at the real PCB. Oh, that hasn't turned. That's one of the dangers also. There's rough out there, but sometimes with finger spinners they don't turn.
Natural variation. He's aiming for the rough. He's aiming for that, and once that ball sort of goes straight through, you're always guessing.
I think we can guarantee that it's not going to bounce over the stumps, Baz. If anyone gets wrapped on the pads, saw that last night, I guess, with the main batsman, the artist, as I call him, Babar Azam. Beautifully bowled.
Yeah, just the correct length, and this time tossed up slightly, so never really arrived. But Maharaj, especially, he's been very consistent with his length.
He's got himself nicely plugged in here, Maharaj. It's a top edge, but it's gone nice and fine, and this outfield is so quick. That's 4.
Just straying outside the off stump. Well, it is a top edge, but doesn't really take that. You need luck when you're batting for so long. But the intent was to back cut that, and his fast hands meant that the top edge would roll away.
Interesting over that one. 50 overs up now, 115 for 4.
About around the wicket, and try to get the ball, maybe just angle back in or straighten to get that slip into play. He's got fielders on the leg side with this old ball. Yesterday, the first day, especially when South Africa bowled with that new ball, there was a lot more variation of bounce. And day 1 in the red, day 2 in the blue, so the variation exaggerated on day 1, and it just seems as if day 2 it's slightly slower and it's slightly better in terms of the disparity in the bounce. That's one factor. The other factor is that first day we got 14 wickets, pitch report done by Wasim Akram. Second day, Mike Hazeman goes on the pitch and nothing happens. What's all that about?
Yet.
So we're still counting.
Yes.
Let's see.
Still time.
So you've got till what, 5:30?
Yes.
And then that's it.
Yeah, then we scrap that one. Yeah. You'll never see it again. That is really good bowling from Rabada. He's got those two guys leg side. One square, Faf du Plessis, I think it is. No, it's not, it's Markram. Square, or just behind square on the leg side. 6 overs this morning for Rabada. He's got a good engine. And he's got those 2 guys on the leg side for a reason. He's been looking to be patient. He'll be holding that line outside the line of off stump for a bit. He'll bowl a couple that'll be tailing away. It'll take an over or 2 to work up with this plan, and then he'll be looking to hone in at the body. And he is a wonderful exponent, if he does get it right, of reversing, getting it nice and full back in towards him. Noga just advising Quinton de Kock to bring that man in a deep forward square leg in, saying he's not going to carry out there. $115 for 4. Rizwan, Fahim and Yashir Shah, who has a Test 100 to his name. The 3 guys to come next, so South Africa will be only too aware that they've got some resistance to come after these guys as well, hence the need to break this partnership, which is now worth 88. A bit of a discussion going on at the moment between Quinton de Kock and Rabada. I'd imagine the spells are going to be fairly short from the quicker bowlers. Gotcha. I think Rabada's pretty keen just to keep going for a bit. It's the old adage, when there's a partnership building, you've got to make sure your #1 strike bowler is the one that gets back into the business. That's clever. That's beautifully played.
Nicely done, couple of runs. Always the option with the left arm of bowling to play that paddle sweep. Just using the pace. This guy's now so adept at playing all kinds of sweep shots. Azhar Ali, he's comfortable playing that paddle sweep more than the normal hard sweep towards square leg. $117 for 4.
Let's look at the work that Rabada has done versus various countries. Let's just hone in straight away at Pakistan. 4 games, 19 wickets, an average of just under 18. That's quite extraordinary. It's his best against the countries not excluded or not including Bangladesh, getting 15 at 12 there. How's he going against Australia? 38 at 20, that's really good. England, 52, a little bit more expensive. Long conversation, by the way, between Quinton de Kock and Rabada at the end of that over.
I'm guessing it's about the length. Does he go full or does he actually test forward out with the bouncer as well? So yes, reverse swing, but the build up towards that process.
That'll teach you, Quinny, he says, for giving me advice. Fire one down the leg side and get that bruised hand.
Yeah, the plan to angle the ball back in probably was given by the captain, so given back to you.
Temba Bavuma has moved into a, I guess you could correctly describe him as a short point.
As you talked about the batting to come, and Pakistan in this test match especially bat really deep. We talked about Yasir Shah getting 100. So you've got Rizwan, who's batting really well in test match cricket. Fahim Ashraf's done well. Yasir Shah's got 100. But Hassan Ali, a month ago, got 100 in the first class tournament final. Noman Ali averages 20 in first class cricket. So batting at number 11, and if you can average 20 for a considerable amount of 4-day games, that is a very, very long batting lineup. So even though the Pakistan have lost 4 wickets, there's still a lot to come, and if they can keep building on this, yesterday we were going back and thinking, well, Pakistan will fold, but just looking at that card, South Africa do have their work cut out.
Quite right, and that's because of this. What these two guys have done with this partnership now of 91. Azhar Ali on 48. This resistance that they've showed has turned this game into a different game from what we perhaps expected first up today. Very superb from Rabada. Reverse. But nicely controlled as well from Azhar Ali.
But I do like this from Quinton de Kock and Rabada. There's been a constant tinkering with the field, trying to find the right plan with this old ball. And just keeps batsman also guessing. And it's not been sort of the same stuff over and over again. Now Rabada's over the wicket.
It's the first time he's bowled over the wicket for a long time to Fawad Alam. Might have been part of that conversation that Quinton de Kock was having with him, actually. Have a go over. He's had amazing success, actually, with reverse swing to guys, to left-handers from around the wicket. Rabada. Khawaja, I remember in Australia, was quite extraordinary. That's nicely bowled. Doesn't quite get the angle that he gets from around the wicket. 119 for 4.
This is a great fight back. And Pakistan increasingly looking like they're quite settled in home conditions. That's the advantage that you get when you know the surface, when you know the environment, the conditions. 54. Azhar Ali really has been top quality innings under pressure. His temperament was tested. He gets a standing ovation from the gallery. Players like him. He's a fighter, he's a team player. And it shows in the workload. Always delivers when it matters. 84 test matches, over 6,000 runs for Azhar Ali, and his last few tests have been outstanding. In the last 5 tests, he's averaging nearly 70, and so making good use of his form and going into top gear today when Pakistan needed him the most. Hi, Daryl.
Good afternoon, Ramiz. So, yes, a good fight back from Pakistan. Still a way to go, though. Every run is precious here, and every partnership is good. This one has gone along nicely. Just feel, though, South Africa just keep working. They just haven't got much going right now for them, but a bit of reverse. They can keep working on that ball and expect that to just become more and more. But you've got nothing much to offer. Plan B is just to get maidens in, I guess. Keep that pressure going from both sides, and just sense at the moment they may just be teetering a bit. They really will need their captain, their frontline bowlers, to just keep reminding them about getting those overs in, keep working the areas.
What Azhar has done so well against left-arm spin, he's played the straighter line extremely well. He's not been hit on the pad. His first line of defense is his willer, his cricket bat, not bat and pad. So he's picking up the line early. Oh, gone! Caught behind! Timely blow, what a blow! Looking to cut the ball, a little bit of extra zip and bounce, maybe a little bit of crampedness when he's trying to play that shot. Cramped for space and gone. Azhar Ali after doing wonderfully well. And a commentator's curse for sure.
I think you're right there, Ramiz. It was probably a bit too full to look to play that shot, but very well taken by Quinton de Kock. So Maharaj, he's a real toiler, and he's got some reward here. Well bowled. So good innings comes to an end. Azhar Ali gone for 51. Pakistan 121 for 5.
Timely breakthrough for South Africa. This partnership was looking seriously good for Pakistan. Partnership between Fawad and Azhar Ali. Azhar Ali removed. Mohammad Rizwan is in. Like Azhar, he's a team player and a fighter. Average of almost 40. Keeper these days are good all-round cricketers. And he's clearly amongst the best going in the circuit. 12 matches. And almost 600 runs now for Mohammad Rizwan. His best of 95 was there. Saw it against Australia, I think. It's, at Brisbane, played beautifully.
It's a good average for a, would you describe him as a keeper batsman or batsman keeper?
It'd be, yeah, it's a difficult one, but he's an excellent keeper. And so you'd want to have a safe pair of hands behind the stumps in Test cricket, and he's exactly that for Pakistan. And so this is an added bonus, his batting.
So a little door here is open for South Africa. They need to capitalise on it. Alam has been in for a while. Rizwan, the new batsman, as we know, so it'd be good for him to get on strike if you're a South African supporter. Now, Romy, as you mentioned, perhaps a bit too tight there. The length and trying to make a bit of room for himself. They're never easy for a keeper. That little edge, but well watched by de Kock. Does it meet the middle of the gloves? Yes.
I think he probably picked the most difficult shot to execute on a track like this, cutting the ball when the pitch is offering variation is a difficult gig. I think he got a little bit surprised by that extra bit of lift, and clearly was cramped. Those elbows, those hands didn't really stretch out. And the balance was on the back foot as well. He was falling backwards when he was executing the cut shot, thereby signaling or telling us that he was cramped. This is going to be an important spell from Rabada. 2 for 23. He's generally been in business. He's got a game plan as well. So they're looking to now dominate the batsman by having a very strong slip cordon. Rizwan is on strike. What a beauty that is.
He's a test for any batsman in the world, particularly when you've got to the crease. He's shown such good control right from the start of his career. I often think of him and Alan Donald and where they are each particular stage of their careers, and I'd put Kagiso slightly ahead of Alan right now. But will he end up with Alan's record and the way he bowled throughout his career? It's quite rare, and mostly when quicks come in as youngsters, thoughts of a run, they tend to lack that control, but not in the case of Rabada. He found it immediately. Good seam, good pace, and he's a smart thinker the way he goes about his job. And South Africa are definitely a better side when he's playing. He essentially leads the attack now at 25. That's what they've done well. Look at that run rate, it's still just over 2. You've always got a chance, Rummies, when you're restricting that scoring. 124 for 4 is looking good. Just a wicket falls, and 122 for 5 looks a whole lot differently.
I guess the biggest challenge for a South African fast bowler to do well on a surface like this is to be mentally very strong, because you're not going to get a lot of stuff out of the surface. So you're running in and it's like you're hitting your head against the wall, because you're not going to get a lot of response, yet you're a willing worker. I guess you learn a great deal about yourself by bowling on such pitches. And he's shown great mentality here, Rabada. 123 for 5.
Well, it is a great test of your bowling, particularly as a quick bowler, seam bowler. You may not be conventional swing on offer too often, and you can't really call yourself a complete fast bowler if you haven't toured here a good couple of times and done well.
Always good to have a bowling boss amongst yourself. They were without Rabada in that series against Sri Lanka, and at times look just a little bit lost in their style and execution. It's down the leg side. I think it probably got an inside edge. That's a good second run taken by Fawad. He had to rush to the danger end. I think the greatest challenge for a batsman is playing the ball out of the rough from a spinner, because you're looking for degrees of spin that's going to come back and hit the stumps, and certainly one stays the course, and so you've got to make allowance for that straighter line as well. Not an easy gig for you, and so you've got to be precise with what you want to do. And these days, Daryl, I mean, you hardly see a batsman padding up to that line, because they're so used to feeling the ball on the bat that you drag them playing to deliveries that they're not supposed to.
Yes, for sure. I can recall one of the great performances. It was Maruthran to Brian Lara, and Lara got 100, and his first line of defence was his pad. He played it on length. When it was that sort of length that could bounce, he just got the pad in the way and took the bat out the way. And when full enough, he looked to sweep. It was an absolute masterclass. 126 for 5. And we know how Maruthran could turn it. But it was a real study in the other sort of player that I saw in my time was Azruddin. Just absolutely marveled at his ability. He'd come down the wicket and wasn't there, but the pad in the way. Never seen that before. Never seen that before. Makes sense. Well, I'm not there. I'll get the pad in the way. You've got to be sure about the length. You don't want to look. You don't want to be missing it when it's that type of length and you're out of your crease.
It's been good fight back by Pakistan today. They were precariously placed at 30-odd for 4. But this is why Test cricket is so watchable. You can have a bad run at it for a session or so, and then you can make a comeback as well. So they're different shades in different sessions, and it tests you out completely, Test cricket. Oh, another beautiful delivery. I mean, to get that kind of late movement with a perfect length, all he needed was an edge, feather edge, and Rizwan feeling the heat. It's moving with the shine. I think that it's reversing the ball, so that's good bowling, line bowling. I wouldn't be too bothered with that outswinging angle of Rabada. I think his go-to ball, his wicket-taking ball has got to be that straighter line. So Rizwan has got to be aware of the fact what he's trying to do here. A couple of outswingers and then he'll hone in on that middle stump line. Leg before bowled out is his go-to guide here.
I think that's what he's trying to do, is just show him the outswinger and then set him up for the one that comes back. That is the wicket-taking delivery. Rather keep that out. If you nick off and it's gone away, well, there may be the chance it drops short. But I'd be more disappointed if I was set up and then missed that one coming back into me.
And taken, is it on the bounce to the keeper? And that's going to be an issue. Even if you edge those, the ball dies when it goes across to the slip cordon. There's nothing as far as speed is concerned off the surface or in the surface. And so you've got to place yourself perfectly as a keeper, as a slip cordon, to catch them.
Late away swing, so he's mixed it up. Can he cover that? We saw him take the 1 or 2 balls earlier where he took it sort of knee height. With credit to the batsman, he played it late. He managed to get the ball to go down. Lack of bounce, lack of carry.
You'll be wasting your breath bowling short balls too. Rizwan is a good puller of the ball. Short and stage in generally. All the short guys seem to pick the length early and are good at playing the pull shot or the hook shot. Rabada has given South Africa control and wickets. Brilliant piece of bowling. 2 for 26. Oh, on the bounce and almost carried to the fielder. They've been specifically positioned for that flick of for Fawad. 127 for 5.
Fawad Alam, he's been the thorn in South Africa's side today. That's his wagon wheel. Now, with his setup, he's very strong on the leg side. And not too many runs down the ground. May just be a clue for South Africa to get it fuller to him. Ask him to play more down the ground. But it's kind of a typical subcontinent knock where you ball straighter, so you are going to probably play more through the leg side. But it's been a real study in concentration and effort, and we've got to hand it to him. He's played well.
His technique and style of batting suits the pitch, because he's not a big driver of the ball. He can't, because he's quite static in the crease, and so all he can do from there is to work the ball towards the leg side. He flicks the ball well, he's wristy, but you hardly see him driving the ball forcefully through the offside. He's quite bottom-handed that way, so you see him playing the cut shot and a lot of flicks on the leg side.
I think you should just carry on with that, Ramis.
There's always a first time.
I picked up that the moment you suggested anything about Pakistan's batting form, a wicket's fallen. So look, I'm from South Africa, so yeah.
I'd be careful. Absolutely going to be careful in the next 20 minutes at least.
You've been impressed with Maharaj? 15.4, 2 for 34, picked up 2, done a good job.
Yeah, I mean, you know, he's been miserly, he's been attacking, but I still feel it's going to be a leg spinner's paradise. I think leg spinner will get a lot more purchase than a left armer. Wrist spinners usually does, but Yasir Shah is quite an expert bowling on day 4, day 5 pitches where the ball spins and spits venom out of the rough. So still would back probably Yasir Shah to pick up a fifer come the next innings.
We spoke about it earlier, the difficulties of playing out the rough there. Now there's De Kock, left-hander. Got Elgar, 2 big players for South Africa, left-hander. Linda down the order, left-hander, Rabada. So there's 4 guys who are going to find it tough going. If he gets going, it's sure going to be a really tough time to bat. So Pakistan 128 for 5. You speak of a left-hander and it being tough, but a right-hander as well, where you're probably going to use your pad more, but you can often get it wrong, leave it, and it finds a way to hit the stumps. Also limits your opportunity to score. It's going to be tough to sweep out of there. Yes, so there's Yasir, but let's not forget the left armer, Ali. He's very accurate in the first innings. He's sort of done a job which Maharaj has done yet today. So look, Pakistan want to get ahead as much as possible. We know that if they do, but what would they at least be comfortable with? 40-50, is that enough?
Right now they're struggling to match the 220 scored by South Africa. If they concede a lead, they'll be in hot soup. So the target has got to be to get near to 220. Eke out best results from the tail. Fawad Alam is the is the handyman out there for his side. He's well established. So play with the established asset and drag this innings forward. Get to that 220 score first.
Use the word drag it out, and that's South Africa as well. If Pakistan are going to bat, I really like the thinking at the moment. With that run rate, it's just over 2. They in return saying, well, if you are going to get ahead, it's going to take you a long time. And we back ourselves if we're persistent in our lines and lengths. We're going to pick up a wicket or 2. And that applies to the spinners as well. It's not just necessarily the quick bowlers in terms of lines and lengths. It's an intriguing period in this test match right now. Either side can't give anything away.
The moment the bowler starts to mask the ball, hide the ball, you know that it is reverse swing happening. So they're making sure that one side is nice and shiny, the other side stays as rough as possible. Because how it works is, in scientific terms, and I don't know whether I'll be able to explain it, but here it is. So the breeze slides from the shiny surface and sticks to the rougher surface. Oh, almost played it down the throat of that fielder. Full toss. Fard clearly surprised.
I think a smile there from him. All the hard work you get out to a full toss outside leg stump. But something interesting about that reverse swing, Ram, is in our days when we arrived and we first encountered it, and this was the heyday of Wasim and Waka.
You were just a baby then, Daryl.
We all were. We just had not seen bowling like this. So we had I can't remember who it was. So he decided, and as you mentioned there, they shielding the ball in the hands of the bowler. So you look for the dark and the light side. So the guy at the non-striker's end was sort of, as the bowler was, he was looking and looking and looking. So if he felt that the ball, if he got an idea, if your right hand was going down leg side, he'd put his bat in the right hand. Or the other way, left hand, and if he was unsure, he put the bat between his legs. So it was comical. So there you're watching Wasim or Waka running in, but you're kind of looking for something from your partner at the other end. Half the time you were just left to try and play through the air.
I think it was the Total series,
Yes.
early 90s, as part of that deal.
Oh.
And so South Africa would be, asked to chase 220, there'd be 180 for 1 and bowl out for 210.
My debut was Durban.
Right, I know.
It was 101 for 1, chasing about 140, 150. Lost by about 12.
Yeah, no. It's quite comical that way. It's 1 to 8 for 5, 9 for 5.
Yeah, I was out to Waka. First ball, big booming cover drive, thinking, okay, next one, no chance. Big swing. It was so remarkable because it just went from nothing. It's as if someone just flicked the switch. It was unreal.
Yes, with the old ball, they would see a kill and the animal instincts would kick in.
When do you think they were at their best? Was it late 80s in England?
So 92 World Cup, 91, from 90 till 94, 95, they were lethal.
It's a well-taken single. I do remember, in terms of reverse swing, there was a series, and Graham Heck, Waka got him out a few times, but the way the ball reversed there.
It was England, 92. Before that, Martin Crowe came here with his New Zealand side. They were floored 3-0. They lost. Martin Crowe scored a couple of great hundreds. Wasim and Waka picked up loads of wickets. So I think that was the start of something sensational from these two. But Waka became a complete bowler once he went and played for Surrey. Had a great season, picked up 100 wickets. because he used to fire them all over initially at pace, but he wasn't accurate. So the accuracy came after playing a season at Surrey, and he became a different beast altogether.
I'm sure that one or two of the old county pros used to look at the fixture list. Surrey, no, not available. The late Robin Jackman tells a lovely story. He, funny enough, got Barry Richards out in first-class cricket, the most out of all bowlers. So they'd look at the fixture list, and that's what made me think about it. When Barry Richards in Hampshire, they were hoping it was at the time of Wimbledon, because Barry would go off, no doubt, to watch the tennis. But I was so pleased. Wasim said it exactly this morning, that as a young bowler, he learned so much of his trade playing county cricket. Don't see so much of that anymore. I always felt that if you get a chance, even as a batsman, go and spend time there, you learn your trade. He's played a bit in England, Maharaj.
There's a sweep shot, and it's extremely well played by Rizwan. That's an excellent option against spin bowler.
Have you ever seen a wicketkeeper who doesn't sweep well? I guess all the years of standing behind the stumps and staying low, and that's one of the keys to sweeping, is getting nice and low, and I mean that's just how you play it.
Yeah, you play the length. It doesn't matter whether it's on leg stump or off stump. Once you pick up the length, then it becomes an easier option. It was extremely well executed because he had to roll his wrist, get to the pitch. There's another one. This time goes a little finer, Rizwan. It's 135 for 5.
Can't help thinking that South Africa would be crying out right now for an off spinner. I guess it's tough for captain because he got 2 left arm spinners. A left-hander in, which is so nice to be able to take the ball away from him.
Markram bowls a bit of off spin. Could be useful. A couple of overs against Fawad Alam. Nokia is coming on to bowl. He's pacey, he's quick.
That's not a bad suggestion. Maybe the danger there, you might just leak a few runs. I don't think you want to be doing that right now. So Anrich Nokia back into the attack. Now what will he do with the reverse swing?
Oh, what a beauty. Well, that's not the first time he's been beaten by that kind of variety outswinger. From Nokia, what a good start that is, and just hanging his bat at that line. Rizwan in 2 minds probably. Got to make that call very early because Nokia is quick.
I'm looking for that one you spoke about, Rami's coming in. Hit the stumps. It's beautiful late swing, isn't it? It's not out the hand, it's just tails at that last moment.
Would you bowl a couple of bouncers and then have your cuppa? Tea is always nice any time of the day. Tapal Danedar presented in the red cup. A couple of bouncers and to soften him up, and maybe then look for that in-swinging angle.
Well, as bowlers say, you want to keep the batsmen honest. You just don't want them against good pace, just comfortably on the front foot. So I would definitely look to be doing that if I was captain, certainly encouraging the quicks to, just sparingly. He's got a man back at square leg. I think it's perhaps more about the putting the idea in his head. Now, I'm not too sure what that means. Let's keep an eye out for the one that comes back in. He's taken 2 away.
That's an excellent channel for somebody who's struggling to pick the outswinger. Now 3 outswingers so far. Let's look for that straighter ball now. Is he thinking about it? Is he thinking about a bouncer? Okay, you start preparing for the onslaught the moment you come back after taking deep breaths. Focus off and focus on when you reach the crease. What to expect now? In swinger or a bouncer? That's a logical route to take after 3 out swingers. The ball coming back, nicely played by Rizwan. Point is you tighten up when the ball is reversing. It's as simple as that. And look to play just one angle, which has got to be an in-swinging angle on a surface like this, because you cannot afford to miss it. Otherwise, you'd be a goner done.
Maybe just a bit fuller. Like that last ball, but a touch fuller.
That's a beautiful over. Good to watch, Nokia. Good pace, good attitude. Pakistan 5 down for 135 as players will take drinks.
Overs left in the day's play. 61 overs into this innings, 135 for 5 it is.
Good fight back by Azharali. Got to his 50, but unfortunate. Got out. And then, of course, Fawad Alam is looking rock solid. 48.
and Rizwan just walked out. He's on 7. So yeah, mini fight back for Pakistan. 135 for 5.
Yeah, I think the South African bowlers have stuck at it pretty well, actually. There was some reverse swing around the place. Good to see that work from Rabada and also Nortje. And Geedy just 6 over, so he's got some petrol in the tank still. I'm sure he's going to be asked to come to attack reasonably soon after Nortje's, I presume a quick spell as well, but the spinners are doing a sterling job, Maharaj in particular. As you look at the match summary now, South Africa should have got more than 220 after being 108 for 2. Olga 58 was the top scorer. Nortje 3 for 54, the top wicket taker. Pakistan now in reply halfway through, 135 on the board. And have done a really good job today, considering they were 4 for not too many last night.
They really have fought well today. Credit goes to Azhar and of course Fawad Alam. They came out, they batted beautifully, they took their time, there was no rush. It's Test cricket, second day. And he's on 48 now, 2 shy from his 50. And Rizwan is in good nick. Since he made his comeback into Pakistani playing Test 11, he has been performing consistently and regularly, behind the stumps and with the bat.
Yeah, 3 fours. It's been patient, it's been a hard-working knock. Like his application. Maharaj has got areas to bowl into. So he's got foot marks to bowl into, so he has got some assistance there. He's getting some turn off those virgin areas. It's just going on straight generally at this stage with the finger spin.
You know, the way they batted today, I'm not taking the credit away from them, but it appears wicket has gone a little easier. It's not turning as much as yesterday, unless he's hitting the rough, Maharaj. Or the way they batted, maybe Pakistan, the way Azhar Ali and Fawad Alam batted.
It's quite interesting, this average turn, this test. Now, Yasha yesterday going at, let's call it 4 degrees. Maharaj, as a finger spinner, you expect that. And Linda also less than Maharaj. But I want to point out that's the average turn. Yasha was getting excessive turn at times out of the rough. Now, there was one delivery they bowled that hit the rough. So the rough that was in a good area, just around about there where Maharaj is bowling in that spot that he's aiming at now, where it turned 40 centimetres had it gone straight on, comparing to turning into the left-handed Olga. It turned 40 centimetres, so that's quite a lot from that one dark area, which is closest to you, the viewer, now. Yeah, there's a bit of action around that bat now.
The 3 fielders around the bat. Against the set batsman, Fawad Alam. He's bowling well, Maharaj. He's only conceded 41 runs so far. Very, very good delivery. Inside edge onto the pads. Lucky for Fawad and Pakistan. 135 for 5.
That is exactly what he's been looking for. Out of that rough, inside edge, onto the flap of the pad actually, which made it go up into the air. Sparing dive from de Kock. He wasn't close, neither was Olga. Really good work from Maharaj. Very good delivery in that last ball from that last over from Maharaj. Nortje again now. He's built up a reputation, Nortje, to being very good to the left-handers. Let's have a look at these numbers in Test matches. 12 wickets at 19 apiece against left-handed batsmen. 19 at 37.5 against right-handers.
The opposite usually is, but that stat definitely shows he's comfortable bowling to the left-handers than the right-handers. But his early days in his career, he learned to bowl better at the right-handers as well. That's what you do when you gain some experience over the years.
Easily worked away. Thinking about coming back for 2, but they'll just settle on the 1 on Linda's arm. Now that last over from Maharaj was a very good one. A correction from Nokia was a very good one. Let's have a look at the work that he did put into it.
Beautiful bowling. A bit of carry as well on this slow pitch, on this placid pitch. And look at the shinies towards first slip. It means it's reverse swing, it's going away, and this was the in swing. Nicely played by Rizwan as well. But this is the right length to bowl at on this particular track.
That is nicely played. That is reversed considerably. He's just worked that away on the leg side. He's going to pick up a boundary. Yes, he is. Nicely played in the end. Had to deal with that at pace.
Second boundary for Rizwan, and that too against the swinging ball. He checked his shot, played it along the ground, and it was a late swing because it's reversing. Look at his eyes meeting the ball while he's playing that shot. That's what they say, keep your eyes on the ball. There, nicely played. It's not an easy shot to play on this pitch against this pace. It's a gutsy player, Rizwan. Love his attitude on and off the field. Proper and thorough teamman.
Doesn't mind having a go at the short ones. And he's played that well. Has he got himself another boundary? No, that's good work from Linda. Tag teamwork down there. Mungidi tidies up.
That's what happens with an experienced bowler on these pitches. He's got pace, Nokia, we all know that, but now the over before was perfect. The same length, going away, and then a couple of in swings. But now he's gone into short pitch, he's going down leg side as well. So that's where control is very crucial when you are obviously defending low total, less total.
On this field, quite interesting with a couple of slips as well. So Rizwan has just arrived. There's that line again, so he'll be bowling that solid line just outside off stump and getting the ball to go away a little bit, but he'll be bowling a hard length from time to time, and then occasionally just trying to set him up with that big in-swinging reverse delivery.
So this one happens. So he was aiming here, Nokia, probably middle stump with reverse swing. When you aim middle, it always will finish leg stump. So you got to aim off stump to finish at middle stump.
Interesting into that over. 143 for 5.
One 43 for 5 Pakistan. They're only 77 runs behind. They have 5 wickets in hand now. Set batsman is in. He's on 49. Fawad Alam. Rizwan is looking good, solid. On 14 of 31. Maharaj to continue.
I want to ask you to elaborate a little bit on that reverse swing. Why aim just outside off stump, you said, when you're reversing?
Yeah, that's what we have learned. Me and Vakar learned over the years when it's reversing a bit, and reversing the way it's reversing now. If I want to hit the middle, I have to aim off stump. If I have to aim off stump, I have to aim the first slip and then he'll finish off stump. If I'm aiming off, he'll hit it because we're 22 yards away from the stumps. So the aim has to be like a couple of inches outside where you actually want to hit.
Adjust the radar just enough to allow time. Now that's good work. Fawad Alam has done a really good job here, and that brings up the 50. That'll be appreciated by his teammates, that for sure. Yep, there they are, all standing in the viewing area.
It's his first 50 in Test cricket, although he's got 2 centuries. Century on debut as well, Fawad Alam. He really fought well. Gutsy, solid, took his time, under pressure.
So now he's confronted with the issue, Maharaj, where he hasn't got that rough to bowl into at all, so it is going to turn just a fraction, but there's not going to be anything extraordinary out of the bouncing area. $144 for 5. So he's notched up 50, so let's just have a look at these first-class stats. These are quite extraordinary. Highest averages in first-class cricket. Fawad Alam, 274 innings, almost 13,000 runs, at an average of 56. Top of the pops there is Steve Smith. So there's more first-class runs for starters. And a few more innings. Average around about the same. Healthy company.
What also bothers inexperienced fast bowlers when it's reversing, when you have left hand, right hand combination. They had to adjust their lengths, they had to adjust their lines, and that's where they go a bit of, at times feel stressed. So the previous delivery went down leg side. It would have been ideal to deliver to the right-hander, but obviously for a left-hander, you have to adjust quickly, straight away.
Tight line, nicely bowled by Nokia. Good pace as well, nudging 140 k's per hour.
He's not looking very happy. What was he expecting, that he'll get green top in Pakistan?
He wants a few wickets, that's what he wants. Wickets, 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 that's what he thinks. He likes those stumps being destroyed. That's what the big fast bowler likes. He's got talent, that's for sure, Nokia. Just want to dip in again and just have a look at that first-class graphic again. I mentioned Steve Smith, who was right there. Bahani also, 7,000, an average of 57. Rohit Sharma, Virat Kohli, 195.
3 Indians in that top 5.
Yeah, exactly. It's pretty healthy.
Very healthy.
Average of 53.74 in first class for Virat Kohli. There's a lot of their first classes being played at test level these days.
Sanokia bowled the previous couple of deliveries before. He was trying to bowl the in swing to the right-hander. Look at the shine, but it went straight. So that's where eventually his coach will work with him. That use of the wrist is very crucial. The flick at the last second. especially if he wants to bowl the in-swing, reverse swing in-swing to the left-hander batsman. The flick is very crucial.
I tell you what I find quite interesting, Wazim, is that the reverse swing, the players trying reverse swing has gone out of the game actually since March 2018 when we had that situation in Cape Town when Australia toured there. I think all the players got a bit gun shy of trying to even do anything to the ball, let alone attempts in reverse swing. So we really saw nothing. But for me, I'm delighted to see it. I really am. I think reverse swing, and as you're quite clearly pointing out, the wrist angle and the where your sights have got to be. I mean, it's a real art to get it right. I think it's got to be encouraged, and the more the merrier. And that's nicely bowled to finish the over from Nortje. More about that in overs to come. 144 for 5.
.76 run behind Pakistan. This partnership is building up 23. Actual delivery. And if the ball hadn't swung, it would have been hitting middle. And obviously that one swung. So it's sort of slanted down leg side. So with this sort of swing as well, the bowler has to make sure that his arm is high. I mean, slingy arm, if you don't have a slingy arm action, then there's no point going slingy. Obviously, you can practice it and make it perfect. But to start off with high arm action is also very important. Nowadays, I see from last 5-8 years, maybe because of T20, Mikey, the bowlers just run in. If they're getting hammered, they run in, same run up, same style. When I was, say, 24, myself, Vakar, we were street smart. And if the partnership is going and, they're playing well, I used to go around the wicket behind the umpire. I used to slant my run-up. The idea was to create a doubt in batsmen's mind. Bowl the delivery you want to bowl, fine. But change something. Think something out of the box. That I don't see much nowadays. 'Turn from against the right-hander is just straight. Like I said, it appears that it's got a little better this pitch since yesterday, obviously.
.66 overs gone now. 145 for 5. So there's the work at the moment. Now that partnership between Fawad Alam and Azhar Ali was really good. 94 off 228. That certainly blunted the attack this morning for South Africa, which is exactly what Pakistan needed. Still going, still work to be done. Fawad just gone to 50. And Ngidi now into the attack, who's been pretty much watching the action today.
He bowled 6 over in this innings, so he must be fresh and ready to go. Reverse swing happening. What else you can ask on a slow, low pitch? Try to hit the stumps, buddy.
He's a determined cricketer. He'll be very keen, very intent on making an impact. Straight away, gets nice shape.
Nice shape and good length as well. Ideal line. Just outside off stump, finishing off high arm action. Look at the release point. That's very important. And look at the late swing as well. Very nicely played as well. Good cricket overall.
The South Africans have been doing a lot of work about reverse swing bowling over the last couple of weeks. You can see that. You can see that Charles Langeveld has been drilling them constantly about it. Again, it's the dark side. The ball will swing on the side of the dark side. Nicely bowled again from Ngidi.
Great character. I worked with him for Knight Riders, and we were there for a couple of years together. First year he was as a player, and then he joined us as a bowling consultant. A good team man, good guy to have him around the team. Good sense of humor too.
Yeah, he's a good man, and gee, good ball when he got it right. I remember him. I was lucky enough to be on air actually. We got a hat-trick in a one-day game in Barbados in the Caribbean, one-day international. The last 3 wickets to fall to win the game in a nail-biter. No one down in that region at all. So that's nicely played back on a square for 4. That's a solid connection from Rizwan.
It's really a good shot from Rizwan. He's on 19 now. He waited for it. The ball was nipping back to him. Look, waited, opened the face of the bat, full face of the bat, no edge. It's a good cricketing shot, sensible shot from Rizwan.
That's nicely bowled, but it's also nicely played. That is a very good shot. That is just a perfect shot to play.
2-2. He's on 23. Rizwan is looking really in good touch. It's not an easy situation to bat in when he came out to bat. Pakistan are 5 wickets down. And look at this now. Beautiful. Fully played shot, straight bat towards mid-on. There was a fielder there, but to no avail.
Three men on the leg side now. With that ball reversing in towards the batsman. And again jamming him up. And pretty good speed too from Ngidi.
Let's have a look at the field. Look at this late swing, checked. He's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 fielders. Leg side, leg gully, just in front of square catching, short mid-wicket catching. So that's predictability. Rizwan in low, everything will come into him. So the element of surprise is not there.
Interesting over that one. 67 gone now, 153 for 5. Trail by 67 runs at the moment to Pakistan. It's a really good recovery considering they were 4 for 27 when Afridi fell as night watchman late yesterday. George Linder into the attack now.
So, Mikey, we have decided that he's George Linder, not Linde.
It's always been Linder.
Sure?
Yes.
Not according to Daryl Cullinan.
Just want to draw your attention to the information bar in the middle there. Live stream in Pakistan of youtube.com. There's the site /C/Pakistan Cricket Official. So you can jump on board there and watch this action on YouTube. Nicely bowled. He gets some bounce as George Linder is taller than Maharaj. Delivers from a pretty high area. So if he hits those foot marks, he's going to be a handful because he will get a bit of extra bounce.
66 runs behind Pakistan. South Africans must be under a little bit of pressure now. After last night, they'll be a happy bunch, 33 for 4. And now Pakistan really fought back well, 154 for 5. They still have Fahim Ashraf, the all-rounder. Hassan Ali's in good nick, got 100 in the finals. Yasir Shah got a test 100. Those guys can bat a bit. But this partnership very important for Pakistan in this innings. Rizwan is looking really solid, and of course Fawad has been there since last night, fighting it out for his team.
Yeah, this application has been really good today. Fawad Alam 50 as well, so, and he's still there, which is really important. He will know the importance of continuing this. South Africa lost their last 8 wickets for just 112 yesterday. That is beautifully bowled. That is the spot. That is exactly where it needs to be all the time when Fawad Alam is on strike. 155 for 5.
So that margin now squeezed to just 65. Interesting field set on the leg side for Rizwan. He's been able to play those in-swinging balls with a lot of confidence, even at times when he's been out of shape, still managed to find the fence. 3 men plotted there on the leg side for an uppish shovel shot.
I don't think we've seen South Africa bowl with a conventional field at all in this innings. Beauty. Only one slip. I just wonder if he's going to look to take the odd one away, and we've seen that bounce. Maybe one of those guys on the leg side should be at a second slip. The way it's set, it's just all set for that end swing. But ultimately, I guess the bowler is responsible for his field. You can't always say to the captain, well, why haven't you got that? But no ball called.
What he's trying to do is to impress upon Rizwan to have a look on that leg side net that I've got for you, and then look to deceive him with an outswinging angle, because he's got to be thinking about that in-swinging line, that ball that pitches within the stumps.
Well, if that's your plan, how many do you need on the leg side? I'd be so worried if that's what he's doing, Rameez, and you've watched a lot of cricket in your time. I'm concerned that there's, what is there, just a third slip, really. He's got a bit of bounce. Yeah, look, he's quick, he's a tall man. Do you need 3 in the catching position on the leg side? 2 tells you a story in any case. Why 3? Back yourself with another one up gully or first slip.
Has been an excellent innings, 24 of 51. Partnership of 35. Pakistan needed those partnerships. So the fight is on. That's a good leaf. Once again, trying that out-swinging angle. Now, Darrell, I believe you absolutely love this game, huh? Knots and crosses. Couldn't resist.
Well, I have 2 young boys, Thomas and Matthew, and we do play this quite often at home. You'll quickly find out that I'm not very good at it. Where's the bad move? It's on its way.
No. Right, you're done. You're done. Late on the takes, Zainab Abbas beats you hands down.
Well, I think that makes for a far better picture, don't you think? I did score a beautiful leather diary, a pen. So I was quite happy to lose. Where's this going, Rameez? What are you thinking here? Is it just bide your time, grind away, both with bat and ball?
Yeah, a game of patience. Who blinks first? And Pakistan have showed resistance today. Good for them. South Africa looked in great patch when they bowled splendidly at Pakistan for those 18 overs last night. Oh, there's that in-swinging angle, missing the stumps, clearly going down the leg side. Ehsan Raza nods in negative.
Beautiful quick ball, late swing. The thought is in de Kock's mind. He hasn't been good today, and he's gone upstairs. Here we go.
TV umpire to director, we have a player review for LBW. The on-field decision is not out. It's a fair delivery. Let's start with front on spin again, please. It's nice and slow. Roll it back, please. Roll it back one more time. Yeah, I can see a clear gap between bat and ball. Can we go straight to ball tracking when ready, please? Original decision not out. Pitch outside off. Impacting line. Wickets missing. Go back to on-field umpire. Ehsan, stay with your original decision. You're on screen. Please signal.
I think South Africa need a serious review regarding reviews, because they've missed the mark now almost every time. They don't have a review left now. 156 for 5.
I'm sure that man's got to be thinking, I've got to have a word with our captain. Because really, honestly, you can't be thinking there. You cannot be thinking that that's even got a chance. We saw it twice today. And his immediate reaction all 3 times today has been doubt. You've seen it in his face. Someone explained to him that this is not about trying to find a wicket. It's that absolute howler that you're looking to be overturned.
Such an important part and parcel of your team makeup, reading DRS. It's a science, and you've got to use it intelligently. Still a lot of cricket left. They need to get Pakistan bowled out, and they don't have a review. And on a pitch like this, you need reviews up your sleeve. This was never going to hit the stumps. It looked so dodgy straight away. Ngidi, I think, forced him into action. I think probably the imposing figure of Ngidi got the better of the skipper. He was shouting for a leg before call. In the air, it was just a very timid reaction to the third umpire. I'm not 100%, but let's go for it anyway.
But you make the point so correctly, Rameez. It's not a speculative thing. It's to overturn that howler. Not, well, can we get a wicket out of this? And every time his response is, you've seen that dart immediately. That should be enough to tell you, hang on. Every bowler thinks he's got a wicket, hasn't he? And you're behind the stumps, but that's just not good enough, quite frankly. Now, I've got an apology to make because it's George Linda. I was calling Lindy the whole day, and it's a very sensitive thing for me because I pride myself in my Afrikaans. So apologies to the Linda family, all the Lindas out there. It's a mistake which won't be made again. I mean, you were even correcting me.
That is because we've got a Linda Bazaar here.
Spelt the same?
It ends with an A, actually. So it's
But I must tell you, he's from Belleville High School, Belleville Word. His first language is Afrikaans, and he's their first international cricketer. It's a tough area, tough part of the world in Cape Town. It's a school of a dear old friend of mine, Merve Genis.
not the most stylish shot that he's played today for Fawad Alam. Goes for 4.
That was a bit of a Belleville ball as well. South Africa just have to stick to what they've done all day, just not giving easy runs. Just stay looking to hit those stumps, making the batsmen have to work really hard. Can't lose that focus. Patience, patience. Whose patience will crack first? Whose will wane the fastest?
Picks up the length very quickly, and that's been the art of batting from Fawad Alam on a pitch like this. 163 for 5.
The third 50 of the match. The other two to get a 50. Nazar Ali and Dean Algar both got out in the 50s, but Fawad, yeah, moving on to 58, and he does push on. Yeah, this will be a knock remembered.
He's what you call a hardy character. He'll deliver when pressure is on. Not easy to make a comeback after a gap of almost, what, 7-10 years? 10 years he had to wait for his spot. Didn't throw it away, just carried on batting at domestic level, producing runs. He knew that he had an awkward stance, but so what? He's got 37 first-class hundreds, so good CV to work with.
Yeah, I love these sorts of players, particularly in Test cricket, because we're in an age of power and strength and correctness and bashing the ball down the ground and looking to play shots. I think strike rates are higher than they've ever been, and then you find this sort of player. Jara of India comes to mind, where they just look to occupy the crease. There was an Australian batsman, I think he was Buck Rogers, they called him. Used to battle away there. I mean, they're just worth their weight in gold, these sorts of guys. We had a guy, Gary Kirsten, well, he's well remembered by everybody. He's quite a stylish player, but it's so comforting when you're in the middle order and you know once they get in, and Gary was one of those guys, once they get in, more times than most, they're going to bat through. And the top three, as we know in Test cricket, if you're good with the new ball or you're good against it, it's so comforting. You know, the chances are good that you'll come in when the platform's been laid.
Just a touch risky from South Africa here to operate without a slip. On any surface in Test cricket, you'd want to have at least one there. Has gone for 4.
Was that catchable? I've got to ask you, was that catchable?
But, you know, it's a straightforward case. You've got to have a man in the slips. Could have a floater there, but it's just not only for optics, but really the way he's bowling is difficult angle for Ngidi to produce is that outswinging angle from round the stumps. It's done exactly there. No one there to catch it.
There's a man now, but I'm afraid the horse is bolted. Well, if you're thinking of taking one away, you've got to. Surely, you have to carry that one, Rummies, as you say. How many do you need on the leg side to get the message across?
I think it's time now to push those close-in fielders up near the batsman. I think they've been waiting there for stuff to happen. It hasn't really happened a lot. The ball hasn't really ballooned up. Are they listening to me? What is happening? I think he's probably going to get a helmet and get near the batsman. I think, or maybe he's going to stand in the slips and really close there. But I'd still want a shot leg in.
Be a sensational catch if he gets one and holds on to it. He's so close there. Well, we've seen one pop up today, straight into short leg's hands, and again, it's that playing with your field. Perhaps put another doubt in the batsman's mind about, look, if it does pop up. I've never seen a South African captain, I'll be honest with you, employ such field placings. Every situation has had guys in catching positions here and there in front of the wicket. The start of the commentary mentioned we just haven't seen a real basic fielder ring. And Pakistan have played it well. It does open up gaps. It does open the opportunity for a one here and there. And they fed off that the whole day. You said at the start of the commentary today that that's something they need to do.
Another over done, 167 for 5. It's a partnership, it's a resistance that'll gee up the dressing room environment. Message that they'd be getting from Fawad Alam and Rizwan is that it probably is a doable job if you look to resist, have a game plan and not waver from that game plan. Big shot attempted. He pulls it off. Rizwan with a smash down the ground. Risky, but it raises 50 partnership. Rizwan playing a dangerous shot, but I guess he's been there now for 55 balls, and it ended well for him in the end.
Probably the best thing for him there, get off strike, take the single, just settle down a little bit. That's there's still a 50-odd run deficit. Wasn't quite there. It's one of those you pull it off, and I'm happy with the fact that you have, but that could so easily have gone through him.
Still remember Faf du Plessis getting out on 199, attempting a similar shot to get to his double 100. I think from Rizwan, the idea was, even if it's going to be a miss hit, I probably will avoid the mid-on and mid-off fielders. Coming down the track and trying to whip against the spin is a mighty difficult shot to execute, but he somehow got there.
That's better. That's the length he needs to find ball consistently. Hasn't bowled badly at all. About to finish his 9th. 23 runs off him so far. So, like Maharaj, they're doing a pretty good job here for South Africa.
I think the brace Shamsi will be kicking himself, because it could have been an ideal 22 yards for a Chinaman googly bowler. Would have given a bit of variety also to South Africa. Different option out of the rough. 172 for 5.
Yeah, he must be gutted, Shams. He hasn't really got the opportunity to play much Test cricket, and then in the warm-up your back stiffens up and you can't play.
Pakistan have played the day beautifully so far. They've resisted well. His purpose, you can coin any term regarding a fight back, and it's been there. This is the beauty of Test match cricket. So you have a great one session and things can go down very quickly from there. Excellent last 5 Test matches for Rizwan. Stood out on away tours for Pakistan with the bat. Scored 5 50s in a row, Rizwan. All he needs now is to fill up the hundreds column. And if he gets there in this innings, it'll be a marvelous knock. Really would be terrific for his career.
Could be a match-winning one. It's a whole different picture today. It's such a enthralling day yesterday with 14 wickets falling, but it's just been a different sort of look and feel about it today.
Glorious to the offside. That is crashed for 4. Beautiful batting by Rizwan. Into the 30s now.
Well, Markram played a very good cover drive in his short knock, and well, this is just a bit of width and not quite as elegant as the Markram one, but It's well lent on, and you don't need to do much more than that in this outfield. Good value for your runs. No need to run. Beats that inner ring. It's almost a guaranteed boundary. South Africa just starting to lose their grip here a little bit. They need to be strong. They need to stay in those areas and keep running in.
Bit of a teaser from Ngidi. Speaking of teasers, bit of tea would be great at this point.
Any guesses which tea it'll be?
Tapal Danedar.
I've been having what they call a mixed tea here.
Yeah.
Is that it?
Yeah, you can have a mixed tea, Tapal Danedar.
Been having it for breakfast and thoroughly enjoying it.
Edge and gone, beautifully bowled and extremely well held. Faf du Plessis there, latching on to that one, and finally the trick worked. They were waiting for an outside edge. Finally, it's happened.
Very good take by Faf du Plessis. Often a first slip may think that that's the keeper's catch, but he's held on to it, and a very good effort this from Ngidi. He's been looking, you feel, he's been looking for it in that area, and not the best of shots. Perhaps Rizwan, I'd hate to think that he was trying to run it down, but a very good reward for Ngidi. So if you're running there and you look to hit the deck hard, you will get rewarded. So Pakistan lose their 6th. It's 176 on the board.
Just a couple of minutes to go for tea. Fahim Ashraf is in. Good handy cricketer. Best of 91. But his work will be cut out. Ball is reversing, and Ngidi has bowled a lovely spell here. Moving the ball both ways. He's a bit of a strike force for Pakistan, Fahim. Normally you have a late order batsman hitting the ball hard. He's exactly that. Still 44 run is the deficit. 176 for 6 plays, 220 all out, and so Pakistan will be looking really to cut down the deficit. Maybe look for another 30-odd partnership. Beautifully held by Faf du Plessis. What a good catch that was, because it's a difficult pitch to stand in the slips. The ball tends to die on you, and so you've got to place yourself expertly. There you see that ball not reaching the keeper on the bounce to Quinton de Kock. So you tend to stand up in the slips so that you get to the ball full.
And nothing really has been going there, so yeah, it's as much a concentration thing as anything else. As if you were batting, you've got to set yourself up, expect the ball, and it was a nice height, but he moved well. Those are often the best ones you take, where you've just been there all day and then you get a good one.
I like the way how almost the ball got dissolved in his hands. Nice soft hands. It was a different in-swinging angle from Ngidi also. He's been trying for that angle and missing the spot every now and then. He's hit the pads, getting the ball to reverse, come back. But this was wider of the stumps, and Rizwan in two minds, probably thinking of it as an outswinger, poking his bat at that line. Just a very jittery shot from him, and beautifully held by Faf du Plessis. Works it away on the leg side, as has been the case with Fawad Alam. 90% of his runs have come through that area. And so bails are off. Tee is announced, and Pakistan at tee. 178 for 6, losing Rizwan just at the wrong time. When he was looking good, when partnership was brewing, Pakistan had been dented, but Fawad Alam is still out there, battling it out on 63. I'm sure South Africa will come up with a new set of plans come the last session of the day, but Pakistan have shown guts and very good rearguard action from the batting lineup that looked out of sorts, precariously placed. The game was for Pakistan with the bat when they were 4 down for 30. So they trail now. So there's a break of about 15 minutes.
Players striding out to the middle. They'll be followed by the players soon after. As it comes alongside, Barnes, what are your thoughts? How are you reading things?
Well, suddenly it looks as if it's a very even test match. Pakistan trail by 42. And you think that first innings will be quite close. The man you need to look out for is, before the start of play, we're talking about Fawad Alam, his average of 71 at National Stadium Karachi, and he's maintained that. But now the next important factor will be the new ball. 7 overs to go till that new ball. It'll be interesting who starts the session and who bowls these 7 overs towards that new ball. Will they save Rabada and Nokia for that new ball, or will they just have a dart with them right now?
They won't even think about it. I wouldn't have thought with Rabada. He's bowled 3 spells of 6 apiece. That's 1 last night and 2 different spells of 6 today, so 18 in total. So they will, I'm sure, rest him until the new ball comes along. And I would think after that it's going to be some fairly quick bursts, short bursts. He and Nokia will get involved, and Ngidi's looked better. He looked a bit out of sorts in his first spell in this test match, but he's come back quite nicely.
More or less the fast bowlers bowl very good length throughout the game. And short of a length, just getting the ball through really well. And for Rizwan, it was the ideal length which they attacked so often. It's the length that troubles him most. He's camped on the back foot more or less. But with that length, is the one length that troubled him and then dismissed him. And you look at that 8-meter good length, he hasn't scored a run and eventually got dismissed. So it was all to do with that banging in or short of a length.
And there was a really good body of work also from Ngidi when he came in. He's the one that got the length right at the start when he started that spell. And eventually picked up his wicket as well. So good to see Ngidi. Amongst it, George Linder is going to be starting proceedings after the break. And he's going to be having an opportunity to bowl into a little bit of rough outside the left-hander's off stump.
Go, Georgie!
And he does have that extra height. It's an attribute that he has over Maharaj, the extra height, so he will get a little bit more bounce if he hits the rough.
The interesting part here is that you look forward and you're looking towards that second new ball. I don't think Fawad Alam will change the way he plays. He'll just carry on. But on the other end, we've got Fahim Ashraf. Fahim Ashraf, naturally attacking player. Beautiful shot. Just the footwork made it possible. He's got to the pitch with that extended front foot.
Yeah, overpitched. Took full toll of that. Really has played nicely, and this is a fine, controlled stroke. Had to get that extra stride in. Wasn't worried about that rough, which is closest to him. He knew that wasn't going to cause too much damage. Beautifully played. Too full again. Got to adjust his length, George Linder. 38 runs now. That's all that they trail by Pakistan. So you can't afford to give away any bonus runs.
And maybe just the opportunity before that new ball to get some runs, get some pressure back on South Africa.
That's the better length. Makes a massive difference when that length is bowled. End of the over, 182 for 6. I guess the other thing that needs to be taken into consideration is will they definitely take that second new ball? The ball is reversing. They have picked up that wicket, and Geedy was the man that did pick it up, and he has been reversing the ball. He's got 1 for 31 off 10 at this stage. I would suggest we'll have that answer in the next 3 or 4 overs, and Geedy's going to continue, which tells me they probably will. But if it is hooping around corners and he has been getting to go some distance and pick up another wicket, they might decide to stay with this one for a bit to make it even more difficult for the batsman when he comes out.
Adrian Markham with the helmet on, very close at second slip. And in the subcontinent or pitches which are slow and low, I think you don't cut a lot of slack to the slip field. It's much more difficult where the ball's not carrying to you. You have to come closer.
Oh, that's nicely struck. It's a loose delivery, and that's been put away for a boundary. Hand up from Ngidi as well to apologise from the ball.
If I'm a naturally attacking player, he'll take the short ball on, he'll take every opportunity to score runs. Short and wide, he throws his hands at it and goes to the fence. But just on the point with the slips, you go to exactly like that, the outside edge, which hasn't carried, he's just died there. But just with that point, you go to places where there's good bounce and the slips stand sort of fair distance behind and the ball carries to them. It's slightly easier here where the ball's not carrying to them, they come up, but the pace of the ball is still the same, so the reaction time is almost zero. If you're standing that close, it has to go straight to you. You can't react either way. So good slip fielders in the subcontinent, I think they are the ones to watch out for, because it's an art and it's a really difficult art.
One slip's been taken out now, and he was put right there where Faf du Plessis has just fielded that, so he moved from around about a second slip position to, I guess, a leg gully spot, a fairly square leg gully. The South Africans would have come up with a couple of plans against Fawad Alam before this innings today. But he's just one of those guys, a prime example. He's just got to bowl exactly the same line you'd normally bowl any left-hander. The way he's played so far has been really good. Pakistan needed this innings, needed the partnership this morning. He's played some very good strokes. Didn't matter if it's the quicker bowlers or the spinners. He's got quick feet. I guess that stance, that's one of the things that he concentrates on, that he's got his feet moving and he's ready to go. Always is going to be strong on the leg side, I guess, when he does that, and often they're nudges with good timing. And you won't see him drive down the ground. Oh, that's on the hand and drops short. That might have hurt him. He dropped the bat straight away. Is it on the thumb? I think it might have been right on the thumb. We'll soon see. Dropped the bat straight away and grimaced. More on the wrist area. There's some 52 bones in the wrist. Let's hope that they're all in the same spot they're meant to be. 187 for 6. Good news for Pakistan supporters. For those who enjoy watching batsmen score good runs to watch and gutsy runs, is that he's okay. So 75 overs gone. 187 for 6 at the moment. 33 overs left in the day's play, so there's still plenty of time for things to happen in this day 2.
Boundary each in the last couple of overs, so look at Fahim, how he bats against left arm spin. He got a 90 in New Zealand in one of the test matches and struck the ball really well. Powerful player, likes the short ball as well, but interesting if he takes the left arm spin on right now.
I'd like to see Linda make better use of those rough areas, though, outside, if he's going to be aggressive at those foot marks. A little bit wider and a little bit shorter than what he's bowling at the moment. Oh! Right there. It's a real opportunity as a spinner to plug in, to be able to do some solid work against a couple of left-hand batsmen. There we go, bit of extra bounce, bit of turn as well. Nicely bowled to finish the over. 187 for 6. So 4 overs now before that new ball is due.
You would want to take it straight away if you're South African, or you're looking at if a wicket falls in this next 3.5 overs. If a wicket falls, then you might rethink, but at the moment you'd be looking to take that new ball. It might even help the spinners as well, a harder ball reacting off the surface.
There's a nick, and it hasn't gone close to carrying to Quinton de Kock. That's going to run away and go for 3 in the end.
Yeah, reverse swing, he did everything right, the right length, got the edge, but no pace in the pitch. Chen on outside edge and he's gone nowhere. Maybe if Quinton was standing up to the stumps, he might have had a chance.
If Quinton was standing up to the stumps, you might find Ngidi has a fit. He's screaming at him. Yeah, it's really tough to try and set some fill placings and the catching stakes behind with the slips cordon, as you were talking about, Baz. It's nicely played, pushed into the covers, well read by Dean Elgar, just chopping off at the right angle. Fawad Alam has had a couple of blows. He's gone to 71 now, so it's been a good knock. Some on the gloves. That was very early today. I thought that one was going to bounce a little bit more than it did. Just caught a bottom hand, I think, and that one was the last one that hit the wrist area about 10 minutes ago.
Battle hardened. He's earned his way back into the team. Fawad, with the amount of first-class cricket that he's played and kept on performing for so many years, he's not going to throw his wicket away on any surface whatsoever. The tough grind that he's gone through, and he knows exactly how to make runs and knows exactly where his runs are going to come from. So he builds the innings according to that, and even on a difficult pitch, he's been able to find that balance.
.77 gone now, 192 for 6.
.168 on debut, 2009. Then after 11 years gets another 100. We called into the side 102. So when he crosses 50, watch out, because normally he goes on to get 100.
Yeah, that century on debut versus Sri Lanka was the first Pakistan player to do that away from home on debut. But how did he get dropped? Explain that to me. How did he get dropped after doing that?
He played a couple of test matches in New Zealand, failed and got dropped. But the bigger issue is that why didn't he get selected for those 10 years? Because his numbers in first-class cricket are outstanding. You hardly get better than that. Average 56, 37 hundreds. But even after that, when he's been brought back into the side, he's proved that he's still got it.
Also, he's played before this test match 26 first-class games at this venue, 10 hundreds, average of 69 and a higher score of 224, so that's some serious form. Oh, and how long has he had this in different stance?
I think maybe 3, maybe 4 years. This one, the earlier one was not straight on as he starts off. It was always quirky, but this one, I think, maybe 3 years or so.
This is phase 2.
It's working. Phase 2 is better than phase 1 because he's getting a few test matches.
I find it extraordinary. I just hope the fact that he was unorthodox with his approach had nothing to do with the fact that he wasn't selected. He's struggling a little bit now with that wrist by the looks of things. But he hasn't called for any assistance from the change room from what I could see since the blow. His numbers have been very, very impressive, and it's amazing. You get 100 on debut. 2009, you're not playing for 10 years. Sorry, you play one more test, sorry. Then you don't play for 10 years. Oh, correction, 2 more tests, and then you don't play for 10 more years. 4 more runs. $196 for 6. Yeah, it looks like he's starting to struggle a bit now with that wrist. On 75. I think the fact that that's happened, but he's perhaps going to be a little bit constrained. Might make sure that we do get that second new ball. I think it's just common sense really for that second new ball to be introduced now in a couple of overs' time. Linda from the other end.
This ability to actually get towards the ball against spin, especially use his reach, get right forward, make sure that he's not playing against the spin because he's so close to it, doesn't allow it to spin. You've seen that, and you've seen him off the back foot as well to the left-handers.
That's solid. That's a good stroke. Beautifully played. That's gone for 6. Brings up the 200 now for Pakistan.
Well, no restraint after getting hit on the wrist. He smashes it over long on. Went pretty flat as well. A signal of intent. First 6 of the innings.
Oh, there's a mix-up here. No, lost the ball. Had it been collected cleanly, there would have been big trouble, I think, for Pakistan. Rassi van der Dussen was the one scrambling.
Yeah, the opportunity, and well, for all money, we picked that up. That was it for Fahim Ashraf. Bit of luck going Pakistan's way.
Yeah, he's having some issues with that wrist. I think it's perhaps getting to the stage where he might need to get some attention to it, even though that's 6 early in the over dispels that story. But after that last shot that he played, he was grabbing it in pain.
You just keep coming down the track and smash it for 6. He'll get to his 100 very quickly then.
Yeah, very quickly. Yeah, a couple of balls really. Oh, that's beautifully played. I love the way that he gets that extra stretch in. It's a couple of movements of that front leg, but gee, it's so effective because of the reach. That is beautifully controlled. 207 for 6. Not out on 85 now. Not far behind that South African score of 220.
Fahim gets a single now for Alam back on strike. He hit a huge 6, but this probably short of his innings, just leaning into the drive right over the wall. He times that through cover. Again, you'd say against the spin, that is a quality shot.
Just watching that ball go through the air to the batsman there from Maharaj. It certainly looks like it's getting a little bit ropey now, that formerly red kookaburra. Just a reminder also, by the way, to play the Brighto fan of the match contest and win a signed ball. Again, that good stretch from Fahad Alam to smother that totally. 80 overs up now. New ball is due. 208 for 6. Right, that new kookaburra has just been relayed. been keeping an eye on Rabada over the last couple of overs. He has been doing just a little bit of limbering up. He hasn't been too excessive with his warm-ups. But he has been entrusted with what will be the second new ball. There it is, out of the umpire's pocket. I wonder if Rabada's going to do what they used to do in the old days and have a loosener or two with the old one and then take the new one. Tempted to take the... No, it looks like he's going to. Or he's going to stay with the old one and look to reverse it still. Looks like there's got... well, looks like it has got virtually no seam left. So he's had 3 spells of 6 overs so far in this innings. Another burst, presumably of 4 or so.
And the game's so delicately poised. Yes, you can look at the new ball and say you take that new ball, but that can also leak runs. Right now, Pakistan trail by 12. And you would think, well, if it's a 20-30 run lead, then it's almost sort of negating the first and second innings, and it then depends on the last couple of innings. But I reckon anything over 50 or 60, then you're thinking about that. That is a significant advantage.
Yeah, we had a look at Nortje also doing some loosening up as well. There's the work that Rabada has done so far. Magnificent last night. 2 for 8 with that fiery burst. 1 kept low, 1 bounce, wrapped the glove, caught a leg gully by Keegan Peterson. Now that's come back, and it might have gone too far. And of course there are no reviews left because 3 have been wasted.
Rabada just having a look at his captain. No reviews left. He's still having a look. Just by his expressions, he thinks this is bang on. Reverse swing back, nipping back in, so we're always in business. Just pitched outside, so, well, you're safe.
That's beaten him for pace that time. A little bit of a glare there from Rabada. Looks like he's very keen to get involved here and make a difference at this stage. Aslan Raza is the man that's at the bowler's end at the moment. Alim Dar, his partner.
Getting the ball to nip back into the left-hander with the old ball. That one just carries on. Normally, with the right arm, he'll get more reverse when he's swinging the ball into the right-hander away from the left-hander. To actually get it to go the other way, that is quite some skill. And he said he was king of reverse. Well, last couple of balls, he's shown that from over the wicket. He's getting the ball to just nip back into Fahim Ashraf.
Yeah, if you think about it, I mean, this guy's got the ability to reverse swing both ways at 140, 145 k's per hour. It's quite exceptional. That is a terrific delivery as well. Back in towards the left-handed batsman. Very good first over back from Rabada. 208 for 6.
208 for the loss of 6. Fascinating battle. Pakistan inching towards that 220 mark. A lot of credit has to be given to Fawad Alam. What a knock he's played.
It's a test match, a knock of dreams. He's been through it all today. Taken some body blows, he's had to work hard. This is a South African pace attack which hasn't given in all day long. They've stuck to their task.
It's that kind of a game where a plucky 20 or a 15-run partnership, when it matters most, can turn the tables in your favor. Nothing is given. I think this pitch is going to get increasingly difficult. So Pakistan can pick up a lead here. Even a small lead will give them a psychological advantage, and obviously in number terms also.
That'll be uppermost in their mind. Is they trail by 11, but as you say, Rummies, if they can take it beyond 50, you suddenly get to 80. What's looming is the big threat of Yasir Shah bowling into that rough. South Africa, 4 left-handers in their batting lineup. Right-handers will find it difficult to score out of that rough. The way forward for South Africa is it's the simple thing, take wickets, but it hasn't been that easy to find today. This man and Fawad Alam, they've played well. You said it at the start of the day, even Bass said it, that Pakistan bat deep and their lower order has performed. 209 for 6.
Quite enjoyed this from Pakistan, because they were going to be mentally challenged by South Africa after a very ordinary New Zealand trip. So you lose a bit of self-belief and confidence when you've been at the receiving end. After that 34 for 4, to be in this position, to be in this situation is quite remarkable from Pakistan. You know, you're looking for that fight back, that ticker from Pakistan. When will we see it? And so, well, it's been on display today in most sessions. Could completely transform them as a team moving forward in the Test series. You're looking for such splendid performance, such fight back. That'll raise the hopes of the dressing room. The late order batsmen, you know, it'll just give them a high that they need probably.
And often the kickstart can come from one player, because that sort of attitude is infectious. What do you think the idea they're playing at home, how much of an effect that has had in terms of showing some good resolve?
Well, they're quite accustomed to this kind of a surface where the ball dies from a fast bowler. There's hardly any bounce. So they've adjusted well, and so it comes naturally to them to adjust to a low bounce compared to a high bounce.
In terms of spirit, the fact that you're at home, in your home country, now for many years I think we haven't really acknowledged, it's sort of you're playing out of your country and now you're back here. Now how's that also in terms of morale affected Pakistan cricket?
I think it's got to give them a lot of confidence, because the fans want them to do well. They're near the action, the fans watching it on telly, a lot of discussion on social media. It's important for them to set the tone right, set the record right. We've been away from home, we've been at the receiving end. Now there's a possibility that we can show you our real mettle when we'll play at home in our own conditions. Will be difficult to beat.
let's acknowledge the good role Fahim has been playing. And good support of Fawad Alam, now 13 shy of what will be a memorable 100 if he is to get there. But South Africa definitely have picked up the intensity after the break. And they will definitely be looking to him to try and get a breakthrough here. Mark Bouch is a man that's never shy of a hard word or two. They have just come out of the tea break, and you get the feeling that there's more of a focus, more of a sharpness to what they're doing. They've been good in terms of that run rate. They haven't allowed Pakistan, although the wickets have been scarce, they haven't allowed Pakistan to run away with the game.
Oh, good delivery. Missed the target. That's gone for 4. Probably leg byes. Fuller length from Rabada, surprising the batsman. He's got pace and he's an intelligent bowler as well. 6 down for 214. That one got the inside edge. It's been given as 4 runs. Fuller length from Rabada, and was looking for that Yorker length and almost got the desired result. So now we're talking. Second new ball has been taken, and it's with Maharaj. Kind of an impossibility if this test match was happening at Joburg or Cape Town. No chance. Maharaj to be given the new ball. But different tactics from South Africa, trying to adjust to the conditions. So watch out for that straighter angle from Maharaj. All he has to do is to be accurate. Let the variations of the pitch take care of the rest.
That's always something to be mindful of as a batsman when you're facing the spinner with a new ball, because it does slide on. You could be in for a while, you're looking for the turn, you've got used to a certain type of ball that's come out, the pace of the pitch, and it can be that little bit different when you're up against a new ball. So the best option would be just to try and get forward, play straight, bat on ball. So I'm not against this idea. You may want to, first thoughts would have been to have given it to one of the quick bowlers. With the try for a couple, you can always get back to a quick bowler. I'm just keen to see with a harder ball what effect it will have on the surface. Because it can often, being harder, break the surface. And we've seen variable bounce. And a hard ball bowled into a surface like this can lead to it standing up more, just staying down lower. And all South Africa, without the reverse swing, gets straighter. That's been effective for them. And they've looked to hit the top of off stump.
There's that natural variation, looking for spin. Actually, your body curves when you're anticipating a spinning delivery. You try to work the ball towards the leg side, and suddenly when it stays straight, you're in trouble, or can be in trouble. They're just waiting a second more on that one, Fawad Alam, and that's where he's been so good. Not really jumping at the ball or playing with hard hands. He's picked the length early, mostly. But his real challenge begins now. Maharaj with the new ball. What angles to guard? When to go back, when to play forward. Soft hands or hard hands. How to battle out of the rough area. 216 for 6. It's becoming an interesting test match, and low scores get you an interesting game. 220 players, 216 for 6. Will definitely have a result. 220 all out. Helga played extremely well. Contributions from the middle order, but Pakistan were struggling at 34 for 4, and now they've raised the bar with some resilient effort, trailed by just 4.
Rabada with the new ball. What about Nokia from the other end? Remember, you just said that. What about the two of them? And I agree with you. Going flat out for a good spell.
Just let it rip, boss. You got pace, cross seam delivery. Get them playing the high rising ball. The awkward bounce from Rabada and Nokia can do the job. Sustain hostility for about 5 or 6 overs through Rabada and Nokia. Shot beautifully played. Got there early. Fahim Ashraf is a natural timer of the ball, and well, it was shorter in length from Rabada, looking for some awkward bounce, not there, and put away very nicely by Fahim.
It takes the scores to being level. Interesting to see where he hit that. That went far fair way in front of square.
How the ball just stopped after hitting the surface. Look out for those inside edges. I thought that was going to be the favorite mode of dismissal on a surface like this. You know, play it on. Inside edge. Around the stumps angle from Rabada. It's a good angle. Slip in a gully in place. Oh, put away brilliantly. What a shot that is from Fahim Ashraf. Made a great sound. Came from the center of the willow. Played a blinder here. What a pull shot.
One of the shots of the day. This is one of the best fast bowlers in the world, and the way that he's played that, any top order batsman would be proud of that. Run to square, out the middle of the bat. This doesn't happen to Kagiso Rabada too often. Let's see how he responds.
Oh, quicker this time, taken. I think it's probably hit his helmet. South Africa not appealing for a catch, but it was sharper, a lot quicker. Yeah, you probably will have a little pause here because of concussion protocol. But that was seriously awkward. As Daryl was just mentioning, the next ball had to be quicker, faster at the helmet.
There was a moment where this might have been a chance. No, that's straight off the helmet. Thought it was glove helmet because Bavuma was quickly forward. Oof, that's a nasty one. That is a nasty one. Big effort ball from Rabada. There we go. And the fielder goes for it.
Crossed it, in fact. What do we generally ask? Name, spelling, favorite song, maybe?
Do you know where you are? Yeah, was there any... No, Ultra Edge showing us there was no bat.
No bat, no bat, just the badge.
I'm sure the physio there would look in his eyes and see if he's glazed or his awareness. It's something you often see. We play a lot of rugby in South Africa. It's a big problem in the game, concussion. As men put their bodies on the line in a big way. But he looks all right. Thank goodness for that protection, because that would have been nasty.
think he's got to have a new pair of helmet. That's for safety and security reasons, clearly. So happy that now as a team Pakistan favour the back grill also.
Makes you wonder why it was never there in the first place. There's still some guys who don't play with it. They haven't made that addition. I think it's coming out standard now with the helmets. And they're so good today. I mean, your days, Ramis, I mean, even in our days when I started, compare them to what you have today. It's absolute chalk and cheese.
I never was comfortable wearing a visor because it was so heavy, you know, it was full of metal, that I'd pull my neck muscle after a while. But these days they're comfortable that way. Got a real shocker from Rabada. It had more oomph, more in it, that bouncer.
There seems to be a growing opinion that cricket should be made bouncer free.
Got to be kidding me. Nicely played. Once again, awkward bounce from Rabada. He's bending his back. And of an eventful over, 224 for 6. I think you should ask that question to Wasim Akram.
No, it's genuine. There was an article recently on Cricket Info about the bouncer, but I noticed something today in English cricket up till under 18 cricket. They're saying that there should be no bouncer, and Wasim, standing behind me, has confirmed that.
But then if you ban a bouncer for 18-year-olds, how will they learn the art to cope with it once they grow into the job and play for their country?
Absolutely, because that's part of your whole game. It's not only the short ball, but what does it do to the rest of your game? And if you don't learn to cope at a young age, then you know you're going to face it. But then your technique and your way of playing is set.
As it is, you've clipped the wings of fast bowlers with a lot of restrictions, new laws. Such an exciting option to have. Because for me, Darryl, I don't know about you, for me a cricketing high is for, say, a bowler like Rabada to go and bowl a bouncer at full throttle for somebody then to pull him for 4 or 6. It's got to be a high.
And if you played well, then that is, as a batsman, that's a great confidence booster. It's something you'll always remember when there's genuine real pace and you know they're coming at you and you get through it. And how much longer till we see him? I think that this may be Maharaj's last over. Always worth a try, did mention that, but we made the point, Ramis, you raised it first, that this is the moment. South Africa have got to really come hard now. No holding back. They've got to try and get a wicket or two with this new ball.
Oh! Lovely angle. Drew him into playing that shot through the offside.
Might buy him another over. Going straight on, no turn. He's good at what he does, Maharaj. You can't take him for granted. He's a skillful bowler.
Nicely defended. And 6 down for 225. scenario changes now for South Africa. More pressure on their bowling. Pakistan lead them in this contest by 5 runs. It's just a slender lead, but lead can work wonders for Pakistan. From where they were to where they're right now, it's a massive change. 34 for 4, struggling. So South Africa have tried their hand with spin against Fawad Alam. It hasn't really worked because he's picked the links so well. He's a natural player of spin bowling. So 104 balls of spin bowling. Maybe they need to just change the pattern a little. Offer him no spin for a little while. Just do that. Shorter stuff. Cross seam deliveries, off cutters, leg cutters. Throw in a Yorker and a seriously quick bouncer. Get Nokia in the act as well. Because he's relied heavily so far against spin. But that's his go-to game. 89 now of 208 balls. So South Africa, I think time is right now for them really to change the angle, create pressure through pace. Nicely played away into the 90s. It's pretty special from Fawad Alam. Run back for a tight third. 50 partnership comes up as well. That is what Pakistan wanted. Fight back from the tail enders. And even though Fahim has got a 91 as his best score, but this really is a special effort from him.
I'm with you on your point about South Africa. They've got to seize the moment now. They've got to take advantage of this new ball and knock here from the other end, Lungi and Giddy. Because as you say, Ramiz, he's looked very comfortable forward. Just a natural, classical. What I would...
Oh, dropped. Quinton de Kock. Would have been his 200 scalp. Rabada there, staring at his skipper. It was a difficult one. It is a difficult gig for a keeper on a track like this. You never know where you are in relation to the pace of the pitch. Beautiful angle. Fahim was committed to it and grasped in the end. A difficult one, but should have been held, really.
It's always had good hands. Seldom see him put one down, but when it's needed the most, he has. Never easy, but you'd expect a quality keeper to hold on to that. It's these little moments, those little chances that you need to take. Wickets have been hard to come by all day. As a captain, you've got those thoughts going through your mind as you're the keeper, you're behind the stumps, a lot of responsibility. This was a good regulation, Nick. Beautiful ball again, great length.
I mean, they set up the batsman with this angle, or for this angle. Everything worked except for the last bit. Another shorter length for Fahim Ashraf to tackle. It's 230 for 6. A lovely picture of National Stadium, Karachi. A drone pick. 230 for the loss of 6. Quinton de Kock grassing Fahim Ashraf. Difficult chance, but Rabada is bowling a magnificent spell here and just a strike away from picking up his 200th wicket. Not to be. I think fans need to understand also, Daryl, that a third session can be a bit tough for the fielding side. They've been out there for 3 sessions, nothing much work today, and so you can get a little tired, especially if you're a keeper, up and down all the time, plus the responsibility of captaining a side. That can weigh heavily on you.
Yes, it can, you know, but these guys today, they're pretty fit. They have trainers, and this is Test cricket. That's what you prepare yourself mentally for. But it's a character test. That's what we know Test cricket is, and you need to ensure as that comes along that you have the resolve as a team, as a unit. But guys, it is tough. We are in the subcontinent. We know we've got to work harder. Yesterday was almost just one of those cricketing days, but they would have arrived here knowing that it's hard work. You've got to bowl those extra overs. You've got to put in the time. You've got to be patient. You've got to be good in the field. And temperatures are good. Temperatures are good at the moment.
It's a whack. Ngiri does extremely well. It's a fast outfield, and he really had to adjust quickly. Never easy fielding there because you're looking for a bit of turn as well. And so he had to give himself a little bit of pause to adjust. It was whacked off the stumps.
Should they have taken that new ball? I do think if you're going to hand it to two quick bowlers, you could get a wicket now, but if you are going to hand it to two quick bowlers. What it can do is just come onto the bat a bit better and opens up scoring opportunities.
More importantly, should Maharaj be the choice with the second new ball? I think this probably is his third over with the second new ball. And South Africa pretty keen to just keep this option going. No real pace of the surface for spinner to exploit, so allows batsmen time to adjust. 233 for the loss of 6. All parties will be interested in the state of the 22 yards. Day 1, day 2. Day 1 produced a lot of action, 14 wickets. Day 1 looked a bit neater. Less rubble, less debris, lesser patches. Day 2 has got its own issues, but I think Pakistan has adjusted extremely well.
Can this pitch, and you see it around the world, Newlands is a pitch that comes to mind where it actually, day 2 and 3 settles, and then 4 and 5, it then starts to get worse.
Yeah, I mean, it can go to that snooze mode, but that'll keep on happening. Variation in bounce on the low side. I'd just be keen to see Yasir Shah, how he develops the team, because out of the rough, a wrist spinner will get a lot of purchase compared to a left armer. So I'm just hoping that Pakistan will find Yasir Shah bowling well in top gear, exploit the conditions. Otherwise, it's a battable pitch. There's nothing, not a lot happening off the straight. And even when there's been an awkward bounce, batsmen have generally adjusted because the lack of pace has allowed them really to play that ball, play that length.
Yasir Shah in that first innings, it's probably one of his best spells of bowling over a period, Ramiz, the control. And hit those lengths. The key will be not so much the line, but the lengths. Getting that batsman forward where that length is in between, and it allows the ball to bounce, find a glove.
It's an interesting one for the spinner. I mean, if you're bowling on a pitch like this, should you be patient, or should you be anxious to pick wickets? because they say you've got to structure 6 balls to pick up a wicket, so you've got to show a bit of patience. But for a leg spinner, it's damn difficult really to show patience, because he's got variations, he's got so much to offer. And with Yasir Shah, the issue has been leaking of runs.
I was just going to say, depending on how much runs he's got to play with.
So in a tight game, you want Yasir Shah to be accurate, first of all, and then maybe look to experiment.
And often they tighten up because there's that expectancy. Fielders around the bat and everyone's clapping, everyone's urging them on to get a wicket or two. That was a beaut. That was a beaut. I thought Faf really got a good one. This was a mixture of change of pace. There again, one that was quicker. I just thought some of the best bowling I've seen from him, where his control has been good.
Nicely played. It's 6 down for 233.
Searching for some wickets. Maharaj should continue. He's been settled in with that new ball. Play must have been pretty positive.
What a performance by this experienced player. Fawad Alam down leg side. There's a fielder there, average delivery. He's going to cut it off. And coming back to Fawad Alam, he really fought out there when he came out to bat yesterday. With Azhar Ali played well as well today. And that shows, Bazid, that fighting spirit is back in this team. The hero of the day, definitely Fawad Alam. Rizwan played well as well, and now Fahim is doing his job. The set batsman is in, he's on 94, 6 shy of his 100. In New Zealand under pressure when chips were down, and now he's again nearing his 3rd 100, inshallah, fingers crossed. 6 more to go.
But there's never a doubt on his temperament, because of the fact that all those years he kept getting runs in first-class cricket. And once a player, well, if you score once, you score twice, you go consistently 3-4 seasons, you think, I will be selected. But he wasn't selected for so many years, but he kept on plugging away. I don't know many players who could do that, any people who could be so mentally strong. And brings it out with the maximum. What an innings this has been. His 3rd century in Test match cricket. First at National Stadium, Karachi, his home ground. And what a knock, what a determined, fantastic and courageous knock.
And that too under pressure when he came out to bat yesterday. Fawad Alam, 3rd Test century. The teammates are out on the balcony. The skipper, the coach. And I suppose the whole country is applauding Fawad Alam. He can enjoy it. He deserves it. The job is not done yet. Pakistan is 22 runs ahead.
163 dots, but the determination to get to that 100, the construction of that innings. And now he's just been able to celebrate after that well, under pressure, not to say the least, but just being able to ride that pressure and then release it when you get to your 100. It's been a difficult wicket, but Fawad Alam knows how to make runs, and he keeps on making sure that everybody knows about it. 242 for 6.
.242 for 6, lead of 22 runs, and look at the scorecard. Azhar Ali 51, really fought well, and now Fawad Alam, the hero of the day for Pakistan, 100 of 221. Rizwan also played well for his 33, was positive, but for me, Fawad Alam really takes the cake in this innings for Pakistan. 50 for 1 in his 16. Nokia.
Nokia from round the wicket. We'll try and get the ball to nip away from Fahim Ashraf, left-hander. I think Fahim Ashraf as well. Just taking the attack slightly to South Africa, and with that new ball he's been able to strike a few boundaries. So at the moment Pakistan in front. Well, a very calm day for Pakistan, and a cup of tea calms you down, but today it's been all good in terms of Pakistan leading the way. New ball, it provides runs the outside edge, and yet another boundary.
Every run is important. Lead of 80 plus 100 on this pitch will be very handy for Pakistan. 26 runs ahead now, and runs are coming easy now. Set batsman partnership is worth now 70 between Fawad Alam and Fahim Ashraf. Outside edge, but doesn't matter how they come, as long as they come. The boundaries, the runs.
And with this new ball, this is the 8th over with it, and 32 runs conceded. Interestingly, yes, just a one fast bowler operating with Maharaj from the other end. But the thought process behind that new ball of getting wickets hasn't worked.
Sometimes it backfires, the new ball, the second new ball, because on this particular pitch the ball was a little softer. I can imagine they took the ball in 83rd over, maybe 84th over, and that's what set batsmen look for. Consistent bounce, new hard ball coming nicely on the bat, and that's what exactly happened. You just mentioned how many runs they scored at 32 in 8 overs. So they probably would have been better off with the new with the old ball till probably 90-95 overs. Sometimes we used to go to 100 overs because we didn't want to take the second new ball, because if second new ball it means bowlers are also tired a bit.
Drink, boys.
And time for a drink. All Pakistan today, second day belonging to them well and truly. He's flying high. Pakistan, this partnership worth 70, and Fawad Alam, well, moments ago got to his 100. He's batted so well. Came in yesterday when Pakistan was struggling with 4 wickets down, and he's been able to combat and play everything that has been thrown at him. Usual style, very good square of the wicket, but in between, very solid in defense.
Very gutsy inning. Under pressure when he came out to bat, Pakistan were 27 for 4. He took his time and then he played some exceptional shots, bringing up his century with this massive 6. Unbelievable performance from this talented cricketer.
Change of bowling. Adrian Markram. Off spinner to the 2 left-handers. Again, it begs the question about that new ball. I'll ask Wasim Akram what he feels about that, because the new ball taken, and it was a spinner from one end, and now we're still seeing a spinner from that particular end. So new ball not given to the fast bowlers either.
Good for Pakistan, I suppose. And sometimes you don't have to take the new ball after 80 overs. Hang on a minute, wait a bit, see the situation, see the pitch, because it was difficult for the batsmen to get runs as well. With the 80 over ball, it was slightly softer. But again, every team have their own tactics, own plannings.
And most people would have thought that if you take that new ball now, you bowl fast bowler from both ends. Fawad Alam, the only batsman who could convert first 350s into centuries in Test cricket. Wow.
Unbelievable performance. Unreal. He waited for a long time to make his comeback, and he came back with a bang, that's for sure. He ain't going anywhere now in Test cricket for Pakistan. Definitely the way he's performing, the way he's performed. I suppose Pakistan needs somebody like him at number 5. It was before Asad Shafiq, and now you got Fawad Alam. He's a bit awkward. If I'm bowling at him, it's slightly awkward for me because of his stance, but that stance works for him. He's averaging 50 plus in first class cricket, 53 or 54. We just saw this stat earlier on, and last, I think, 10-15 years of present players, he's at number 3. With the likes of Virat Kohli, Rohit Sharma, Smith.
Shot and thrashed through the offside, so Adrian Markram hit to the fence. 6 off his over, it's 252 for 6.
.250 up for Pakistan with the last boundary. Very average delivery from Makram. Easy pickings for a set batsman. He's on 105 for Fawad Alam. And he's looking good as well for him. Really impressed by his batting, the way he's batting. He's changed his technique a bit. I believe he's worked with Muhammad Yusuf at the NCA. And of course, Yusuf being one of the greatest batsmen of all time. He was so elegant to watch, Muhammad Yusuf. Gary.
new ball with the opportunity to go quickly off the bat, but if you can place it well enough, you're a short of winning $500. Small target, need to be precise.
Precise, like really gun barrel precise.
Exactly.
$500. If I'm batting on 50 odd, I would never take a risk. It's a risky shot to play there and aim for that little bullseye. Seriously, when you batting out there and there's certainly some, something like this on offer, you don't even think when you're batting in the middle because there's too much happening, so much pressure going around. Another very good shot, solid shot from Fahim on a back foot. He just timed it nicely.
Fahim likes pace on the ball. We saw that in New Zealand as well. The short ball or pace on the ball, he thrives on that. So the new ball against him, it's not worked, and he's enjoyed that extra bit of bite off the surface which has come onto the bat. There you go, driving on the up. And that'll go to the fence as well. The new ball coming onto the bat, and Fahim Ashraf looking a treat.
What a shot from Fahim. And I think it's not the best field set for Fahim if you're bowling off stump line with the new ball. You have to move that fielder at short leg to backward points if you're bowling outside off stump back of a length. And look at this, he played it on the up, didn't middle it, but raced away to the boundary. Fast outfield here at the National Stadium.
Short ball, and he'll take that on as well. Just get the single, but always really ticking over the partnership up to 83 now.
And almost 148 kilometers an hour the previous delivery, so he's bending his back, that's for sure. But coming back to Fawad and Fahim, this partnership is worth now 83. Every run, like I said, is important, crucial. Pakistan is ahead, 39 runs now. They're looking comfortable, they're owning it, both of them. In the middle, rotating the strike.
It just stays a little low, but Pakistan now wouldn't mind that. 259 to 6.
Pakistan lead by 39 now. 4 wickets in hand. Set batsman in, Fawad Alam, 105. Fahim Ashraf looking really solid as well on 39. So what a fight back by this Pakistan team. From 33 to 4 for 4. And now 261 for 6.
And you just feel that this little session might just take the game away from South Africa. Markram bowling from one end, runs coming freely, and you don't want to be left behind and the lead just swell. Yes, you've got a part-timer on, but still have to look at being able to join those dots, because this partnership is just taking the game away. 84 of 125, that's quick.
So South African played 2 proper spinners, regular spinners, and the part-timer is bowling. Because of the left-handers, And he's not going to turn anything. If anything, is going to drift into the left-hander the way he bowls, especially with the new ball.
Short again, singles coming easily. Partnership going at 4 runs and over, and in low scoring affair, a couple of sessions like this sets you back. .262 for 6. Yeah, lots of conversations. Pressure's on South Africa. Pakistan ahead by 42. This partnership looking solid and taking the attack to South Africa. Around the wicket, Nokia, discussions about length. Work cut out for Quinton de Kock. The last test match played here at National Stadium, Karachi, Pakistan played Sri Lanka, and after the first innings, Sri Lanka led by 80. First day, Pakistan got bowled out, and then sort of a similar sort of theme to this test match as well. So Sri Lanka got 271, so led by 80, and then 555 for 3 for Pakistan, and ended up winning that match easily. Just shows that so often this pitch gets better after that first day, gets better for batting, and then run scoring becomes easy. Even this test match was yesterday, it's quite difficult. It's almost sort of died down today. Third and fourth day you can set yourself in, and .555 for 3 in that third innings. So South Africa can take heart. 4 centuries in that Pakistan second innings.
He's looking so comfortable in his space for Fawad Alam. Shuffling across, playing with soft hands. He knows the job is not done yet. He needs to be there till the end. And I'm sure he's got the ability, the talent, and he can. All the batting, the rest of the batting should play around him. Fahim is looking rock solid.
No!
Wrist is still hurting him, but once you've got 100, well, I didn't get there much, not at all really. But once you get to 100, I think these, like you mentioned, trying to hit a certain area of the field, you probably so relaxed that you can actually think about that. when you got your 200, you were thinking about that. You're hitting the ball into the crowd in Sheikhupura. And you were targeting people in the crowd. Was it after 100 or after 200?
I think after 100 and then after 200. I was shocked at myself when I finished up. So what the hell happened here? And you know, in batting, you use different muscles altogether. And I batted for 9 hours maybe, and my lower back and hamstrings were gone. I couldn't stand up for a day. I said, okay, that's it. No more 200s.
No! But it was all worth it, getting that 200. Much more satisfaction than all the wickets you got. 265 for 6.
.95 overs gone, 265 for 6 it is. Look at these stands, really good stuff between Azhar Ali and Fawad Alam. 94 right at the start, then 55 Fawad Alam and Rizwan, 55. Now this one 89, so this has been the story of the day. I am a little bit bemused as to the way that the South Africans have gone about this second new ball story, I've got to say. I don't have any problem whatsoever with Maharaj being the #1 spinner, having a few overs with the second new ball just to see if there is a chance to pick up a wicket with a harder ball, a bit more bounce. But here we are, we've gone through Maharaj, we've gone through Linda, and we've now got Markram. So that's the second thing that's bemused me. The other thing, of course, is for those of you who've been with us, has been the use of the reviews from the South Africans. That's left a lot to be desired. And I might just throw in a bit of catching as well, particularly the last one that was put down by the keeper and captain.
I'm getting this impression from you, Hazy, that you haven't enjoyed South Africa's performance today.
I'm used to seeing them play better than this, I really am, I must say. It's not easy, we know that. And I think they would have been foolish to think they would have would have come out this morning and just continued in the vein of form they had last night, and they picked up 4 quick ones. They knew it was going to be tough at some stage today, but I bet they didn't bank on this sort of partnership. But I'm taking nothing away from Pakistan whatsoever, because they've been superb. I just think South Africa could have been better.
It's quite crazy in a way that Pakistan have actually fielded better than South Africa. South Africans prize themselves on athleticism, so good at anticipating a catch. They haven't really looked desperate. It's a difficult surface to place yourself in the slip cordon, for example. But Test cricket demands adjustment and a bit of passion and fire in the field. 266 for 6.
Nokia is about to continue. Lovely shot from the drone. He's been bowling quickly, Nokia. Oh, it's not too far away. That's gone for 4 in the end. He thought he was right in the hunt there, Rabada.
He's taken on the shot ball almost every time, Fahim. Gutsy performance, showing a bit of attitude when he's looking to play that pull shot. He's good at that shot, actually. This one was located early and went through mid-on. On a surface like this, you've got to be precise when you look for that bouncer length, because you can get it wrong. At times the ball just doesn't jump at you to surprise you. At times it stays low, so really to aim it well takes a lot of effort and guile.
That's nicely bowled. You heard the effort in that delivery from Nortje. He's desperately trying to make a difference, running in still. He bowled one delivery not too long ago at 148 k's per hour. Low 140s at the moment. Not huffing and puffing. That's a sign of a very fit lad. Now brings the Centurion back on strike. There's the speeds of the first two balls of this, the 97th over. It took the second new ball, by the way, on the 83rd over.
The other thing that the South Africans have not done well against Fawad Alam is to block his square batting. He's been so good through square leg. He's been good through point area, through the offside, and he's just been nudges, basically, nothing in front of the stumps.
And you could get any wagon wheel of any innings, I think, that Fawad Alam has played, and you'll see the same. I mean, that would have been exactly what they should be studying, and should be totally aware that that's his game. He's played superbly, he really has. That's solid. That's a beautiful shot. That really is nicely played. Rabada down there. Brings up 50.
What a terrific innings. Delivering under pressure. 50 of just 69 balls. The pace has been outstanding. And that is where South Africans have been hurt badly. Not only a 50 for Fahim, but the pace that is generated is going to hurt them badly. 7-4, some lovely pull shots. His short ticker has been extremely organized, picked up the spots well, and he's been undeterred. He's really not been under pressure at all.
Yeah, 7 fours. Whipped that one away on the bounce down to Linda at fine leg. Yeah, tempo's been good. This partnership tempo has been pretty good too. 99, 146 deliveries now. Nothing wrong with that sort of tempo.
Another solid partnership, seeing Pakistan through tough period. 99-run effort between the two left-handers.
Chased him. End of the over, 275 for 6.
That lead in terms of how the pitch is played, and with time left at disposal of both sides, it's pretty significant. We're talking about a 55-run lead at this stage. If they get it to 100 mark, I think it's going to provide Pakistan with a massive advantage.
Yeah, the stand of 99 is terrific. Really is good. And I agree with you, Ramis. They can get that 3-figure lead. I mean, the old adage is in a test match, if after both sides have batted once and one side's got a 100-run lead, then you're most likely to go on and win that test match if it's not going to be interfered with any bad weather. And I don't see any rain on the horizon in Karachi at the moment. In the next month.
Yeah, it stays like this most times. Lugian Gidi, a wicket for him. Is good with this round the wicket angle. Need a sparkle, some lifts. South Africa, maybe a great catch. Run out, something special to happen to lift their spirits.
kinds of catcher, but it was far away from a fieldsman. That's the 100 partnership now as they come back for the third.
One thing is done regularly throughout this knock is time the ball beautifully. It's a difficult pitch to time the ball. But every time he's played a shot, it has meant something. The ball has flown off his blade.
They hurt, these partnerships. It's been a long day in the field. Ngidi should have plenty of petrol in the tank. He's only bowled 8 overs today, so he should be able to charge in a little bit and try and make a difference here. Well, they certainly need to get amongst it here. Pick up a couple of quick wickets now and get right into this tail, which is a long one. They've still got their work cut out. There's plenty of guys that are still back to come. It's not just bunny rabbits, as some teams have. Bunny rabbits or rabbits? I think probably rabbits might be the better term rather than bunny rabbits. Rambo?
All right, different angle for Ngidi now. Over the stumps to Fawad Alam. Looking for a leg before shout here. Or maybe that angle across the stumps towards slips.
So I mentioned the fact that there's been a couple of chances in this Pakistan innings. This is the first one. Fahim was the last to go. That's the one that de Kock put down. The first one was Farad Alam when he was dropped on 35, by the way, of Dean Elgar at first slip. But de Kock putting the last one down was Fahim. After Rabada was putting in some hard yards. That's why there was that glare, I think, from him. He was certainly trying his best to pick up a stick.
And it looks doubly bad if you happen to be the skipper of the side. And that replay was shown on the big screen as well, and Quinton didn't like it one bit. We have not seen a lot of cutters from South Africa as well. We saw Shaheen Afridi employ that strategy. They could have done the same with the second new ball, something different, cross-seam deliveries, just to extract something out of the surface, which seems to have just slowed down and on a snooze mode.
Yep, they can all do that and do it well. They've been running enemy bowling fairly quickly. They certainly gave the reverse swing a fair go. At times bowled it beautifully, but without any great return.
I think that Rabada spell was critical for South Africa. When Quinton dropped Fahim Ashraf, he was in top gear. Reverse swinging the ball beautifully. And an opportunity was provided, not taken by South Africa, and it just killed the rhythm for South African bowling. You look for such moments where you can cash in, make use of good rhythm of Rabada. It didn't happen.
Got him. Finally, the catch has been taken. It is Bavuma has taken that catch. And Ngidi has struck, so he'll be happy with that. Field placings were spot on this time from Quinton de Kock. It is the end of an exceptional innings. It really has been really special. Terrific to see. He's played superbly. It's been a magnificent century.
That has been his favorite area, where he's dominated the South Africans. In the end, just scooping one in the air and neatly taken by Bavuma. It was in the slot, timed it well enough as well, trying to keep the ball down, trying to roll his wrist over that one, but found the fielder perfectly. At long last, smile in the face of a bowler. They had to toil hard to get rid of him. He's batted superbly, 109 on a tough pitch. Tough nut to crack he was. Fawad Alam with a brilliant 100. Pakistan 278 for the loss of 7.
Hassan Ali is the new man in. Let's look at his Test career. High score of 29, average of 15. I think those that have seen him bat in some of the domestic cricket here in Pakistan are only too aware that he can certainly wield the willow and wield it quite quickly at times. So the door has been opened just a little bit for South Africa. 58 runs ahead at the moment.
Still very much in this contest, South Africa, unless that lead is extended to 100. They need to mop up the tail here. A quick finish to the innings really will help them get into a good groove, good frame of mind when they go out to bat. Short cover, straight mid-on, shot mid-wicket in place.
Show out the stumps. And also the end of the over, successful one from Ngidi, 278 for 7. Got himself a couple of wickets now. Ngidi. Here's how the Centurion was just dismissed. Delight from the big fast bowler. Congratulations from his teammates. Superb knock, it really was superb from Fawad Alam.
That's good running. All day they were waiting for this to happen, but Fawad Alam got 100 and only then faltered and was removed from the scene. Really was a powerful partnership, really was good stuff from both batsmen. And that's what you aspire for, that respect in the dressing room, when your core players applaud for you. That's the biggest plus for you to enjoy. His expressions haven't changed a lot, Nokia. Still very thoughtful, trying to concentrate, frowning, taking this extremely seriously, which should be the case.
He's 100% man. He gives everything at every opportunity, Nokia. Attempts the fast bounce at that time, but sliding on the leg side. There's 9 overs remaining in the day's play after this one.
You got to wear few on such a track to survive. Fahim Ashraf, I think, probably got hit in the exposed part of the thigh pad. So either you cover the thigh area, you cover the bone right up there with your thigh pad. That's the whole idea behind wearing one.
You get a seam imprint.
Getting the line wrong. Round the stumps. It's a different angle for knock here. What he's trying to do is to get that ball back into the stumps. And he's now missed the target 2-3 times. Some are a complete natural, some struggle to get the ball in the right area when they change angle.
Well, I don't think we're going to be seeing any more of Rabada. I would imagine that most of these overs that are still going to be bowled from that end are going to be done by Nokia, maybe barring one or two at the end. Perhaps a bit of spin involved, because Ngidi will probably continue, unless Ngidi wants to swap around. End of the over, 99 gone, 280 for 7.
It's a bit hazy.
Looks a bit that way, the Rambo. Ah, here comes the stadium. There we are.
We could be in for an interesting little session from Hassan Ali. He's the big striker of the ball. So what he needs to do right now is to channel his energy intelligently. Whilst we want him to be aggressive and play his natural game, but on the other end, he's got a partner, Fahim Ashraf, just a few overs left for the day, so he mustn't get out.
Well, he's got another ball to bowl it, to have a go at it, because that was a no ball by Ngidi. 8 no balls now for the day. See, he's a good strike with the ball straight away. You can tell that's the way he prefers to play. Yeah, there's a bit of an opportunity, because the South Africans are definitely a little bit flat today. Have been for most of the day, and we're getting towards the tail end of the afternoon. And some people think this is the best time to bat when you're out there in the middle.
Well, they need to find a role for themselves. In every session, cricket can challenge you in subcontinent conditions. So you've got to find a way out of tough situations. Oh, eventually he picks up a single. He's off the mark.
Yeah, it was a healthy inside edge. At one stage, Ngidi thought he was in luck there with a bit of timber, because there was quite a gap between bat and pad, but enough bat on it to squeeze it leg side. Seems to be providing a lot of support throughout the day today. Faf du Plessis has to Quinton de Kock. It's pleased to see him back in the slips cordon. At one stage he wasn't there, he was fielding it a mid-off, but now he's back in that region. Also took a very good catch to Faf du Plessis. That's gone smartly away, and another boundary. That's loose. That's short and wide and put away quite comfortably.
It gives you advantage, Fahim Ashraf, with his strike force, going at a strike rate of 77 and hurting South Africa into the 60s now. Wayward from Ngidi, allowed the width, and just one slip in play, so a safe shot really to exercise. Every knock means so much for Pakistan. They were in a tight corner, and so this little gem from Fahim Ashraf will give them a lot of satisfaction and, I guess, advantage. They've invested a lot in this individual, Fahim Ashraf. Tipped as an all-rounder of quality, and they needed one to be slotted in the playing 11, badly missing that link between batting and bowling, so he can provide you with that option. And off late, he started to bat well, temperamentally strong, not easy to bat with the tail, because you're looking for your own self at times, and then you're looking at the bigger picture, bigger canvas, which is to bat well for Pakistan and play well with the tail.
Oh, that's whipped away. He's pegged that up beautifully. That is a lovely stroke.
The pace is still up from Fahim. That's excellent shot making from him on the pads and beautifully flicked for 4. Lovely pickup shot.
He's gone to 64 now after just 80 balls. This is a little knock that makes a massive difference at this time of the day too. That's important. If he is there for, as far as Pakistan's concerned, at the end, then there's going to be some pretty low South Africans, I'd imagine, as they trudge towards their change room, because it will then be an extremely long day, the way that they've been disappointed, I suppose, and also chasing leather a bit and not picking up wickets. That's been the most important part. Solid defence to finish the over. 290 now for 7. Just a quick look at the broadcasters that are taking this series. Pakistan, of course, on PTV Sports, United Kingdom, Sky Sports, Cricket, North America, Willow Cricket, New Zealand, Sky Cricket New Zealand, India, Sony 10, Super Sports, obviously in Africa and South Africa, and Flow Sports in the Caribbean. So welcome to all you guys. I hope you're thoroughly enjoying the action today and also the action yesterday. Plenty of wickets going down yesterday. What a big day that was on day 1, but a little bit quieter in the wickets column today, but still we've seen some really good batting. Look here again. Thick outside edge. Fine. And that's also gone for 4. Runs are coming pretty quickly now.
South Africans have been pretty ragged with the second new ball. They seem to have lost control. And these are expensive runs that they conceded. Thick outside edge. Nokia's pace was well met with an outside edge. So the tactics will have to change. The line has got to improve. It's got to be more wicket to Hassan Ali.
In the context of the game, 80 runs have been scored in the 17 overs of the second new ball. 74 is the lead now. Still 3 wickets to get for South Africa.
Not a lot of people would have given Pakistan hope in making or mounting such a remarkable comeback, but they've been mentally strong. I think it was a game of brute mentality from where they were to where they're now. Pitch has, or the venom in the pitch has subsided a little, but it's how they've tackled and taken on pressure, which has been outstanding. Was that an outstanding effort from the fielder? Was Hassan Ali closer being run out? Rinaldo there. Oh, Hassan Ali was napping a little.
Good pace, but down the leg side. Fahim doesn't mind having a dip at anything short.
Good thing is he's following his instinct, which is if he sees the short ball, he's going to go for it, irrespective of whether the two men waiting for a top edge. Because that's his shot that he plays, go-to shot.
If South Africa can come back strong here late in the day and pick up a couple of wickets. The track is still on the slow side. That, of course, hasn't helped the fast bowlers. I mean, normally, by the time in South Africa, for example, by the time a ball is released from the bowler's hand, by the time it gets to the batsman, it drops by about 25 k's per hour. And imagine here it's somewhere around about 35 k's per hour, such as the abrasiveness of this surface. Oh, it's beautiful bowled, and he's picked up a wicket. There it is, Nortje. Big smile. Eventually we get a smile from Nortje. That's exactly what he wanted to do. That is a very important wicket. For him it is also. Now that will make a difference to the South Africans.
Solid breakthrough. Unfortunate way to go, but he's dented South Africa here with that lovely knock, 64 of 84 balls, undone by the fuller length Yorker. He saw the ball roll back and dislodge the bails. Must have been quite frustrating, but here's the last laugh. Maybe looking for another bouncer. Two men placed there for the short ball, undone by a good fuller length. Not before damaging South Africa big time with a scintillating 64. 295 for it.
Eight wickets down now. The lead is 75. That's an important number. Good performance by Pakistan. 7 overs left in the day's play. An opportunity for South Africa to wipe this out, though, to pick up a couple of quick ones and finish it. Norman Ali, average of 20. Is known to do the night watchman job as well. So there's no doubt he can handle the willow. So a couple of batsmen who have only just arrived. 8 balls for Hassan Ali. Norman has at the non-strikers end. Another look at the dismissal.
Nice seam position, trying to jam on the ball, and ball somehow managing to hit the stumps. Good fast delivery to get rid of Fahim Ashraf there. A little wrong-footed as well in the process. Fell across. It's a good fuller length from Nortje. Hoodwinking him with a fuller length.
A couple of wickets now to Nortje. Wickets have certainly been split, that's for sure, from the South Africans. All of them. All the quicks have got 2, and Maharaj also 2. The best numbers belong to Khakhisa Rabada. He's 2 for 45. ease that one onto the leg side. Again, finding quite a gap there between the bat and the pad, showing plenty of timber behind him, but enough bat on it to not cause too many dramas. It's the way he plays, though, Hassan Ali. Remarkable 14 wickets going down yesterday, and today we've just seen the 4th.
This track could be a bit of a lottery that way. You can never tell how it'll play in Test cricket. Usually they spray a bit of water to prepare the pitch on day one. There's a little bit of moisture that stayed in the surface. That could have been a reason why so many wickets fell. And at times, as we all know, Hazy, pitch takes a little bit of time to settle down as well. I think, well, if you want me to read it, I think batting will become a little easier come day 3 also. Unless you pick the wrong balls to hit.
Well, I found it quite interesting yesterday when the Pakistan batsmen chose the light roller before they came out to bat. They're obviously a little bit concerned about things, and the track was scouring up on day 1. It was certainly pretty dry, and there are areas that the spinners had to bowl in from after lunch really on day 1, but we haven't seen too much misbehave today. And we've seen a lot of reverse swing attempted, and that hasn't made too much difference either, so that does nothing to do with the pitch. I will say it again, what a delight it is to see a good chunk of reverse swing back in the game. $297 for 8.
Six overs left in the day's play. Pakistan lead by 77. Partnerships. Fawad Alam, Rizwan, Fawad Alam, Fahim is driving that initiative home. Round the wicket. Rahman Ali with a short cover and short mid wicket to deal with. Yeah, just with the angle from round the wicket, you have to be very precise in hitting the batsman very full, because otherwise the ball is going to slide down the leg side. And Darrell, thankfully, all those reviews have been burnt, so no opportunity there.
Yes, that takes it out of their hands. He's fairly deep in his crease, so it's worth a shout. Oh, that's a good delivery. Really admired Nortje's effort here today. He's running all day. It hasn't gone South Africa's way, let's be honest about it. Let's not forget that this is their first experience as a bowling unit in the subcontinent. I'm sure they'll take away an important fact is that you've got to work hard for your wickets here. You've got to run in. It's not South Africa where they tend to come a little bit easier.
Pushed into the offside, and He's off the mark in Test cricket.
That's always a memorable moment. You tend to remember that first run, that first shot, which brought you a run in Test cricket. Got 1 wicket, 2 behind his name.
Yeah, just with the angles all going to slide down. He has to be very, very full in order to hit those stumps. Anything short will accentuate that angle towards the leg side. You almost have to hit the batsman on the full or Yorker length to be able to hit the stumps. Yeah, he tried that full one. Slightly goes wrong. And he wants to be targeting the stumps. Brighter Paints fan of the match. Play the Brighter fan of the match contest and win a signed ball. So Asas is no mark with the bats, got 10 first-class 50s. So I mentioned this before, Pakistan in this test match now with Shaheen Shah Afridi sent in as night watchman. They're almost back till number 11. Yasir Shah will come in at number 11 and he's got a test match 100 in Adelaide. So I don't know how many bouncer to end the over. We'll come back to this. I don't know how many players batting at number 11 have scored a test match 100. 299 for 8.
The lead 79 now, and South Africa will obviously want to finish it off. Let's get their feet up, apply their minds to their batting tomorrow.
What a difference a day makes. 14 wickets yesterday and just a 4 today, and in this last session is really Pakistan have been able to turn it on in terms of run scoring.
Five remaining. Now de Kock has turned to Maharaj. 2 for 64 of 27. He's done a bit of a holding job more than anything else, but did pick up the big wicket about this sort of time last night. It was Babar Azam. Just thought de Kock perhaps lost his way a little bit with giving Maharaj a couple overs too many, then Markram with the new ball. Oh, this is a good time. This is not a bad move.
Hassan Ali, well, he got 100 on this ground in the first class final this year, just a month or so ago. And that's how he got it down the ground and attacked the spinners. Well, doesn't get all of that, just a single in the end, but he'll play his shots.
All the more reason to get the spin on. I must take you back to your thoughts, start of play yesterday, Baz. We're talking about these first-class games here where you've worked during these games. You said that this wicket is a good one. And not many would have taken that opinion closer play last night, but It's looked a bit of a different one today.
Yeah, it almost gets better the second and third or fourth day. It gets better for batting. I was surprised the amount of spin that was offered on the first day. But it's true to form. It's got better. He'll have a role to play, both with the bat and ball. But I'm very grateful to you, Darryl. Nobody believed me. You were the only one who gave me a little bit of a benefit, saying, yeah, it might be the case. But I was shut down by the others, saying, no, no chance. This is not going to improve. On the track, hits it through the offside, and this might well go to the fence. He just stalls up. Oman will come back for the third. It's 303 for 8.
Well, you should always lend a good ear to local knowledge. Just why I asked is I'm kind of thinking that where does that leave South Africa in terms of their bowling today? I don't think they've done too much wrong. I think they worked very hard. Conditions today, you could say, a bit unresponsive. They weren't helped with their fielding. Got 2 vital catches. But credit to Pakistan. I think you've got to give it when it's due. Well, they may have lost their way a little bit at times, the South African attack, but they've managed to regroup well after tea. There was some good intensity, and they've stuck to it. Every session doesn't go to plan. You have your moments. That's where your bowlers, senior bowlers, your captain comes into play, and just to rethink what's happening. I think this wicket, but playing a role definitely did, and credit to Pakistan. They batted well today. Well led by Fahad Alam. That was going to be the big question. They needed to show some real resolve here, and they did. And if it wicket's playing well, South Africa, they've got to be thinking, yes, we can get beyond that wherever that ends up, but even if it's 120, 130, they've got to be thinking that we can bat beyond that.
Full toss, just a single, brings Hassan Ali back on strike. Last time Hassan Ali batted on this ground was the first class tournament Qazi-Azam Trophy's final, and he got 100 in fantastic style. Just smashed it everywhere. So chasing 356. Got 100 or 58 balls, and it was just sixes all the way through. It's through the fence, and he turned the match around. Well, it certainly did, and it almost drove his side to victory. It ended up in a tie. It ended up in a tie. And Darryl, my next, or the one thing that I want next, I've been on comms. I've been very lucky being on comms in a one-day game. It went to a super over, ended up in a, and I've been on comms, obviously T20 super over was there, and then I've been on comms in a 4-day game which has gone to a tie. I think this test match will also be a tie. That will complete my ambition and complete set of ties in every form of cricket.
I think one can safely say you've been the first commentator ever who's had that experience. And wouldn't it be exciting if it was the last ball on the 5th day? Where was he batting? Because I mean, he hit the ball very well. But where did he come in at?
Short, top edge, doesn't carry. Just managed to squeeze that out to deep point. He's aiming maybe mid-on, he's just flat batted it. Top edge almost carried to deep point.
We're watching a few of those shots just a moment ago. He came in at 8 of that innings. Now that's the real sort of heave-ho, looking to hit it somewhere over mid-on, mid-off in the end, extra pace. has meant it's gone squarer. But it's been a long day, expecting him to get there and get underneath it perhaps a bit too much.
Solidly in behind that is 305 for 8.
Ali would do well there just to have a chat to Hassan Ali. 105 ahead, they've got to try and get every single run here. You don't want to be careless. Close the play looming. 5:30's cut-off time. Might struggle to get 3 in. Or the spinner bowling, he might.
Just about 6 minutes. Probably get 2 overs in. But for South Africa, they why do you want a wicket? Why do you just go into stumps with another wicket? And almost got there. The inside edge, evading short leg. In this time, the slow flighted delivery inside air just rolls onto the stumps. The 9th down.
Good reward for Maharaj. He's put in the overs today and he picks up his 3rd. And can South Africa just finish it off and give their batting some thought tomorrow? Perhaps the previous ball was his undoing. The inside edge almost went to hand, but there the bottom edge just dragging it on. I saw in his 100 highlights, he hit the ball so well straight. And here's a moment where we are going to be checking whether it's a no ball or not. And in fact, the batsman's back, and Nalim Dawes has had his hand out, his arm out, and there's the evidence, and it suggests that, oh, that's tight. That is so tight.
Given no ball, so Hassan Ali survives. Has to get it all over Hassan Ali, having words with Quinton de Kock. Oh, a bit of spice at the back end of the day. Don't know what that's all about. Quinton just saying, get on with it, bat. You want this, feisty bit of competition, a bit of words. Doesn't go amiss in Test match cricket. There we go. What will Hassan Ali do now? Oh, straight back to the bowler.
There's never been a man that's been vocal behind the stumps. He's just got on with his keeping. Obviously something annoyed him there. It may have been that Hassan Ali had unintentionally walked over the pitch as he got out. I wouldn't think that that's his style, or he'd have done it intentionally. It's been a long day for everyone.
Especially for those in the field. Maharaj trying to hone him on that pad. 3 deliveries, or 2 deliveries now. Try and dislodge Hassan Ali.
Again, that square, that short leg is fairly square. Often with the left arm spinner, that guy comes a little bit straighter. He's just taken another yard. That's probably where he should be.
Tries the big hit. It's in the air. And he's safe. Faf trying to circle underneath that. Doesn't get a hand. Hassan Ali survives. Eventful, to say the least. 308 for 8.
As if he wasn't happy enough to have got that life here right at the end of the day's play. He follows it up with this one. But you did say, Baz, that he's a man that likes to play his shots, and he had a lot of work to do there, Faf du Plessis, and in the end not even getting a hand to it. A tough one.
Last over of the day. Linda has been brought back. An interesting last over. Noman Ali this time, he has a little dart looking to score some runs.
No thought given yet to it being probably the last over of the day. Linda the bowler, he has an opportunity, who knows, he might just pick up one, who knows, even two. Take South Africa home. That man there, deep mid wicket, just been given a few more yards, and a win for another eventful over.
Well, that last over was pretty eventful. It's very, very difficult once you're running back, and look at Plessis had got to the ball. He was circling underneath it for quite a while. Had to race back. Hassan Ali will always give you a chance. Well, ball of a new ball, no ball, and then a couple of times almost popped it to short leg, but he's still there. Noman Ali with 3 blocks after that little wake to the leg side. Will he just now block this over off? I guess so.
Well, that's the right thinking. He won't be very popular in the changing room if he is to get out now.
One more to survive.
I think it's fair to say we've been left with another great day's Test cricket. We've seen probably all of it. Good batting, some good quick bowling. We've seen the spinners come into it to a degree, but if one had to sum it up, I think it's fair to say it's been Pakistan's day.
Just 4 wickets lost, and now they lead by 88. So Pakistan walk off pretty happy with their day's play. Came into the day thinking that it'll be a really tough one, but 113 that last session just shows that Pakistan dominated that. 3.82 the run rate, and Pakistan are now slightly ahead in this Test match.
Yes, that old ball was reverse swinging, and if South Africa do look back on the day's play, we saw that run rate got to 3.8 in the last session. I think the new ball played a role in that regard. It didn't quite work for South Africa. It's always a tough one, should you or shouldn't you take it. But it did have some good late swing on it, and being softer, it wasn't as easy to get away as the new ball can be. Well, they'll have a few thoughts this evening, look back on the day's play, and I'm sure it won't be the thoughts they were having last night in terms of their performance, but it's a typical hard-working day in the subcontinent, and they will learn from it.
51 for us early, but man of the moment, Fawad Alam, a gritty 109, reasserted the fact that Session 3. Fawad Alam, as he does, very good against spin. Fahim Ashraf, well, he likes pace on the ball. Lovely covered drives and brought up. 6 to the leg side, but he likes the spin, whereas Fahim Ashraf, on the other hand, likes the pace. So it built a great partnership. Peacock with that flooring of the cat.
That was a big moment. And that was a big hit. He mixed aggression with caution. That is a very well-deserved 100. You look back on his career and I think he'll remember that 100 very fondly. This is when South Africa probably just lost their way in terms of their lines a little bit. And he'd found a good partner in Fahim. He went to his 50 and set it up beautifully until Giri was introduced perhaps a little bit too late in his first over, picking up the wicket of Fahim, caught at Fawad Alam, caught at mid-wicket. Touch unlucky.
Nokia got the wicket. Hassan Ali got ball, but then was recalled. It was termed a no ball. Very close one is that, but maybe just over. It was painful. And we'll be back shortly with the postman analysis.
कि कल और आज में क्या फ़र्क था और चैलेंज कितना बड़ा था?
आई थिंक कल क्योंकि फ्रेश पिच था और क्योंकि पैचेस वगैरह नहीं थे और आपने अगर जाके आपने देखा होगा तो पैचेस बहुत बन गए और लेफ्ट हैंड के लिए कुछ ज़्यादा ही पैचेस बने हुए और खब्बा स्पिनर हो तो इतना सब चीज़ें हो रही हैं बट वी हैव टू अप्लाई आवरसेल्फ।
हाँ, इसलिए कि फाइट बैक बहुत ही अच्छी थी, इसलिए कि आपको टेक्निकल एतबार से एडजस्ट करना था, मेंटल एतबार से एक जंग लड़नी थी। सो टेक्निकल एतबार से पहले बात करते हैं, वो जो लेफ्ट आर्म का एंगल आउट ऑफ द रफ है वहाँ पे तो जहन लड़ता है कि गेंद स्पिन होगा और विकेटों को आएगा और जो सीधी एक गेंद निकलता है जो नेचुरल वेरिएशन से, उस पर कैसे काबू पाया आप?
देखिए मसला यही है कि अगर आप खेलने खब्बा स्पिनर है आपके पास, लेफ्ट आर्म स्पिनर अगर आपको बॉल कर रहा है, पैचेस भी बने हुए हैं, अगर आप उसको सोच के बैटिंग करेंगे तो थोड़ा मुश्किल हो जाएगा। मेरे ख्याल मेरी कोशिश ये थी कि बॉल के मुताबिक खेलूं, जिस तरह जहाँ पर बॉल आ रहा है आपने देखा होगा कवर्स पे शॉट्स भी लगे हैं, मतलब अगेंस्ट ब्रेक लगे हैं। सो आई थिंक बस कोशिश यही थी कि उसको चढ़ने ही देना और अपना जितना जो हम अप्लाई करते रहते हैं, क्योंकि यहाँ पर खेलते भी रहते हैं, डोमेस्टिक भी खेलते हैं, तो जो है कि थोड़ा थोड़ा आपको पता है ना यूज टू भी होते हैं। सो इतना था कि जितना अगर आपको अपने आप को मैनेज करोगे और खेलते रहोगे, सो गो विद द फ्लो, तो उसके कोशिश कर रहा था कि उस तरह खेलता रहूँ। अल्लाह का शुक्र है।
बहुत बहुत मुबारक हो आपको, चैंपियन इनिंग्स खेले आप।
थैंक यू सो मच, थैंक यू।
Pakistan needed a good start, and we saw a couple of wickets, but then Fawad Alam, you know, he was quite spectacular, the kind of innings that he played today. We've seen him score heaps of runs in domestic cricket, and he's backed it up, lived up to that reputation. That partnership of 94 pretty much, you know, steadied the ship for Pakistan at the end of the day. Yeah, it almost seems like the unfulfilled story of Fawad Alam. There's been so much spoken about him, and alongside with me, I've got Ramiz Raja and Mike Hazeman joining me. Rambo, I call it the unfulfilled story. I mean, because we're talking about a guy who comes back into Test cricket after 10 years and then scores 2 centuries.
Yeah, he's mentally very strong, aesthetically not pleasing to the eye, but he's got a system working for him. And the system is to have that dogged defense, to have that bullheaded mentality where you're not going to throw away another chance. He obviously cannot wait for another 10 years to get another gig. So I think what is important as far as he's concerned is to make sure that he takes his good form forward into Test match cricket. And it was a typical pitch laid out for him, the way he bats, because he's wristy, he works that ball through square leg, not very fluent through the offside, straight back through mid-on and mid-off. And it worked perfectly. And I think it was the mental battle that we saw from him, and he batted beautifully under stressful situations.
I mean, you talk about that awkward stance, and there's been so much talk over that.
Hazy had that kind of stance also.
Well, not quite. But before we get to the stance, I want to know which selectors did he upset? I mean, it's extraordinary. I saw him. I've seen him play over the last little while. I saw him in Sri Lanka, in New Zealand. I saw him play here. I'm thinking, goodness me, what's going on here? How come this guy missed 10 years of Test match cricket? Yeah. I mean, that stance is unique, we know that, but...
He's wrongly sentenced. He's trying to sue the selectors now.
Is he? Well, he can. He's got good grounds, and I'll vouch for him. Yeah, I'll go for him, yeah. But I think he played superbly, and that stance is different. But, you know, he's in the right areas when it matters, and that's the most important thing. But more important than that, it works for him, and that's what's so crucial about it. So, I mean, he played superbly, I thought, and he had one bit of luck. Should have been caught, but he wasn't. But we're going to talk about some of those a little bit later as well. But how can he miss playing Test cricket for Pakistan for 10 years?
I think that's the all-important question today.
But hang on a sec, does that mean he's got 2 more tests to play and he's going to get dropped again for another 10 or not? Is that how it works?
Yeah, I think he's like one of those bunnies who's never run out of batteries.
I think he's set now.
But I mean, that begs the question, Rambo, because you see a Steve Smith, and I'm not making a comparison there in terms of, but we're just talking about, there's so much talk about technique and how he's different, and the selectors earlier, by the way, you know, as an answer to that question that Hazy was talking about, technique was pointed out quite often than not as to why he wasn't picked.
Look, Zainab, I mean, it's a technique that'll work in certain conditions that may not work in certain conditions. So you've got to live with it. If he's mentally strong, if he can deliver the goods, then so be it. But, you know, at times you can be unlucky because you can be lost to the system because he's not an eye-catching player. And we've never rated our first-class performances, unfortunately. So whilst he was getting runs at the domestic level, his innings weren't really rated. And during that period, that 10-year cycle, Pakistan saw some brilliant talent come through the ranks as well in the middle order. So it was touch and go for him. It was a difficult gig and cycle for him. But I just feel that now is that he's been given his due. Good luck to him because he's making most of the lost time.
I mean, what a way to get to his century, though, Hazy. I mean, with that fantastic 6, it really speaks volumes of how he's been coming forward and performing today.
That was a wonderful way to get to it. I mean, look at that, just a magnificent shot. He knew exactly what he was doing as well. He was in so much control. And he wasn't exuberant with his celebrations, and there was a nice little pose that he gave to his boys in the change room. Great to see the support from the boys on the sideline as well. I mean, you could see what it meant to them and also to the team. And there was the big celebration from him. And then when he got up, there was another, that other signal. What about riding a horse? What is that all about? Something about a TV show, the signal we go with the bat, Ramiz?
Yeah, I mean, I've not watched the show actually, so...
There we go, here it is.
I'm just looking at him, and yeah.
I think he was, if I'm not mistaken, I think one of the players told him to do that in New Zealand if he got 3 figures, and he did it then, and he's done it again now. So Good on him. Well done. And yeah, correct. Great way to get three figures.
He reined himself in right throughout that knock.
Yes, he did. Well done. Yeah.
Well, he had definitely a point to prove, but you know, Rambo, you caught up with him earlier on, so let's see what the man has to say himself. Yeah, we're still kind of waiting for that interview to roll in, but yeah, I mean, you know, we had a couple of partnerships as well, Rambo. There was Azhar Ali, Fahim Ashraf as well. I mean, he's been touted as a next bowling all-rounder, but off late he's been performing with the bat.
Yeah, he was that missing link, you know, between batsman and a bowler, because Pakistan were desperate to find an all-rounder. And even though his bowling has gone down in terms of pace, his batting has improved. And the more Test cricket he'll play, the better he'll get. Obviously, they're banking in his skills, which is great to see. He's still young. And I think you look for temperament in Test match cricket. We saw that from Fawad, we saw that from Azhar Ali, and we saw that from Fahim. So it augurs well for Pakistan.
Yeah, so we were talking about Fawad Alam, of course, earlier. He spoke to Rambo. We're now finally ready with the interview. Let's hear from the man himself.
फवाद, आपको बहुत बहुत मुबारक हो। जितना टाइम आपने बाहर स्पेंड किया पाकिस्तान क्रिकेट टीम से, उतनी जल्दी में लगती हैं सेंचुरीज लगा के। सो ये बताइए पहले तो इस पिच को सामने रखते हुए कि कल और आज में क्या फ़र्क था और चैलेंज कितना बड़ा था?
आई थिंक कल क्योंकि पिच था और क्योंकि पैचेस वगैरह नहीं थे, और आपने अगर जाके आपने देखा होगा तो पैचेस बहुत बन गए, और लेफ़्ट हैंड के लिए कुछ ज़्यादा ही पैचेस बने हुए हैं, और खब्बा स्पिनर हो तो इतना आसान नहीं होता। और जिस तरह से इन लोगों ने बॉलिंग की है फास्ट बॉलर्स ने, तो रिवर्स भी बहुत अच्छा हुआ है बीच में। आपने देखा इन्होंने बहुत अच्छा यूटिलाइज़ किया पिच को। पिच लो रह रहा है, बाउंस डबल हो गया है, पेस डबल हो गया है। तो वो कहते हैं ना कि हर चीज़ ही हो रही है। आपने देखा होगा बाउंस कुछ एक आध बॉल ऊपर भी चले गए, एक आध बॉल नीचे से भी चले गए। तो आई थिंक सब चीज़ें हो रही हैं, बट वी हैव टू अप्लाई आवरसेल्फ।
हाँ, इसलिए कि फाइट बैक बहुत ही अच्छी थी, इसलिए कि आपको टेक्निकल एतबार से एडजस्ट करना था, मेंटल एतबार से एक जंग लड़नी थी। सो टेक्निकल एतबार से पहले बात करते हैं। वो जो लेफ्ट आर्म का एंगल आउट ऑफ द रफ है, वहाँ पे तो जहन लड़ता है कि गेंद स्पिन होगा और विकेटों को आएगा, और जो सीधी एक गेंद निकलता है जो नेचुरल वेरिएशन से, उस पर कैसे काबू पाया आप?
देखिए मसला यही है कि अगर आप खेलने खब्बा स्पिनर है आपके पास, लेफ्ट आर्म स्पिनर अगर आपको बॉल कर रहा है, पैचेस भी बने हुए हैं, अगर आप उसको सोच के बैटिंग करेंगे तो थोड़ा मुश्किल हो जाएगा। मेरे ख्याल मेरी कोशिश ये थी कि बॉल के मुताबिक खेलूं, जिस तरह जहाँ पर बॉल आ रहा है। आपने देखा होगा कवर्स पे शॉट्स भी लगे हैं, मतलब अगेंस्ट द ब्रेक लगे हैं। सो आई थिंक बस कोशिश यही थी कि उसको चढ़ने नहीं देना, और अपना जितना जो हम अप्लाई करते रहते हैं, क्योंकि यहाँ पर खेलते भी रहते हैं, डोमेस्टिक भी खेलते हैं, तो जो है कि थोड़ा थोड़ा आपको पता है ना, यूज टू भी होते हैं। सो इतना था कि जितना अगर आपको अपने आप को मैनेज करोगे और खेलते रहोगे, सो गो विद द फ्लो, तो उसके कोशिश कर रहा था कि उस तरह खेलता रहूं। अल्लाह का शुक्र है।
बहुत बहुत मुबारक हो आपको, चैंपियन इनिंग्स खेले आप।
थैंक यू सो मच। थैंक यू।
Yeah, champion innings indeed by Fawad Alam. Many congratulations to him. We'll be taking another breather. When we are back, we'll be talking about South Africa and where did they go wrong. Yeah, South Africa didn't really have a great day out there. Lots of errors in judgment when it comes to DRS, Hazy. I mean, that's been one of the talking points. When you talk about DRS, it's also about when to use it. It just seems like Quinton de Kock was a little unsure at times.
I remember when DRS first came into play in international cricket. I mean, Graeme Smith was involved at the time. He was captain. And I know that they got very precise and made sure they knew exactly what was going on. Mickey Arthur actually was the coach at the time and knew exactly what was going on about DRS and how it worked, the insides and outs and whatever, and how to use it, when to use it, and how not to use it specifically. And South Africa was so good at DRS. They really were perfect. But gee, today that was just 3 complete wastes as far as I'm concerned. And it just seems to me that they've got no real plan. I mean, I think when the first DRS was in play, I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think Fuff was fielding it mid-off at this stage. And you can see that Quinton de Kock at the same time wasn't sure at all. And that's also no chance really to get a DRS. And the question was, no, did it hit the bat or did it hit the pad? Did it hit the bat? Did it hit the pad? I think at the pad, no. But how can he tell? Smiling around the place, he doesn't really know what's going on. And there's that little faint sort of send upstairs and have a look. And the umpire made the right call. You can't give that out at all. And then this one was going down leg side, but so far it was ridiculous. And there was no consultation that I could see from anyone other than the bowler and another little faint call from the captain. But surely he could see that was darting down or get a sense it was darting down. But, you know, I can understand perhaps Ngidi wasn't balanced enough to see it was going down. But you can't rely on what the bowler's saying. I mean, South Africa learned that with Vernon Philander.
And let's not forget that he's got the best seat in the house. He's behind the stumps. And he's watching at the action from the best post. And yet, I mean, it's a casual attempt at taking a DRS. He's walking in and then suddenly, because I think he's zoned out. He's probably thinking about captaincy, bowling changes, and certainly now another case comes his way, and he's just not switched on.
He's just chancing it. It's just a chance. You've got to be definitive about it. You've got to have a conversation with a couple of guys and know exactly what's going on, get a couple of views, and then you make the call in the end. And that's how it used to go. It used to go from Graeme Smith to the keeper. It used to go to someone square as well to make sure the bounce wasn't too high. Fuff would get involved also, and Smith would make the call, and then they'd go or not go. It's got to be so precise. Other countries are now doing it very well. That was really poor from South Africa.
I mean, MS Dhoni was a real expert at it. He was a genius, and it turned the game for India at times because he was so precise when to call for it.
And I mean, it could be a case of frustration or just out of sheer desperation. That's what happens when things are perhaps not going your way. But talking about things not going your way, it doesn't help when you drop catches as well, Hazy.
No, it does. And I mean, 2 catches going down. The first one was obviously very important. This was the Centurion who was dropped by Dean Elgar, who's a hard-working slipper. He's not a natural slipper, and I can't believe he was fielding at the slip position because he was up, his body was up, his hands went down too slowly, hit him on the boot, in fact, and ran away. You can see the exasperation from Maharaj, and that one was when reverse swing was going really nicely from Rabada, and that was crucial as well. So scores of 35 and 21 when Fahim was dropped, and that should have been taken by a good keeper, which Quinton de Kock is a good keeper. Now, if we think that his game is being interfered with the fact that he's captain as well and thinking about other stuff, then he shouldn't be captain. I mean, Test cricket is tough. And if you're captain of a Test team, it's not an easy job, that's for sure. Someone else as a stand-in captain should be doing the job rather than Quinton de Kock. But to drop that catch and also have the reviews like it was today, that didn't help South Africa one bit.
Yeah, but there's still lots to look forward to tomorrow, Rambo, overall in terms of this
Well, for
test
you
match.
guys there is. Look at you. Look, you're full of the joys of life,
Always,
both of
always.
you.
You never know. You never
Sorry,
know.
we had a miserable day.
We have the uncanny ability of turning things around, even when you talk about Pakistan. But Rambo, quickly, what can we expect tomorrow? Lead of 88. They need to build on.
Build on, yeah. Take it further down the road and make it tough for South Africa. You know, this is a substantial lead, by the way, because the pitch will behave indifferently. Eventually, come day 3, day 4, day 5, it's going to be tough batting on this track, even though it hit the snooze mode today most times. But credit to Pakistan for making it go absolutely dead.
Yeah,
tomorrow, it's going to be about more runs from Pakistan and then just sort of letting Yasir Shah bowl round the stumps and use those and exploit those rough patches. I think it's going to be the key for Pakistan.
Yeah, wrist spinner's going to make a big difference on that surface going on now. And yeah, well done Pakistan today, but it's now the work's cut out for South Africa, that's for sure, and they are good enough to do it.
Yeah, for sure. But just a little reminder of how things went today. If you look at what we had, South Africa were bowled out for 220. Elgar was the top scorer. Yasir Shah taking 3 wickets.
The first session, it's going to be critical. Glorious to the offside. That is crashed for 4. Oh, dropped. What an innings this has been. Azraeli. Oh, gone! Caught behind. Edge and gone.
And brings it out with the maximum. He deserves it. He can enjoy it.